Everybody, welcome to the council meeting, August 22, 2022. You all stand for the Pledge of Allegiance, please.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Not now. Clerk will take roll call.
Councilman Gary Donovan.
Councilman Gary Donovan, Councilman at Large, present.
Councilwoman Colleen O'Connor.
Councilwoman Colleen O'Connor, Council at Large here.
Councilman Ronald Quagliani.
Ron Quagliani at large, present.
Councilwoman Bridget Hosky is absent. Councilwoman Melly Garthwaite.
Councilwoman Melly Garthwaite, 2nd District, present.
Councilwoman Sarah Akbarali.
Councilwoman Sarah Akbarali, 3rd District, present.
Councilman Mitchell Galignano.
Councilman Mitchell Galignano, 4th District, present.
Councilwoman Robin Watt Hamilton.
Councilwoman Robin Watt Hamilton, 5th District, present.
Councilwoman Catherine Tucker is absent. Councilman Victor Boras.
Councilman Victor Boras, present, 8th District.
Councilman Robert Bruno.
Robert Bruno, 9th District, present.
Councilman Stephen Johnstone.
Councilman Stephen Johnstone, 10th District, present.
And Chairman Peter Massaro.
Chairman Peter Massaro is present. Tonight, we're going to start at 6:30. We're going to have the public hearing on the public lands of the brewery.
Thank you, Chairman. The time is now 6:37. Tonight we have the public hearing for the, from Lee Tiernan Corporation Council regarding approval of leasing the West Haven Pump House parcel on Kelsey Avenue for parking purposes in 6th Rock Street, the conference center, to Rock Street Brewery Company. Anybody from the public which wish to speak? Yes. Just want to let everybody know, we got a lot on our agenda tonight. So we're going to have everybody come up, speak strictly on the brewery, but it's going to be a 3-minute time limit since we have a lot of people talking tonight about a lot of subjects.
It would be good to tell us that in advance. Robin Parsons, 129 Bellevue Avenue. Since moving here and becoming aware of the issues that plagued and still plague the city, my goal has been to improve the process and thence the outcomes of the decisions the city makes. As you say, the agenda includes asking you to consider the leasing of Kelsey Avenue Pumping Station for parking and the leasing of 6 Rock Street for a production brewery. As recently as last week, before the ZBA, Zoning Board of Appeals, no terms for these leases had been decided. That means you are to consider approving the idea of leasing these properties as though the actual cost-benefit analysis is irrelevant to residents. I am sad to say this is just the most recent in a series of poorly conceived actions on the city's part. From its premature announcement before the last election, when the project was literally impossible, to inaccurate or incomplete filings, to a bizarre Zoning Board of Appeals decision to grant variances based on the hardship the city itself created, this entire thing has been, has offered us pretty much a textbook case of misfeasance and disregard for positive civic participation. Why do I say the project as currently envisioned was literally impossible when it was announced? Because the property NEBCO wants to build on was zoned open space until January of this year. Now you're being asked to approve leasing. To have gotten to this point without even estimated income benefits for the city is exactly like buying a pig in a poke. And to further political goals under the banner of economic development, the city has engaged in a series of, I don't want to say devious, but I'll say ingenuous maneuvers. Let's go through the list, starting with announcing the project before any due diligence on its feasibility had been done, and without any evidence, the residents wanted a brewery in that location. The city failed to review and revise the shoreline commercial retail zoning district. That was something our our plan of conservation and development said should be done within 2 years of 2017. The city disregarded the recommendation for the siting of new buildings in the shoreline commercial retail district that are in our POCD. The city rezoned open space to shoreline commercial retail without public discussion of implications. I actually noticed it in a planning and zoning agenda, but was misled by the planning directors calling it a possible clerical error instead of an effort to move the sizable piece of property on which almost the entire conference center stands. And I did print this from our plan of conservation and development. If you want to pass it around, you can see the lower left-hand corner.
I appreciate it. Like I said, we have 3 minute time
Okay,
limit.
well, I'm going
So-
quickly now, Gary.
Well, that's 3 minutes, Ms. Parsons. We'll, if you have any questions or something, we can ask that after the fact. I know we have a lot of people. We'll be here all night
These are
again.
very important
And
details.
you will be able to speak again
When?
later on. So, I need you, right now, I just need you to sit down,
The
please.
city neutralized
Ms.
potential
Parsons?
opposition to the project.
Mrs.
do-
Parsons, please. I appreciate it. Thank you. Anybody else would like to speak? Anybody else would like to speak?
A chance to speak. I'm cutting her off.
Excuse me, I need you.
Excuse me, sir.
We need everybody to relax, all right? We will take care of
We
it.
have to relax when these people.
You guys make up rules as we go along.
We're trying
It's
to
not
move
fair.
things along. And, yes, Ms. Weinstein, yes,
I will continue on her behalf.
that's fine.
We may need somebody to come up behind me, just to let you know. The city neutralized potential opposition to the project due to losing the existing museum by saying a museum would be incorporated into the brewery. The city suggested that the additional space required by the museum constituted a hardship that was then used to obtain a variance for 3 separate issues with the location of this project. It is too large, it eliminates too much open space, and it is jammed too close to the property line up against Savin Rock. Did you know all these things before you were asked to consider approving the lease of the property that belongs to all the residents of West Haven? Did you know that the traffic study that was prepared for the applicant Rock Street Brewery contains no information on the impact of either additional truck traffic on Kelsey Avenue or on Ocean Avenue, nor the impact of having parking facility located at the corner of Kelsey and Captain Thomas? This entire undertaking has been characterized by disconnected, apparently innocuous steps that work to minimize the efforts of the project and disregard the planning document that is supposed to guide our decision-making. This may be tolerable in cities with a record of wise decision-making and successful outcomes, but in a city with an opposite reputation, they are fatal. Hence, they reinforce the city's ongoing failure to deal openly and respectfully, especially tonight respectfully, with residents and stakeholders, and to adhere to best practices for civic decision-making. MARB has been breathing down our necks for 4 years, and leadership remains deaf to the problem. Our procedures are defective. No one ever contacted the holder of the conservation easement on the surrounding property to seek its input. If you have even the slightest concern for our reputation and respect for the residents, I strongly urge you not to approve the request unless and until further information is available on the project as a whole.
Thank you. Anybody else from the public like to speak on this? Yes, sir.
Renee Louiselle, 5 Trumbull Street. I've asked the clerk to read, I've given a letter to everybody, and I've asked the clerk to please read it. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, to the members of the West Haven City Council, I am Rennie Loisel, President of the West Haven Land Trust. I reside at 5 Trumbull Street and have been a resident of West Haven since 1977. I am authorized by the unanimous vote of the West Haven Land Trust to inform you that it opposes the leasing of the former site of Phyllis's Restaurant to be used as a commercial brewery on prime West Haven shoreline property. Not only does West Haven Land Trust object to this use, which is clearly inappropriate for this site, it also opposes the sheer amenity of the intended brewery, which is more than quadruple the size of the former use of this property and represents an 8-fold increase in the volume of this gigantic structure over its former use. What is before you for an approval is erroneously large commercial manufacturing facility of nearly 60,000 square feet squeezed into a modest lot under the pretense of it also being a drinking venue, but with only slightly more than 8,000 square feet being used for a tap room, kitchen, and event room for up to 80 people. This is a classic case of the bar/tap room being the tail which wags the dog of what is really is a manufacturing facility of beers and ales, more than 90% of which are to leave the site daily on trucks traveling the streets of West Haven to where most of the products will be consumed. This proposed use of shoreline property immediately next to the Savin Rock has almost nothing to do with the shoreline relocation except to degrade and possibly ruin it for public enjoyment. Before outlining it in greater detail, the many reasons of why this facility is simply inappropriate in location and size, we need to turn to the explanation of why this building proposal is of such great concern to the West Haven Land Trust and should be of concern to all the citizens of West Haven. After decades of debate, lawsuits, and referendum, on September 8, 2007, the City of West Haven granted a conservation easement over 39-plus acres of its shoreline property in the Savin Rock Urban Renewal Area. Number 2, this document granting the easement and restrictions to the Land Trust of West Haven, Inc. is recorded in the West Haven Land Records at Book 1543, pages 864 to 880. The West Haven Land Trust would be glad to provide copies of this document to all who would like to see or read its historic record. The signing and recordation of the conservation easement was then widely hailed at the end of battles over the future and the preservation of its invaluable resources to be protected forever for the benefit of all citizens of West Haven. I will quote at length from the introductory paragraphs of the CE, whereas clauses number 9, which summarize the purpose of this grant to a private nonprofit corporation organized for purposes of preserving valuable resources for the benefit of the public. Whereas subject to the priority encumbrances and all the existing active recreational uses and present, future, passive recreational uses, and existing active recreational uses and existing improvements, the grantor-grantee recognizes the important character of the properties as being part of the West Haven coastline and have common purpose of conserving and preserving the promenade, the beach area, and the open space coastal area management areas of aesthetic, historical, and ecological value of the properties. That's it? And that's, my 3 minutes is up.
Because we have nobody else, though, coming up to speak on this, I will allow another 3 minutes.
That's a fact.
No, I'm saying on this letter. On this letter. I have nobody else to speak. You don't have the letter in front of you, so I will allow 3 more minutes if you'd like to finish.
All right. Where did I leave off? Where did I leave off?
Second.
We good?
There you go.
The operative sections of the CE in Section 1 purpose make it clear that the city as grantor has the right and obligation to preserve, protect, and maintain the promenade, the beach area, and the existing improvements and open spaces for public use. That section also grants the grantee, the West Haven Land Trust, the authority to protect those rights. The CE goes on in Section 2, rights of grantee to preserve and protect the rights and obligations of the City of West Haven for those citizens, benefit including the right to monitor the actions of the city and enforce the terms of the CE even against the city after giving the city proper written notice. This section is even made more extraordinary by obligating the West Haven Land Trust to so enforce the terms of the CE and by reference to the rather unusual Section 6, granting it the right to sue the city to so enforce the CE by seeking injunctive relief, and upon success in court, to be entitled to recover the legal fees and costs of such litigation. The city does not often agree to such terms, but here it was clear that the city and the West Haven Land Trust were on the same page as to the importance of their mutual obligation to preserve this area of the shoreline forever. Clearly, the West Haven Land Trust has not only the right to object to the proposed lease agreement, but a contractual written legal obligation to do so. Even though the parcel is to be leased is not within the coverage of the CE, the proposed site plan and other documents submitted on behalf of the proposed brewery make it very clear that it is sheer size and location that it threatens the very properties that are required to be protected forever from private encroachment. Those plans call for the relocation of a significant portion of the promenade from its present location into the grassy open space towards the gazebo and shoreline, the narrowing of the promenade in its newly proposed location where bicycles and pedestrians with and without baby carriages and children in tow must compete for space, and the visual obstruction of the previous views of Savin Rock from the existing promenade location due to the construction of elevated party space above that existing promenade location. All of these negative effects on the public use of the promenade and open space are required by the CE to be protected forever. They would not be threatened except for the location of a non-water related brewery of enormous size on this protected site. This is the wrong location and the wrong size for a city legally committed to protecting its shoreline. The West Haven Land Trust has no other option under the conservation easement but to take the actions it's authorized in it to protect the promenade and open space between the promenade and beach from private development. The City Council and the Land Use Commission of the city could prevent this unnecessary legal action by simply recognizing that this development is the wrong size and in the wrong location, no matter what other benefits it may bring to West Haven, and it's signed Rennie Lewis.
Thank you, Stacy, for reading that. Anyone else from yes, Mr. Weinstein.
Good evening. Many people have said at this podium that this is the wrong place for the brewery. I agree. I think the Havens is the perfect place for it, where boats can come up and we won't have the extra traffic and so on and so forth. We paid $4.9 million for that piece of property in 1989. It surely increased dramatically since then. At $8,800 a month, it would take 38 years to break even. That's a ridiculous rent. It's a very tiny rent. I went online today and Googled what's the average increase in commercial leases. It's 3 to 4%. At 4% in 60 years, that would be $92,000 a month. At 3%, it would be $52,000 a month. We're going to charge $15,000 a month in 60 years lease for that property. Another issue is in the table for the amount of rent, I'm reading directly, out-of-pocket costs the tenant incurs in excess of $15,000 in the aggregate to demolish involvements on and or to make repair or improvements shall be deducted from the first 10 years of rent. Essentially, we're not going to get rent for 10 years, and then they're going to get tax abatements. This is a foolish business deal. As far as parking goes, you can maybe fit 40 cars on that pumping station. The brewery says they're going to have between 70 and 80 employees working 2 shifts. And so I've heard it said that, well, 40 for the first shift and 40 for the second shift, except the people who arrive for the second shift are arriving while the first shift is still there. Also, in the lease, it refers to Exhibits A and B, which are not in the literature. And we also, if we foolishly proceed with this, need a date certain that it be up and running with fines if not complied with, so we don't have a Havens West.
Thank you. Anybody else from the public?
Hi, my name's Christine
No,
Sullivan.
Name and address, please.
Christine Sullivan, Gallo, 52 Richmond Avenue.
Thank you.
Some of you may recognize me as being the chairman of the Economic Development Commission. I'm not here for the Economic Development Commission tonight. I have to make that clear. I'm here for myself. I'm not speaking for them. I don't know how they feel. However, the International Council on Museums describes a museum as a nonprofit permanent organization open to the public which acquires, conserves, researches, communicates, and exhibits artifacts for education, study, and enjoyment. The Savin Rock Museum never was that, and I thought when this was announced that we could maybe move it somewhere and make it something like that, and I fought it. I was on the front page of the Register, I was in the Voice, I went to the Historical Society. Nobody seemed to care because it was going to be in the brewery. It's not going to be in the brewery. What's in the brewery is a display, and I have that from the person who's on the committee to design so-called museum. There are 2 people I know of on that committee. I don't know if there's anybody else yet. I don't know if they've ever met. But he said to me, you're right, it's a display. When I heard, I thought I'd wash my hands of this, but the other night when I heard they were going to give a variance for a museum you've already lost, that's ridiculous. The stuff can be displayed in the brewery a la Cracker Barrel because that's really all it's going to be. Putting it in cases along a hallway just because it has signs explaining what it is, people are walking through that hallway to get to the brewery. I'm not going to bring a bunch of little kids there to look at a merry-go-round exhibit when you've got people walking in and out for the brewery. It never was a good idea to put it there. We did it because we figured, hey, it's better than nothing. As was said, what are we going to do with this stuff if we don't do that? At this point, give it back to the people. If we're going to ruin the shoreline, letting them put a behemoth down there just to keep this museum, we don't have a museum. And the other thing is, I really wish we could just see a picture of what this is going to look like next to the rock. And I don't even know if there is a picture, if they did a rendering of it. All I know is that they said, well, Board of Zone of Appeals, you have something in your folders, and I heard it might be an aerial view, which wouldn't really show us how tall it's going to look. I do know that both the mayor and the councilman didn't want a 6-story hotel there. I don't want this to look like a 6-story hotel. Thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public like to speak on this matter? Yes, sir.
Good evening, Paul Frazzalone, 19 Bloom Street. I'm against leasing the parking lot next to Turk's, in the corner of Kelsey Avenue and Captain Thomas Boulevard. Listening to the couple of other meetings, I think it's only going to be 23, 24 parking spaces. I mean, all the numbers are all over the place. But is that fair for the Ramadan Simone Turks? What if they decide to add on to their building, expand, or sell their property, and their projective building might not have enough parking space? I mean, that's adjacent to their property. This is across the street. I mean, I just think it's a lose-lose situation for the city. I love the theme of the brewery. I like the idea. I hate the location, and I've been saying this for 4 months. It should go at the Havens. The parking lot, where it is, I think we should move the museum like the lady said. Because no one, all these meetings are talking about, we're going to have the museum and the brewery, but what about, you should be dedicate at least 12 parking spaces for people to go to the museum. So that should be added on to the total numbers of parking spaces that the brewery is looking for. Now, I know I've been at a bunch of the meetings. If you have food trucks, that's going to take away from parking. You can't park in the fire lane, so they got to park somewhere, so it's going to take away from parking. So, I mean, I know they're looking for like 74 more parking spaces. And like somebody said last week at the meeting, the building is like taking 16 ounces of beer and putting it in a 12-ounce glass. And pretty much that's what it sounds like. I'm against moving the boardwalk. You got to realize something. Jimmy's Restaurant, when they were going for a patio, they wanted to go right up to the easement. They were declined by this city government, okay? Their patio was put more onto the side for reasons of pedestrians walking. And I was at those meetings with Fred Masori, so I know exactly what was going on. So if you're gonna allow the brewery to encroach on the sidewalk, the boardwalk, then I tell you what, I would tell the Gagliardis the next day, I would put in application to do it. I mean, I literally would say that. I mean, you got to realize something. This is getting appealed. I have numerous phone calls over the weekend. A bunch of residents are going to be getting together. If not the land trust, a bunch of residents are going to appeal this. And if it appeals, it's going to be in the court for 14 to 16 months on an average. Okay? It's definitely getting appealed. Every project in West Haven, CGM's project's appealed right now. The guy on the Boston Post Road, that's being appealed. Cumberland Farms is getting appealed by Dunkin' Donuts. So do not sell this parking lot. It's not fair, and we do not need it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public like to speak? For a second. Oh, yes, sir. Oh, sorry. You're next.
Jamal Robinson, 25 Myron Street, New Haven, Connecticut. I've had the luxury of being in the beer business for 18 years now, and I've been able to see the impact that it has when a good brand comes into a town and comes into a city and does the right thing. New England Brewing has been around for 20 years. We just celebrated 20 years this year, this month, and I've never been a part of a brand. I've been a part of brands that have been national, that have been local. I helped design and launch the Stony Creek project in Branford, and I've seen what happens when brands don't do the right thing, and I've never been a part of a brand that has so much brand loyalty and so much respect and so much ability to do more for the community, and then going above and beyond just what selling beer is. I know to a lot of people this may feel like it's just it's just a manufacturing facility that just creates beer and sells beer, but this industry and this brewery is far more than that. And the people that make it up and the people that go to bat every day to try and do more than just sell beer and make people's lives better is what this company is. It's far more than just a brand and just a brewery. And I promise you, West Haven, if you let New England come here, we'll prove that in spades as a brand in this space, especially not just what we'll do for the space and for the city, but what we'll do for the community and for the neighbors and the way that we'll work to be good neighbors. It isn't just about making money here. The brand makes good money now. It isn't just about that. It's about much more than that. And I think there won't be a single person in this room that will regret that if that happens. Thank you.
Thank you. Somebody over there had their, yes, Senator.
Hi, I'm James Maroney, 22 Saranac Road in Milford. I have the privilege of representing the 14th Senatorial District, which includes West Haven, Milford, Orange, West Haven, and Woodbridge. I'm here to speak in favor of the brewery, and really I want to talk in two capacities. One, as a member of the General Assembly, I'm the co-chair of the General Law Committee. The General Law Committee regulates the beer industry, the alcohol industry in our state. And one thing I'll tell you is that in 2012, 10 years ago, there were only 21 breweries in the state of Connecticut. In 2022, there are now 125 breweries in the state of Connecticut. And we are still actually at the midpoint in terms of breweries per capita. We have less breweries per capita than either Maine or Vermont, other states in New England. But it's a great example of what happens when the government works with an industry to change regulations. And so we've made a number of changes to accommodate the small breweries, allowing for the sale of alcohol on the premises instead of just giving the sample tasters, increasing the amount that people can buy for takeout. The brewery industry in the state accounts for $1 billion in wages and $2.9 billion in total economic output. So it is a growing and an important industry. But what's important is it's a collaborative industry. The breweries tend to work together, and where you see successful breweries, you also see successful restaurants. A rising tide raises all ships. It's not, the way the regulations work, it's not like a bar where you go in and they stay open late at night. They have to close, depending on the day, at 9 or 10. And so oftentimes people, even families, will go to the brewery, and then they'll go out to eat at somewhere else in the area. So it will be a good boon for our other restaurants within West Haven. Also, I just wanted to talk a little bit about New England Brewery itself. Not only is it a great brand, they are great corporate citizens. They have raised over $1 million through their team in the Closer to Free ride. And that doesn't count their corporate sponsorships. And we have already seen them get involved in West Haven sponsoring the Savin Rock Festival, and I think that we'll continue to see them be involved in that community. And so I am in favor of this, and I thank you for allowing me the time to speak.
Thank you, Senator. Gentleman over here. Yes, sir.
Hi, my name's Phil Pappas, 470 James Street in New Haven. I'm currently the executive director of the Connecticut Brewers Guild, the trade association that oversees and lobbies and advocates for all of Connecticut's 125 craft breweries. To echo the senators, a lot of points on economic development and a lot of the businesses that have gone on. Not only have we worked significantly with the state of Connecticut in terms of modernizing and streamlining a lot of the liquor laws around craft beer, we've also worked with the city of West Haven as well. So working on establishing a manufacturing language within the state that allows for this brewery anywhere in West Haven, but specifically within where we're looking at this property on the conference center. Which has honestly been crumbling for years, not a lot of activity on there, and a viable business that has 20 years of leadership in the industry community and providing a ton of jobs within the region as well, has a viable business plan, has viable language that's going to be in a regulated industry, highly regulated industry, excuse me. This is something that's not being thrown up. This is actually a strategic plan that's in place, and it's going to be protective of all the rights within West Haven, within Connecticut, but it's also going to be doing so much good for the community and for the state of Connecticut as well. So while this is going to be what we foresee as the forever home of New England Brewing Company, who has gone through about 4 different places already, starting in West Haven and New Haven, going up to Woodbridge, but this is going to be the forever home. The economic impact throughout that is going to be tremendous, as to the points before about establishing a lot of jobs, but also where people are going to be moving and living and spending their money as well. So again, this is a business that is viable, 20 years strong, that has legitimate plans of moving forward, and they want to be here in West Haven. They're fighting to be here in West Haven, a city that currently doesn't have a brewery. What we've seen in the last 5 years is cities are actually contacting me and contacting the craft beer industry, asking for a brewery to go into their towns. So while there are 125, we have cities like Manchester that have 5 breweries with 60,000 people. There's enough to go around, and this is going to have a trickle-down effect where we're probably going to see about 2 to 3, maybe even 4 breweries come into West Haven as well. And those other properties that other people are talking about, we can absolutely see that as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Yep. Yes. Yep.
Yeah, my name's Rich Hebert. I live at 166 Bloom Street. Been a resident of this city for about 18 years. The one thing that irks me about this is that we have a nice view of the ocean on the boardwalk, and you're saying you're going to encroach on that. I have problems with that. That's free space that was written to be guaranteed for perpetuity. What's happening here? We make rules, make agreements, and then we break them every step of the way. I have no problem with the brewery. The brewery, I think, is a great idea. It's the location that's the problem. Please, you folks have the responsibility of looking deeper into things. We keep getting bits and pieces. You have to pull teeth to get the information. A lot of this stuff should have been provided ahead of time, and it never is. We run into the same situation almost every time. Please do your job and give us a little bit more information. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Gentleman standing in the back? Oh, hold on, ma'am, I got... Oh, she's just getting an agenda, that's fine.
Richard Shea, 56 Kelsey Avenue. That puts us right in the middle of ground zero. I'm here with some of my neighbors, and we've been discussing this quite a bit. And we are, there's no doubt we'd like to have a brewery somewhere. But this is more of a manufacturing facility. I looked at the plans, I looked at the space. What you basically have here is a small 80-person restaurant, not even restaurant, tap room as it's called, and no food service. And what you have is 80% of the building used for manufacturing beer. Manufacturing brings a lot of issues. Manufacturing brings an amount on the stress on the infrastructure, the water, the sewer, the air. I don't think you're all aware, but the breweries aren't the cleanest smelling places in the world. And we are right up the draft from the shore. All the smells from Jimmy's and Turk's come up the hill every night. We smell hamburgers and hot dogs and French fries and fried clams. We don't need to smell rotten eggs or yeast. Now, I looked at the building. The building is a steel building. I know that the plan is that if this falls apart and they go out of business or whatever happens, the city gets the property back along with the building. Unfortunately, I don't think that building would really hold up that well over the years. That particular type of steel building is very industrial looking. It's not going to look as pleasant, as bad as the conference center looks. It fits more in with the area. This is a residential area, and it's also a recreational area. It's really not a light manufacturing area. So this now becomes a light manufacturing area with 40 people going to work, changing shifts, right across the street from where people are sleeping, right across the street from where they live on the corner, down in the condominiums, right next to the people that live on the bottom of Kelsey Hill. I'm just trying to say that it's a good idea if it were just a restaurant, brew pub that just catered to people and serving beer and food and all. That's a great thing, but for that location. But a factory, a manufacturing facility makes no sense on prime real estate that overlooks the water. A beach with a factory. Just let that sink in a little bit. Thank you.
Anyone in the back? Yes, ma'am.
Hello.
Hello.
My name is Samah Mutir. I live here in West Haven, 33 Kenneth. I'm sorry.
Did you get the name, Stacey?
No.
All right, can you say your name again? I'm sorry.
Okay, my name is Samah Mutir. I live in 33 Kenneth, West Haven. My issue is it's personal. I have a problem here. Like about 2 weeks ago, me and my husband,
Excuse me, ma'am, I don't mean to cut you off. Is this about the brewery? Because this is public session just about the brewery
That's what
right
I'm
now.
trying to tell you
Okay,
something.
all right.
When I came here 2 weeks ago, I have a problem. And in the tax office, they told me I have to come today to address my problem. So I don't know who to talk to.
Okay, there will be, what I'm saying is, you'll be able to speak about that after.
Okay.
Right now, this is public session just for the brewery. We will
Okay.
have open public session for that, and at that point, we'll. what-
That's today?
Yes, it's
Okay,
today, it's
no
afterwards.
problem.
Okay?
Sure.
I don't mean to cut you.
I
just-
wasn't sure. That's why I
Yep.
was asking first.
Not a problem, ma'am.
Okay, thank you,
Yep, I will
guys.
call you back, somebody will
Okay.
call you back up afterwards.
Thank you.
Yes, thank. Yes, sir.
Hi, my name's Jeff Browning Sr. I live at 562 Orange Center Road in Orange. I grew up in Milford, driving up and down the strip right here in West Haven, and I'm very much for having New England Brewing Company come to West Haven. I personally have been in the beer business for 30 years. I watched it go from as little as 9 breweries in Connecticut while I was a brewer to this amazing thing that's happening now with all of these breweries. And every community that I've seen a brewery go into, it has benefited by it. My particular brewery in West Haven has hired over 60 people and done a lot for the community. I believe the ones that are going up and around the beach areas have done nothing but bring the right kind of people and families and just just the right energy. It's not the old-fashioned breweries that you used to see. It's not like when there was the Whaley Brewing Company here in West Haven, or when the Staley Bottling Works was here. It's a completely different business now. It's a family-run, family operation, and I believe that some of the things that people are worried about, they were worried about with our brewery in Bridgeport, and it really, none of those comes to fruition. I believe it'll be a very good thing for the town of West Haven.
Thank you very much. Anyone else from the public like to speak? Yes.
At a recess.
Good afternoon. My name is Lorraine Jensen. I live at 68 Lead Street in West Haven. I'm listening to everybody that's here. And the people that are not for this live here. We're the community. The ones that are for it don't live here. Who lives in Milford, who lives in Orange, who's supposed to be representing part of West Haven, doesn't live here. And you're going to listen to them? We're the ones who would have to put up with the noise, the smell, and the look of it. And it doesn't seem like it's going to be pleasant to anybody. It's a factory. Factories do not, like the other gentleman said, does not belong on our beaches. Restaurants, little stores, boutiques, but not factories. Put it someplace else if they want to come into West Haven, but don't put it on our beaches. My 3 minutes are up.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public like to speak? Yes, sir. Oh. Yeah, I got you next. I thought you were just sitting down.
So hi, I'm Will Howery. I live at 98 Kelsey, just up the street from where the brewery would be if it's approved. I am very much in favor of New England Brewing relocating here, just down the street from me, right on the water. Been a fan of New England Brewery for a very long time, since they were right next to a bowling alley in Woodbridge. I myself am a home brewer. I love the smell of brewing beer. It smells like bread baking. This is going to be a great thing for our city. I'm looking forward to taking my kids to see the displays at Savin Rock Museum, since they haven't been able to see that for a few years. And looking at it now, the old casino that Savin Rock Conference Center is kind of an eyesore. I'd like to see something different at the end of my block, especially since it's going to be halfway between Bradley Point and the boardwalk. This is the perfect location for New England Brewing. And I can't wait to see their flagship brewery that they're designing for us here in West Haven. I was so happy at the Savin Rock Festival when I saw their flag up there. I know they're going to be great for our city. And into the future, this is what we want here in West Haven.
Thank you.
Hi, Simon McDonald. I live at 35 Wood Avenue in Milford. I am the Director of Membership and Marketing for the Milford Regional Chamber of Commerce, which is now taking care of West Haven. So thanks for having me. As far as the brewing company, I've watched brewing companies in Milford come in and heard objections to them before they got there. And after they've been there for a little while, you don't hear those objections anymore, because they do bring in a nice group of people. They bring in business, they bring in commerce, and you know, as a chamber head, that's kind of what we're about, is to bring in good commerce to economies like West Haven. So I'm in big favor of NEPCO being down at Savin Rock. So just
Thank you very
give my
much.
2 cents. Thanks.
Anybody else from the public like to speak on this? Yes, ma'am.
Good evening. My name is Marie Lee from 610 Campbell Avenue.
610 Campbell Avenue.
Yes,
Ms.
is it the time?
Pazzi, is this about, are you going to speak about the brewery or the property?
The
issue
property that I'm wondering
Okay,
if
right
it's
now,
on.
it's just strictly the brewery that, for the public to speak. You will have your opportunity after all this is
Okay.
there, if you don't mind. Thank you very
Okay,
much.
do you mind if I pass the flyers that I have?
You could do that when you come up.
Okay.
Okay? Thank you very much. Anybody else wish to come up in public to speak on the brewery?
Good evening, everyone. My name is Kim Marie Mullen. I live on 2nd Avenue, 46 Second Avenue. I think there's two conversations going on right here, right now, for the brewery, against the brewery. I don't think any of the residents who have to face the brewery, smell the smells, deal with the traffic, deal with a manufacturing center that is on beach property, which is unheard of. You do not see this in any other states and any other towns where they are given prime beach property. Typically, you are seeing breweries in industrial areas, in the back. Sometimes they're lucky enough to have a little slice of waterfront, but they don't get beach property. If you look at this plan, I've been a broker, I've been in the real estate industry for 20 years. Take a look at what we're charging them. Take a look at the figures. We are giving it away. So I don't think, giving it away. Are we so desperate for economic development that we are giving these prices away? Of course they want this. Why wouldn't they want this? They're not going to get this price in any other city, on a beach, on waterfront. It's unheard of in this day and age. That's number one. Number two, I don't think anyone here is saying anything negative about this company. The company's great. They give back to the public. They do lots of wonderful things. That's not the point. The point is the residents are the ones that live here. The residents are the one that's going to have to deal with it, not the chief marketing person, not the senator, not any of these other people who are coming here to advocate for it. You have to start listening to the people of West Haven. They're the ones who live here. Why is that so hard? Seriously, okay? I mean, it's not that hard, okay? These are the people who have to deal with it. You're up here because of them, not because of this company, not because of anybody else. Let them find another location. They can. They don't want to because they won't get these rock bottom prices. Of course they want this. Look around, do your due diligence, find me, find everybody here, other breweries that have prime location on the water, blocking the view. For that price. Look at the prices, look at the numbers, people, because that is unheard of in this day and age for a company. People on the Ocean Avenue are paying twice as much just in property taxes. Twice as much. It's outrageous. I mean, who put this together to give this away? It's a giveaway. Okay? Pay attention, everybody, and start listening to the people of West Haven.
Anybody else from the public like to speak on this matter? For a second time, anyone else from the public like to speak on this matter? Yes, Ms. Krasinski.
My name is Margaret A. Krasinski from Allentown in West Haven. She got it right. We're taxed to death. You want to give away our waterfront. For what reason? For a stupid brewery. And bus routes also. I couldn't believe it when I finally got onto my iPad this afternoon. And there's a lot of pages to the proposals. A bus route. You're offering the Canadian bus company, bus routes to that brewery. How dare you? So I can get on a bus to go up Campbell Avenue, First Avenue, to the brewery. How dare you? To get a beer. To a building that's blocking my view of that beautiful waterfront that redevelopment took down those amusement rides to look at that water. Now, you want a parking lot for the employees, expecting 420 people to go to the brewery to drink a beer that's going to be mass-produced to go where? All over the country, probably, besides Connecticut. That we're going to get a bit of the profits. Not very much. And if we want food, where do we go? They're not giving us food. Jetties, Savin Rock Roasting Company, but it's a new name. How great of you to give it away. It could have gone to where the Havens is. We're just sitting there, doing nothing for the last 6 years. That would have been a beautiful spot over there. But no, our beautiful shore, that people gave it to us. Now you want to give it away. To give to who? Who in this city is going to profit off of that property? Not me. What other departments in this city are going to get that money? Well, we know the police department is suffering because the officers are leaving. I see that when I look at their agendas. What other people are profiting off of that money? Huh? I'm smart enough because I keep looking at their agendas, and I can figure it out whose money the pocket's going to go into. You can't come after us for taxes. We're taxed to death. Our children are suffering in schools because the school teachers got tired of the pandemic. They're not wanting to come back to teaching, and you can't blame them. We're tired. People are losing their jobs. I have 2 granddaughters that graduated from college that got jobs in New York City. Their apartments are small compared to my kitchen and my bedroom, and their rents are sky high. This is young generation that want to go out in the world. You know what, people? The hell with this parking lot. Let them take a bus.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Kaminsky. Anyone else from, oh, yeah. I'll get you a second afterwards, sir.
Hello, I'm Sean Hayes, and I'm from 950 Ocean Avenue. I'm from West Haven, born here, and I've been overseas for 20 years. I think with this issue, the biggest issue that many people have, some are going to be opposed to any development on the beach at all. And we know that, any development. But there's a large group here that does not really understand what the project's about. I think coming forward with a 3D CAD and explaining it, explaining trucking, explaining how many trucks would come in and out each day, explain the process, explain things that I would normally see when you're vetting an actual process. So I think if we did do that, and we can do it quickly, we would have some people in this room that would change their mind. Some people in this room that would change their mind. And I think a complete understanding, of what this is all about is the first step, and we don't have a complete understanding. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Robert Wikowski, 93 Dalton Street. I originally didn't come here to speak about this. I didn't know this was going on. But I always had something to say about it. So it's going to be a long night for me, and I got to get up early in the morning. But, you know, as Kim Marie said, we're giving the property away. As always, we give it away. Just like the Allentown Library, right? We gave it away. You know? Masonic Temple, we paid a whole lot of money for a building that's useless. Useless. Yeah, it's insane. Obviously, we're patting somebody's pocket, as we always do. This council needs to make a decision for the people, what you were elected for. That price is way too low. I definitely agree. We need something down there to bring people in to spend their money. But we're not going to give it away. We paid for that property for years out of our tax dollars. And you're going to just lease it off for cheap? No. I mean, I know somebody getting patted on their pocket, just like every other issue here. And somebody's getting greased somewhere. And that's all I got to say on this issue. I'm getting tired of watching my money, my tax dollars go to waste and giving this land away. Like Mark said about the shoreline there, the shore, the haven. It's done nothing. Nothing. And you evicted people. You bought them out. You didn't even buy them out at a decent price. You eminent domain. And nothing but a garbage pile over there now. And the neighborhoods that are behind it are dwindling down because of it. This is disgraceful what this city's doing to the taxpayers. The council needs to wake up. Nobody should be able to make a decision to sell property, lease property, or buy property without going through you. And you could say no. You need to say no. We're giving us away. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Excuse me, Bob. The property down at the Havens was not done by eminent domain. The company that owns that property bought them people out. The city had nothing to do with buying them houses there. It's the people that own the property, so we did not take any eminent domain from them buildings. So you're wrong.
Okay. Anybody else from the public like to speak on the brewery at this point? Yes.
Michael Hickey, 32 Bungalow Lane. Not something I really wanted to talk about. I don't drink anymore, thank God. All right, or he wouldn't be making enough beer for me. Wrong place to put a manufacturing. All right, I got a Haven over there. Pick up the phone, Mayor. Man's looking to build by the water. That's a water site with an on and off highway, with the ability to expand manufacturing if needed be. There was going to be a walkway made from there all the way down along the shoreline. So we would still have the ability to have a shoreline place with an on and off on the highway for his trucks, for all his material coming in and all the cans going out. Do not put a manufacturing down on that shore. You will open a can of worms that you will not believe. That will become like Massachusetts Cannery Row. Every brewery in the state or in the New England area is going to try to make a land grab down there to a city that's literally bankrupt. So every sweet deal is going to look good. Rethink this and rethink it real hard. I usually see into the future pretty good, all right? And I can see what's coming. There's no way, if it's successful as he says it is, he wants to expand the factory end of it. That's how he's gonna make his money. People aren't gonna have X amount of beer, and that's it. So think real hard. Get on the phone, let them talk to the Haven, maybe we can make a deal, all right? Because they're not putting them all there, that's for sure. All right, but maybe they can put up some eateries and some decent condominiums around there with a decent looking brewery on and off and away from West Haven and the shoreline. I can't imagine the truck's gonna be coming back and forth on Campbell Avenue going to the highway. Wrong decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public like to speak on this matter? Yes, ma'am.
Hello, Sylvana Pasella, 281 Highland Avenue. I love the idea of a brewery. It's the location. I go to Dockside Brewery in Milford, and it's done really, really nicely. I saw the plans that have been posted with the agenda, and I love what they did with the, they had, seemed like fire pits along the back, which looked really, really nice, but I agree, I don't believe that that is the correct location for the brewery. I know the Havens owes us about 2.1 million. I don't know the exact number, it's what I've heard. And why not go to them and ask to make a deal? That's a perfect location for the brewery. I think a lot of people here would agree that it's a perfect location for the brewery. The brewery would be the anchor, and it would definitely bring a lot of businesses there. It's easy on and off the highway, not much, you're not driving through much residential area, and it's already zoned for industry. So, also, as far as I noticed the bus lines, and I didn't see any bus lines going from Allentown Street down there, which right now I have a good friend of mine that lives in Allentown, and she can't even get her daughter that goes to West Haven High a direct bus route from Allentown to even the center for her. So if anything, I mean, that seems to me a little bit more important. If you're gonna try and move things around for the community, not just because a brewery is coming. And lastly, the museum. I agree, I don't really like the idea of having just showcases of little souvenirs. I think that we should have a dedicated building for that the community can enjoy, that the community could possibly rent out and have events that kids can go to on field trips. Yeah, I love the idea of a brewery, but I don't like the location either. So, thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else from the public like to speak on this matter? For a second time, does anyone else from the public like to speak? All right, Mayor.
Third and final thing? David Riccio, 56 York Street, West Haven. You heard from the people that you represent. And you also heard from people who, A, have a special interest in this brewery, person who just moved here 2 years ago, and a gentleman who just moved here. You heard from the majority of the people who are born and raised here in West Haven, who've paid years and years of taxes, and the only special interest is that their families still remain in West Haven, and to also have a place where they could live. You represent these people, the people that your district. You don't represent anything that's proposed from the administration. You are the legislative body. You make the decisions for your constituents. What you feel is in the best interest of your constituents. Now, Sarah, Ronnie, Colleen, Gary, Pete, Steve, Robert, Kathy, and Robin, I'm not sure about the rest of you, but you've been born and raised here in West Haven. You understand what I'm saying. I served on the city council. Represent the people, your voice, your vote is for your people. Sometimes it gets lost, I know that. Sometimes it turns into a political vote. Well, this is a vote that's going to be long-lasting and affecting the entire city of West Haven. Hey, I'm for a brewery, but definitely not in that location, and I know most of you are thinking the same way once you review what everybody has said. So I'm asking you to do the right thing this evening, and that location is not in the right, proper spot. Some of you have pictures of the area which you're looking for parking on the most dangerous corner of Kelsey and Captain Thomas Boulevard. I don't know where the curb cut is going to be on that, but I tell you what, person walking across the street, it's definitely not a place for parking to be in that major congested area. So overall, I'm asking you to do the right thing. Some of you, I know you will, and you've heard from the voice from the people who live here, who are the Westies, and I expect you to do the same tonight. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good evening, council members. Nancy Rossi, 12 Robin Road. I am in favor of the brewery. I've sat and listened to a lot of discussion on this from when it was first announced, well over a year ago. It wasn't announced too early. It was announced properly. Someone brings you this kind of development, you don't wait. You try to work on it and get it done. The interesting part is, as I sit here and listen to the people have spoken, I agree. There were people that spoke against it tonight, no question about it. But we have 55,000 residents here approximately. 18 people spoke against the brewery, 18. So I suggest that, you know, again, they came here. Some of them are the same people that coming probably since I've been on the council, some of them. I know their addresses by heart. I think that more than 18 people should make this decision. And I don't know, you know, again, whether people knew about the public hearing. I know it was noticed and everything. I know that even we didn't have the amount of people that I thought we were going to have at the P&Z meeting, and that's because the primary was that night, but it still passed. I'm absolutely in favor of it. I think this is a great opportunity for West Haven. We have been struggling, whether it be the pandemic or other reasons, not, you know, to get economic development here. This would be a big deal for us. And when one comes, others follow. Those of you who were not at the P&Z meeting and the ZBA meeting, there were people who got up, and I don't know if we did the P&Z meeting, but I know the ZBA meeting. I suggest that you watch it to say how credible and great these folks are, what good neighbors they are, how they not only participate in the community, they become part of the community. And they want to help, and they do want to donate. And you did see their banner up there at the Savin Rock Festival. So again, I think that this is extremely important. And everyone's talking, so let me put this idea that everybody's talking about for the Haven. First off, the Haven, to my knowledge, if we're able, you know, if they're able to find somebody, they are not looking to parse it out, okay? They want to do a development, the whole piece that is there. Whether they sell it or whatever, we have been talking to them, and we have been in contact with them, and they have been in contact with us. So the idea that you're going to tell the brewery to go down there doesn't work that way. That's not what the owners of the property.
Thank you. I have a timer here myself.
You know, yeah.
Thank you. Continue.
Thank you very, very much. So again, it's very, very important with the Haven.
Mm-hmm.
3 minutes is 3 minutes, Gary.
I have the 3 minutes going.
A meeting at once.
I'm going to ask everybody to please keep their comments down. You were allowed to speak. All right? Everybody some people had more than 3 minutes that I allowed. All right? I did it for more than people. Go ahead, Mayor.
Thank you.
Please finish.
Thank you very, very much. So again, I think we should think long and hard. Rudeness, whoever did it, again, I'll tell you like I told the couple at the Savin Rock Festival.
Mayor, address the council.
Booing behind the, should not, you talk about rude.
3 minutes is 3 minutes, Michael.
Is he done?
Peter.
Because then I can get back to what I was doing? Thank you.
One more time, the door.
Okay, Pete.
Keep it quiet.
You're the best. Thank you.
So again, it is extremely, extremely important that this development come. We have done everything to try to cooperate. We've put things out there. I've tried to be at every meeting that I possibly can. This is a very, very important development. It is a game changer for West Haven. If we miss an opportunity like this, who do you think is going to come here? So I guess what the 18 people are saying is, I'd rather have the Savin Rock Conference Center sit there and fall apart because we don't have millions of dollars to fix it. And by the way, we paid $7 million for it back in the day.
Why not?
So at the end of the day, that's what's going to happen because people aren't going to want to come here. Anyone watching this on television, remember, back in the day, they used to call us the friendliest city. Not if they watch this tape, they won't.
Thank you. Anybody else from the public like to speak? For a second time, does anybody else from the public like to speak? Okay. I'm going to bring you guys up in a minute.
It's going to take a lot of guts here. Kathy Shea, 56 Kelsey Ave. Nancy, I can't believe that right now. You just, on the brewery, just criticized 18 people who spoke out? I can't even believe that just happened here.
Ma'am, just...
Watching it on TV.
Ma'am,
Am I speaking about brewery?
Kathy,
Yes,
excuse
I
me.
am.
Yeah, we'll talk about the brewery. I'd rather you not
Well,
converse like that. Thank you.
I'm sitting here with everybody. Woo! So, yeah, I live on Kelsey, and we are very concerned. A lot of the neighbors are very concerned about the trucks. Is the brewery a great idea? It's a great idea. Evidently, we shouldn't maybe say where we think it would be best, but the shorefront is not best. Definitely not best. We live here. You're going to have 2 shifts of people working round the clock, driving past our homes at night, all hours, bringing beer places. What's it going to smell like? What's the traffic study for the trucks? What's the traffic study for all of those food trucks? So you're a brewery, you have 2 shifts, food trucks. April, May, June, July, August, September, October, maybe. Where do you get food if you go to the brewery during the winter? How's that going to be handled? Fire pits in the summer? Well, that's when I enjoy my property. That's when the residents enjoy their property. That's when the residents enjoy the shorefront. So please, please, I implore all of you, vote for us. Yeah, the 19 people, because now I got up. We kind of want it in a different place, and we really don't want it there. We're begging you. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public like to come up and speak? For a second time? Anyone else from the public? Before I bring the brewery up with Lee, are you here, Councilman? Is somebody can get him, I'll bring them up as well. Yeah, if you gentlemen from the brewery would like to come up, have a couple questions maybe you can answer, and Lee as well, if that's all right. Before you guys get started, a lot of these questions and concerns, and totally understand, and we do listen, all right? But like people say, yeah, we listen to everybody, all right? But a lot of these questions we can't answer. Planning and zoning have their meeting tomorrow. Those would be answered at that time. We don't have all those answers. But we will address some of the questions today that was brought up that I wrote down, and maybe the council would have questions as well. That's why, Lee, I have you here if there's anything going. But first of all, gentlemen, thank you very much for coming tonight. I want to thank you for thinking about having your permanent home here in West Haven. Some of the questions I'd like to ask first, if that's okay with the rest of the committee and council. People talked about the odor that would be omitted from that. Can you maybe give a little detail of what kind of odor, if any?
You ever drive by a bakery?
Yes, sir.
It smells like a bakery.
Okay.
It's you taking the same grain that they use to pulverize to make bread. And flour. It's the same thing that's used to make beer.
Oh, need your name and address, sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. My name is Martin Giuliano, and I live at 35 Wilbar Avenue in Milford, Connecticut. I would also like to add, to start...
Hold on 1 minute, sir.
I'm sorry.
So we're not supposed to do that now. We're supposed to do that in committee. This is supposed to happen in
Okay,
committee.
I got you in the wrong spot. I truly apologize. I'll have you, huh? You could speak as from the...
Just a point of order. So this is a public hearing on the brewery, so that They certainly could speak on the public, but as far as the question and answer, that would come within our
Within
committee.
the committee, okay.
Right.
So if you'd like to speak on it right now, and then I'm going to bring you back up when we're in committee for this portion.
Okay.
So if I could just,
If I
Hold on
could.
one more second.
maybe instead of the back and forth, maybe they could just address some of the audience's things that they heard were questions. Oh, they could do that now, because it's the public hearing, but not ask.
I don't know if they wrote anything down. I don't know if you can address maybe some of the questions within the 3-minute allotment. If not, we're going to bring you back up during the committee. We can handle it.
I cannot address, obviously, all of them in 3 minutes. The one thing I would like to say is, I was born and raised in West Haven. My father was a West Haven police officer for years and served this city. I lived here for 47 years until I moved to Milford when I got married. And one of the reasons is because this city was not progressive in bringing business into this city, and it's been going down. And when the opportunity to come to this city, I was like, this is a great space and a great opportunity and a great chance to make a difference in the city that I was born and raised in, to come back here and make a difference and help this city get back on its feet, get out of its financial woes, and start to develop and bring more businesses and drive this city and get it going in the right direction. As for other things, obviously, like I said, I don't have time. We'll deal with it in questions and answers. But there's a ton of rebuttals for statements that people have made that are completely not accurate. So we'll address it then.
We'll address it later. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time. Anybody else from the public? Oh, yep, yes, sir.
Actually, could I
Absolutely.
just get a second? Because,
You get 3 minutes, so you get one
okay,
in a second.
great. Thank you. My name is Douglas Gray. I live on Turtleback Road, New Canaan, Connecticut. I am managing member of Rock Street Brewery LLC. We're working with NEPCO to bring the brewery to West Haven. This was an opportunity that was really driven with the city, Marty urging all of us to approach this. I have done over $2 billion in redevelopment projects across the country. I cannot stress enough how important these sort of projects are to cities, especially financial ones like this. And I compare redevelopment all the time to like rocks in a puddle, where if you have a redevelopment project that's successful come in, and that ripple goes all the way throughout a city, especially a smaller one like this. We come in, this is a larger project for a smaller city, I'll admit that, but that ripple is going to be very big, and the economic benefit to a city of this size will be fantastic for many decades to come. We plan on being here, if allowed, we plan on being here for generations. So thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else from the public like to speak on this matter? For a second time, anyone from the public like to speak? For a third and final time, anyone like to speak on this matter? Seeing none, the public session is now closed. It is now 7:53, Chairman.
Thank you, Councilman Donovan. Next, I'd like to have Deep come in and explain the coal collection pilot program. After they explain the program, the audience will have 3 minutes to ask questions to Deep, and this will only last for 1 hour because they have, matter of fact, they were only supposed to be here for an hour, but I'm asking them to come forward. Everybody that's involved in the whole coal collection.
This is the public session portion of our meeting too, by the way.
This is it. This is public session of it.
And the time is 7:54. No, it's the public session.
It's a public session.
Take us a minute, Mr. Chairman, if you want a bathroom
outside.
break.
Oh, they're over there. They're over there sitting down with it.
Peter, after the people talk about the deep stuff, are they gonna be allowed to come back? Huh?
No, I gotta do the moment of silence too.
Yeah, you could do that when we start our regular.
City Council, Mayor, public. I'm here to discuss $1 million hole in next year's budget, climbing thereafter. My name is Tom McCarthy, and for those of you that don't know me, I'm the Commissioner of Public Works. Have been for several years, and I reside in West Haven with my family. It is in this role that I come to you. The choices and options we have for garbage disposal are getting harder and more costly. The need is great, the funds are limited. The hole we have could result in a $300 tax increase per family if we don't get our hands wrapped around this. This program is the only program right now available to the city. We've been looking for several years for something. This is what has come our way. The state is proposing a grant of $1.3 million with no local match other than citizens' cooperation. Just to try it, no strings attached. We are one of only 18 towns to get the funding. Keeping the city clean and providing trash collection is a necessity. It does not have to be done the way we do it, though. Wallingford, Guilford, Madison, they don't collect their own trash. It's out to a private contractor. Madison spends $600,000 a year just to achieve that. This is an option for this council. You could cut taxes and let everyone else go get their own hauler. I'm not advocating that we do that, but we need the council to understand that if we want to continue offering the services we do, without a major tax hike, fractioning the waste stream is the option we must take. And this is why it's trending worldwide. It is coming here, whether we like it or not. We have to do something different. Before us right now is a plan to put the food waste into a disposal method that is not only environmentally friendly, but has a disposal cost that is trending down. The incineration method we use today is trending up by doubling next year and climbing thereafter. Further, the incinerator industry is not stable. There are only 3 of the original 5 waste-to-energy plants left, and they are all over 30 years old. No new incinerators are planned. 2 new biodigesters for food waste are planned, however. That is the way of the technology of the future. 4 things I'd like this council and the citizens to know. This has nothing to do with the collection contract. This is the cost of emptying the truck at a disposal site. We can't implement this without state aid. It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. When we first came into office, we looked at providing trash and recycle bins for every resident. It would require a 5-year contract and a $2.5 million commitment, just to give you an example. No one is forced to participate, no fines, no bag tracking with barcodes, none of that. And we will reconvene this discussion in July of '23 when we will have real data on cost savings, real feedback from the residents, and a better understanding of what works and what doesn't. I'm going to be very honest with you for a second. I'm here to stand in front of you and tell you I don't know whether this will succeed. I genuinely don't. But I do know that if we don't do something different, these residents are going to be faced with a significant cost increase. So all I'm asking, educate yourselves, make an informed decision, but understand we can't just kick this can down the road anymore. So I genuinely appreciate your time. Thank you. And I will turn it over to the deep analyst, Chris Nelson, who will offer a small presentation.
There's one slide missing to support Tom, if I could pass this down.
Oh, wait a minute, as that circulates. Good evening, I'm Chris Nelson. I work for the Connecticut Department of Environmental Protection. And my group at DEEP is involved with offering up some new municipal grants to towns that are looking to reduce the amount of waste that they're generating. And I'll just give a little background on why this is an important issue for DEEP. For years, we've recognized that disposal capacity in the Northeast and Connecticut has been diminishing. Landfills are closing, the waste-to-energy facilities are closing, which was just noted. I'm sure you've heard just earlier this summer, the Mid-Connecticut Trash-to-Energy Facility in Hartford closed. It was one of the biggest ones in the state, so we lost a lot of disposal capacity there. That means a lot of waste ends up now going, or more and more Connecticut waste ends up going out of state for disposal at landfills. There's higher cost involved with that. And you know, I think the prices for tipping or disposal of trash are going nowhere but up. Connecticut has long had a policy of trying to be as self-sufficient as we possibly could be. We don't want to just unload our trash on other states and not be under control. You know, nothing prevents a state down the road from saying, hey, Connecticut, we don't want your trash anymore. And if we're not self-sufficient, we're kind of at a loss for where to send it. So we're still striving to be as self-sufficient as we can be in Connecticut. And one way we can do that is to reduce the amount of waste that's generated in the first place, also to divert materials that we can, like food from the waste or textiles, things like that. In Connecticut, we did a waste characterization study a few years ago that showed 20% by weight of what we as Connecticut residents throw out is food scrap at the household level. So 20% of what we throw out by weight is food that we throw out. That's stuff that could go to a compost facility or anaerobic digester to make energy. And these are the types of materials we want to divert from what would typically go into the trash can. Are we, can you go back a slide or two? Okay, that's good. One thing I had seen in social media, you can go to the next slide. There was some, I think some questions about recycling in general in Connecticut. I just wanted to point out, recycling is the law in Connecticut. We have a list of what we call designated recyclables or mandatory recyclables. Those things must be separated. They cannot be remixed with trash once they're separated. And if residents have any questions about what can or cannot go into a curbside recycling bin, we have a list posted online at recyclect.com. I would just say it's a great resource for people to use if they're trying to learn more about, you know, how they should be recycling at their homes. Next slide. So the grant program, a couple of years ago, the legislature gave us $5 million a DEEP to start a municipal grant program. This came out of a process that we had an ongoing dialogue with a number, close to 100 municipalities in Connecticut, talking to us about their concerns with waste and the costs associated with managing it. They said, hey, it'd be great if you guys could give us municipal loans so we could start some programs and pilots to try to reduce waste. So we were given by the legislature $5 million to roll out a grant program, and that's what we're working through now. The initial wave of applications came in. We've gone through them. We really liked West Haven's proposal for what they wanted to do as a pilot. And West Haven's been offered up to $1.3 million to do this pilot to see how it works. Under the program, I think Kristen Brown, who followed me, will go into more detail. Residents will receive free bags for trash. They'll also receive free bags for their organic materials, food waste, not yard waste. And the idea is that these waste streams will be put into different bags, but will be put into the same bin and will be collected the same way it always is. What will happen is that this trash will go to a facility where it'll be sorted out. The trash will go one way for disposal, but the food waste will go to another facility where it will be composted or sent to an anaerobic digester to create energy. One of the other advantages is that the tipping fees for organics is typically much lower than it would be for trash once it's separated. So, not only is there the environmental benefit of separating out the food waste, but there's also the cost savings as well. So it's kind of a win-win once you start separating out that food waste. Next slide. The grant from DEEP would be for a pilot program. This is not establishing a permanent program. It's just to try it out, see how it works. We don't expect there'll be any additional cost to the town during this pilot. It's expected that the pilot will actually result in cost savings to the city as the amount of the tons of trash goes down. And as previously mentioned, the data collected during the pilot will help inform the town on whether or not it wants to continue in some form down the road after the pilot's ended. So I think that is all I had.
Yeah.
And with that, I'll turn it over to Kristen Brown, who's a consultant who's been doing work for DEEP on helping us implement these grant programs.
So good evening, and thank you so much for having me tonight. I did have laryngitis last week, so I'm just wondering if people can hear me in the back. Yep. Okay, perfect. I'll still try to talk as loud as I can. As Chris Nelson mentioned, I am the consultant for DEEP. I've been working with DEP for the last 2.5 years on this project, and I also have been in the waste industry for about 35 years. So I've been in garbage all my life. I've looked at, I've looked at programs all over the place, and this really is a really great opportunity. So I'm excited to talk to you about it today. So how can we solve this Connecticut waste crisis together? Sorry, Doug, it's probably killing your knees here. So basically, the first thing is I want to give you a high-level overview of the waste collection in the state of Connecticut and sort of the trash landscape across the United States, so you get a little better feeling for why we really are doing this program. But one key part of your pilot program proposal is this is for single-family residents and residents in multifamily homes that are 3 units attached and under. So if you're in condos or if you're in apartment buildings, this program won't be applying to you. This pilot program won't. Next slide. Next again, sorry. As a high-level look at waste, I thought we'd go back to the beginning, and that is we started in the U.S. with landfills. So way back when, this is going back to 1960, obviously the picture is a little bit further back than that, but landfills were very different. In fact, our generation was very different. We were producing 65% less waste per capita than we do today. So today, our lifestyles are very different. We have families that have, 2 or 3 different jobs. You're running around. There's a lot of packaging involved because you're buying things differently. You're eating a lot of prepared foods or, fast foods. So your waste stream is very, very different than it was. And as Chris mentioned, actually, of the residential waste stream, about 22% of what you throw away is actually food scraps that could have been digested or moved into a different stream. In Connecticut and all of New England, the primary form of disposal has been incineration. Most of the landfills in New England have closed over the years. Incineration is a way of capturing some of the energy, a little bit of the energy of the material, but it's still not the greatest because it still does emit CO2 emissions, but it's a preferable method than landfilling, actually, according to the US EPA and most state governments. Next. So what we're moving toward now, and what Chris was beginning to talk about, is the idea of managing these materials differently. So it is challenging. It is different than what we're used to. We're used to having a trash can, throwing most of the stuff away, having a recycling bin, recycling a little bit. Managing these materials differently is really the key to keeping our costs down in the future. Part of this is looking at the EPA hierarchy on what's important. Obviously, preventing waste, buying better, thinking twice about what you throw away, reducing waste, again, thinking about what you're throwing away, reuse, bringing your textiles to the Goodwill or other places, bringing your toaster oven, anything that you don't want anymore, thinking twice about throwing that away and moving it out of the waste stream and back into the supply stream or into the reuse stream, giving it to your neighbor, go back again, sorry, giving it to a neighbor, just thinking differently about what you throw away. The more you can move these materials out of the waste stream and back into the supply stream, whether it's the reuse stream, again, Goodwill, Habitat for Humanity, or into the recycling stream, this actually creates jobs. And it does create even local jobs. So it's not just a way of saving money, but it's actually a way of making money. The next sort of tier there, the red, is anaerobic digestion. So that's recovery of food waste. So that's something that's relatively new. We have one anaerobic digester in Connecticut. It's located in Southington right now. And we have proposals for other anaerobic digestion facilities. This is a way of recovering the food and creating clean, green energy in a really economical way. So next slide. Again, looking at the capacity issue that Chris mentioned, we have two of the our waste energy facilities have closed recently in Connecticut. The Wallingford Covanta facility closed a couple of years ago, and the Mira facility has just closed. That's not just happening in Connecticut. When you look at Massachusetts, Maine, Vermont, other areas, waste energy facilities are closing as well. The graph I have there is landfill capacity. So there are 39 million people living from New York State up. When you look at the landfills, the gray bar represents the New York State capacity, and the blue bar represents the capacity for landfills in New England. So you can see that we have a huge decrease in landfill capacity. So not only are these waste to energy facilities closing, but we're also losing what remaining landfill capacity we have. So next slide. And next one again. So this is a chart from US EPA, and this looks at landfills across the entire United States. We had 6,000 landfills in 1990. Today we have just over 1,000 landfills. So again, landfills are decreasing, so therefore capacity for waste disposal is decreasing. Next bullet. The Northeast will lose about 40% of the capacity in the next 5 years. Of the 75 incinerators that we have in the United States that burn trash, only one of those has been built in the last 30 years. So the problem we have in the US, and the reason our capacity is decreasing, is because no town really wants to have a landfill or an incinerator in their town, because you probably wouldn't want one in your town, and I've been to many town meetings where incineration has been proposed or landfills have been proposed, and it's always voted down. So it's very, very difficult to site these facilities. Therefore, again, going back to the idea of we need to think about managing these materials differently. The cost is expected to double for West Haven, as Doug pointed out, and Tom. And next one, over the next 4 years, or 2 years actually here, and then it will just continue to go up unless we figure out what to do with this trash. Next slide. The good news is most of our trash is either recyclable or recoverable in some way. So based on the West Haven disposal for the last 3 years, the average home in West Haven, this is single-family home, or 3-family attached and under, is throwing away about 31 pounds of garbage per week on average. About 7 pounds equals food scraps, so that's that top bar. About 5 pounds is recyclable paper. About 5 pounds is yard waste or other organic material that could be brought. You have a great facility where you can accept yard waste here in the city. About 3 pounds is plastic waste, and then glass and metal, just about 1 pound a week each. There are other materials, like we talked about, textiles, small appliances, other things, even if you're doing home construction, which is C&D, you might have a sink or a faucet or something that's perfectly fine, but it's easy to throw it out instead of thinking about bringing that to someone else who might want it, or bringing it to Habitat for Humanity so that they can resell it. So even of the material below that dotted line, some of that is still also recyclable or recoverable. Next slide. So what about the food waste? Food waste, the next step in food waste management is the idea of anaerobic digestion. The quantum biodigester was built about 4 years ago. It's in Southington, Connecticut. There have been a couple other proposals for digesters here in Connecticut, even close by to West Haven. The digestion process itself is a little bit like your human stomach. So it's sort of taking your food scraps that you haven't eaten. So those food scraps still have calories and energy inside of them. It goes into an anaerobic digester. The calories and energy is turned into a biogas. That biogas can come out in the form of electricity. It can be heat, it can be fuel, it can be natural gas. So the biogas is moved, the food waste is turned into biogas, and after that process, there is a digestate. So it's like a black matter. It's actually filled with all the nutrients that were in your food. It's all captured in this sort of powdery digestate. That can easily be mixed with your leaves and turned back into compost that you can use in your homes or your baseball fields, or community spaces. And it's very, very nutrient filled. Next. So what is the pilot about? I'm going to give you a little bit of detail here, and then I'm going to go into even more detail on some of the specific questions. So next. So basically, as Chris mentioned, and Doug and Tom, West Haven has been awarded or offered a $1.3 million grant, which would cover the entire cost of the pilot. So the only obligation from the town is to encourage all of the residents to participate, because that's how we're going to find out whether residents like it, and that's how we're going to find out the data that we need to help us make better decisions. The pilot funds will go to the free bags for residents, all of the education and outreach, including a part-time city position for outreach. There will be a mobile app that will be offered to all homes so that they can understand how the pilot works better. And it's a two-way communication app, so you can actually send messages back to the city and get information back. And then it also covers all of the analytics and the processing of the material, as well as analyzing all the feedback from the residents. The goal of the pilot is to gain that feedback from the residents. That is one of the primary goals, because this is new and this is different, and the only way to really understand if you like it is to be able to try it and do it at home, and then if you can do it. And then it's also obviously to gather better data so that we can project the cost savings in a better way. Next. So how does the pilot work? Your pilot will last 9 months. That equals 39 weeks. Each home will receive 2 15-gallon extra thick orange trash bags.
Is that my cue?
That's your cue. 2 orange trash bags, and they're really thick so that they don't break during the collection process. And you will receive 1 green trash bag for every week of the pilot.
Green food bag.
Oh, green food bag.
Green food bag.
You just got it.
2 orange trash bags.
Your recycling will stay exactly the same as is. Recycling will be collected every week, and the same material goes into the recycling as has always gone in, including pizza boxes, junk mail, bottles, cans. We encourage you to bring those bottles and cans back to the deposit center so you can get your redeemable funds back. But recycling will stay the same. So there's your trash and your food bags. Next. So how does the system work? So the city of Meriden did a 4-month pilot, which has given us a lot of the information, which has helped to inform how we've developed these pilots for the other communities that are in this process, just like you are. So basically, you separate your food waste from your trash items at home. You put it out for collection the same way that you do today. The same collection truck and vehicle collects that material together, just 2 separate color bags. It goes to a facility in Wallingford where there's a semi-automated sort process. So it'll go on a conveyor belt, and human beings will pick the orange bags from the green bags, and then we'll begin to get weights and data on the actual disposal per route. The food bags, after they're captured, will go to anaerobic digestion in Southington, where they'll also be looked at for quality, and then the trash will continue on to the Bridgeport W waste energy facility incinerator that it goes to today. Next. This is just, as this process, since we have about 18 communities that are going through the same thing, ideally, we want this process to become fully automated. Right now, it's going to be done using people, and that is a little bit of a problem. That's why it's really important, if it's at all possible, to use your orange bags and use your green bags, or at minimum, use the orange bags, because these people have to pick and pull these bags. If the bags aren't thick enough and aren't strong enough, the bags do break in the compaction, and then all of the material gets loose, and it makes it really difficult to be able to sort properly. Eventually, we might get to an automated sortation system, which looks like this. Next. So the Meriden pilot was super successful. It was a short pilot because the year that they were funded it's been 2 years ago, even though they did it at the beginning of this year. The funding was limited, so we only had 4 months to do it, and we could only do it in 1,000 homes. But what we did learn from that 4-month pilot is about 24% of the food waste was captured, and that's just in 4 months, so we feel like with everything that we've learned, and also with a longer period of time, we can get that number up. We know that 98% of the special spec bags did survive during the compaction of the trucks and the dropping and the sorting process, so that was important. And we know that the top 1/3 of participants were throwing away about 5.48 pounds of food scraps per week. And if you remember back to that characterization, the average home throws away about 7 pounds, so that's a really good number. So we really feel very encouraged by that. Quantum Biopower, who they were taking the food, they said that the contamination was very, very limited. Most people understood what to put in their food bag. With recycling, it's a little different because recycling gets tricky. Can I recycle, something that's plastic? You're never sure. Is it a garden hose? That seems like plastic, but can that go in the recycling? There's a lot more questions. But with this, it's simply food. So anything that you didn't eat, you can basically put in the food bag. Eggshells, banana peels, or meat, bones, anything. At the end, these were 2 surveys that we did. So we did a survey sort of at the midpoint. We had a professional company called Zen City also do a survey out of the 1,000 homes. So in the beginning, we got 135 respondents. In the middle, we got 423 respondents. We got really good feedback. And at the end, we only got about 110 respondents. But basically, throughout the process, we got very, very positive feedback from residents. At the end, the most interesting part of the survey was about the 15% of residents that said that they didn't think they would like the program in the beginning. 9.8% of those residents said that they would actually continue doing it afterwards. So we felt like that was a really important number because people were really not sure about it, but then after doing it, they actually felt like they could keep doing it, and they wanted to keep doing it. Because we only did 1,000 homes in Meriden, to me, one of the most interesting parts was the city, as well as the hauler, got lots of phone calls from residents saying, well, why didn't you pick my house? Because we just picked 1,000 and that's who we picked. So we feel like there was a lot of enthusiasm about the pilot. That's why we're encouraged here, because everyone's going to get to try it, all single-family homes. Next. So now I'm just going to go through some questions. Because you've had a lot of activity on Facebook, someone gave me some suggestions to sort of create a question dialogue where I grouped financial questions first, then logistical questions, and then some of the political objections, just so we could look at all of that together. So the financial questions, next. So is the pilot going to cost more for residents? So the answer is no. If anything, the residents are going to save money because they're going to be given 117 free bags. They're going to be given orange bags, and they're going to be given green bags, and for 9 months, they're going to be able to use those bags. So they won't have to buy any other regular garbage bags, so it will be a savings for residents. The average home spends about $4 a month on garbage bags, so in 9 months, you're going to save about $30 if you don't need any additional bags. So in theory, it's a savings to the residents if they want to participate. This is also just sort of looking, the one thing that I always notice in these programs as opposed to in official programs. So when you don't have an official program, you tend to not fill up your garbage bag. If you think about it when you're throwing your bag away, a lot of times there's a lot of leftover space. What Doug didn't show you here is these bags. When I do waste audits on these bags are so packed and they're tied in a knot and they're like sausages. So you really do fill up these bags differently than you fill up your typical bags. So I believe, based on all the averages, that the 2 free bags of trash and 1 free bag of food should be fine for all homes. They shouldn't need any additional bags. In the program, there will be additional bags available at certain stores if residents want to purchase them. The price for the bags hasn't been decided, somewhere in the 30-cent range. It won't be a lot. But even if you need 10 more bags, that's $3. If you would have spent 30 or 40, it's still less money. So even if you need extra bags, we're encouraging you to participate in the program and help us out. Next. Okay, we'll skip this. We already saw that. So will the city save money in the pilot year? The answer is yes. You should save money this year as well because you're given all the supplies to do the program, so you should see a reduction in waste because a lot of it's going to go to food waste, and we believe there's going to be a lot of managing the materials differently. So we think you will see savings. But again, it depends on participation. So we're hoping that most everyone wants to participate and help out. The savings will be tracked monthly as well. You'll get a report. It'll probably come from Tom or Doug or someone will come up with a simple report that you'll see every month at a council meeting so you can track what's happening. Next. What's the estimated financial benefit in the future? So the benefit's going to be dependent on how we see tip fees rise, obviously, because they could rise considerably faster than what I've estimated. And also it's going to depend on participation levels, but we project somewhere between $2.5 and $3.2 million over the next 4 years after the pilot. That number will get bigger and bigger and bigger as tipping fees continue to rise. But that's my estimate for now. We'll know more when we have data from the pilot. So this is just a look at Brattleboro, Vermont. They're one of the cities that does do curbside weekly food waste collection coupled with a standard bag program. And they did reduce their trash about 70%. And they did it in 2016 and they continue to do it today. Next. Will residents save money in the future? And so the answer to that is yes, because doing nothing is going to mean higher waste costs. Those higher waste costs have to be absorbed someplace. So in the taxes, this program will slow the rise of taxes due to the increased waste costs. So yes, it's going to save residents money in the taxes. Next. The environmental benefit, which is super important, and this, we've kind of focused always on the money part of it, but the environmental part of it is super important. The one that hits me the most is you have 16,000 single-family homes that would be participating. It's equal to 17,604 solar panels. It's like one for everybody's house. That's how much of an impact it makes from a carbon emissions point of view. 1.9 million gallons of gasoline. So it is a significant environmental impact. Next. So how will I receive my free bags? You will get a mailer if you decide to move forward with the program. In the mailer, you'll receive 2 free bags plus some instructions on how to pick up all of your remaining bags. There'll be some convenient pickup points around the city with convenient times. You can also make arrangements to have the bags dropped off, and there'll be an 800 number to help people to get their bags. So we're going to try to make it as easy as possible. It will be a 2-week distribution, so there'll be 2 weeks to roll it out. Obviously, if people don't get them, they can still, get them just after that. Next. Okay, is the pilot mandatory? So it's not mandatory to participate. There will be no fines. This was something that apparently was sort of out there on the Facebook. There are no fines. If you don't want to separate your food scraps, you don't have to. Obviously, we really want you to try. We ask that you at least use the free orange bags for your trash and try your best. We understand if some people won't do it and absolutely don't want to do it, but we're really encouraging everyone to do it because we're trying to give you the tools to make it totally free so that you can do it and we can really try this and give it a really good shot. If you run out of orange bags, again, they'll be available for you at the supermarkets. And again, we encourage you to do this for us because it is a grant of $1.3 million, and this is the only thing that's being asked of you. Next. Is there an opt-out? Technically, if you don't come and pick up your bags, and you don't call for or arrange delivery, you are effectively opting out because we know that you won't have the bags. We will track the households that don't pick up the bags. We'll do that based on route, and the primary reason that we'll do that is we'll have to back out that waste out of the system so that we can give a few different types of analysis. One, an analysis on everybody that is doing the program, what does that look like, and then looking at what portion didn't. So we will be tracking by home, but again, there will be no fines. It's not mandatory, but we really hope that everyone does participate. Next. So why is it important to participate? And this really, to me, is the big thing. The people that are going to separate these bags, they have to pick those bags out of a conveyor belt that's moving. And if you don't use the proper bags, the bags will likely break. When they break open, you get scattered trash on top of other trash. So when they're picking those bags, they have a better chance of cutting themselves on a piece of glass or poking themselves with a needle or something. So if you can, that's why we really encourage you to use the right bags. Next. How do I use the mobile app? Well, there'll be information, again, when we have at the pickup points for your bags, we'll help people download the mobile app if they don't know how. But the cool thing about the mobile app is it'll give you information about the program. It'll also allow you to communicate. And you can say, you know, I think this program's horrible, or you can say, I think this program's great. You can give us ideas about how you're managing your food waste in the kitchen. You know, you can use that as a great way to communicate with the city. You can also ping the DPW if you have a missed collection or something like that. So it's an easy way to communicate with DPW. Next. So what goes in the food waste bag? This is just the quick and easy. Your fruits and vegetables, breads, grains, pasta, eggs, cheese, dairy, meat, poultry, bones, fish, coffee, dessert, pretty much anything you don't eat. If you could have eaten it, it can go in the bag. So how can you manage this in your house? There will be some funding for buckets with lids, which you can pick up through the city. Also, you might have a paint bucket or something at home that has a lid. That's an easy way to do it. The 8-gallon bag fits into the bucket. Kitty litter bag is also good. There's really inexpensive 8-gallon containers that you can get at Walmart that have an airtight lid. You might have a small container that you can use. For me personally, and these are just suggestions, we'd love to hear in any ways that you come up with. What I do with my food scraps is I put them in a stainless steel bowl, and at the end of the day, I dump them out into my food scrap area once a day, and I put that in my garage, and then eventually I take it out to the garden. So that's how I do it, because I compost. Again, you can compost at home too. You don't have to put the food scraps in here. That's another way of doing it. You don't have to even deal with the green bags. You can just stick it out every day, in your own home compost. The one thing I recommend is that you clean out your fridge the night before collection instead of the day after collection, because that way you don't have that extra smell for the extra day. Next. So this one is just, these are some of the objections that people told me to sort of address, and that is, and that should say fine, we'll be fining residents, sorry. So obviously no fines are involved in this. The grant funds will be monitored by DEEP. I don't know if Chris Nelson mentioned that. There are really strict rules on how you can use the funds, and again, that will be something that can be reported to you monthly at the council meetings, and then the results of the pilot will also be available to you at council meetings. So we can think differently or we can do nothing. That's kind of the question at hand. If you go back to the waste characterization, I have a quick demonstration because everyone ate, the people that I was with, we had McDonald's for dinner, so I have the food scraps. So we'll give a quick eat. I don't think there's much food left because the McDonald's was pretty good, but anyway. And actually, we had one Wendy's goer, so that's recyclable. The French fries themselves, not recyclable. Pretend that's our food bag. That's recyclable. The napkins are reusable. Nobody had ketchup. The ketchup packs are not recyclable. Anyways, this is recyclable. This is recyclable. The napkins are reusable. The Big Mac is not recyclable, but it can go in the compost. And the container is also recyclable. So basically it's almost zero waste. And you would have traditionally thrown that out. That's what happens in most homes when I visit
my kids' friends, that's what happens. So it's actually easier than you think, and I really hope that you'll consider accepting the funds and moving forward with the pilot.
Thank you.
I think Mr. Jackson wanted to say something about the finances of it. And I have a flyer here if anybody's interested in.
Scott Jackson, 355 Main Street, West Haven. I've been working on trash issues for most of my professional career, and it was well known that the incinerators were going to fail. My community of Hamden, we went to Wallingford, it failed. Hartford failed last month. And the tip fees that we are looking at, as I think Mr. McCarthy said, will double. This is one thing that we can do, that we can think creatively about, to actually take a positive step to have a good impact on the mill rates. We know the prices are going to go up, but we can bend that curve if we do this program correctly. Thank you.
I don't think so. Doug, is anybody else speaking from Deep? That's it?
No, that's the presentation, and thank you for your time and attention. The only thing I wanted to point out, somebody asked, what does that guy Doug do? And I thought this was a pretty good picture. This represents the tax dollar, the revenue to the city. Over here is what the taxpayers pay in taxes, and that red line is where I pick up, and that's my job, to bring in 33% that you don't have to pay out of your pockets. So when somebody walks in with 1.3 million, the first thing I do is say, what's the copay? What's the local match? Yes. She's a tough boss, and she doesn't hand out money easily. So when they said no match, I mean, I was kind of all over this one to begin with. And at the end of this program, even after the sign-up program, you still save money on the tax side. That's why we made the presentation we did. Thank you for your time.
Can there be a small question and answer period?
Yes, hold on for a minute. Hey, Doug, when you get a chance, you send that thing to the council?
Yes.
Appreciate
Thank you.
it. Yes, Mr. Weinstein.
Yeah, okay. So I was curious as to what towns have declined the program? Questions for Deep?
No one's declined it yet. I mean, only the towns that were interested in it applied for it. So we're working through those applications now, and West Haven was in the first wave of towns that we signed up.
Okay. I read somewhere that, and this is from Deep, saying that urban towns are not as successful with the program. Why is that?
I don't know who would have said that.
It was on a website, on a Deep website. All right. Families of 8 generate more trash than a single person. Is there any compensation for that?
So honestly, wow, okay, good. Honestly, I've been doing this for a really long time. I've had families of 10. For instance, in Massachusetts, Dartmouth, Massachusetts, I had a family of 10. A woman came and spoke at a meeting in Dartmouth. She came back to a meeting in Plymouth when I was speaking again about a program, and she said, we tried it in our household. We had a family of 10. She came specifically to speak at the meeting to say that she only uses 2 small trash bags a week. So most of what you find in your trash is recyclable or it's food scrap. It's just like the demonstration that I just gave you here. It might be reusable. It might be kids' shoes. You might lose one tennis shoe, and what do you do with the old one? Believe it or not, Goodwill wants to take one shoe. So you actually have a place for most everything in your trash. So it doesn't matter as much that you're a larger family. In a future program, there might be a compensation for that, but for the pilot, it's, you know, the 3 bags should more than compensate.
And the recycling is unlimited?
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, recycle. Yeah, I'll let you go.
Don't worry.
Oh.
Is the recycling unlimited?
Recycling is unlimited as long as people are recycling the things that are on the, what I had is the what's in, what's out list. So they don't want, a lot of people will do what we refer to as wish cycling. They have an item and think like, well, this might be recyclable, I'm gonna throw it in my recycling bin. But it becomes a contaminant and a hazard at the recycling facility. So that's why we actually, and this is going off a little bit of a tangent, but we've worked with all our processing facilities in Connecticut to come up with a universal list of what should go into the curbside bins. That way, the recycling facilities, when they sort it, they actually have materials that can then be marketed.
Okay. And one of these first slides said that it's against the Connecticut law to not recycle. What's the penalty for that?
On the individual level, there's no penalties, but we will go after businesses that don't recycle. It depends
What about
on
on
the
a city level?
If we find a city was not recycling as they're required to, we would probably approach the city about coming into compliance.
Okay. Thank you.
I have a question. Do you need a certain percentage of people?
What do we need?
Sorry. Do you need a certain percentage of people to participate?
So
Do you
this
need a
program.
number of people from West Haven to do this, to say yes, and if you don't, would you withdraw the money?
We need a commitment that everyone will be asked to please participate. You can't make them participate, but we're hoping that as they learn about this, they're going to want to be part of helping to find a solution. So we're asking that all residents participate. That's why all residents will be provided with enough supplies to make it easy and economical for them to be part of the solution. Again, there's no fine if you don't participate. There's nothing that can happen to you. It's just we hope that for your neighbors and for the success of the program and really for the success of the state, that people give it a try. Like I said in my slide from Meriden, out of the 15% of the people that thought they wouldn't want to do it and that they wouldn't like it, they tried it. And out of those people, 9.8% of the people decided that they would want to continue doing it. So we hope that you participate and that you give it a try.
Go ahead, Steve.
I know a lot of people that throw away.
I think he's saying you have to go up. Sorry.
Okay. Name and address, all that stuff?
Be nice.
All right. Stephen Mullins, 22 Oak Road, Allentown. All right, I know I can address her directly. I'll talk to you. Thank you. All right, just want to make sure I got it all right. So I know a lot of people that throw away expired medicines. Now, in the food list you had there, I did not see anything about medicines. So how are medicines be disposed of? I think they're supposed to go someplace else anyway, but most people don't follow that rule anyway. So
Yeah, definitely should not be put with the food. I guess it could go in trash. I think there are specific instructions for how to deal with pharmaceuticals. There are drug take-back days that are sponsored in the state periodically. I think we're also working on, Connecticut is a state that's embraced extended producer responsibility for different products, saying the manufacturers of products have to be responsible for end-of-life management. There's been talk about approaching, looking for an EPR solution for pharmaceuticals to make the pharmacy companies responsible for taking those things back. And people, we don't want people flushing them down the toilet because then those drugs go into the waterways. We want to keep that stuff out of the environment. So that's an area that is troublesome. I think we're looking for better solutions than what we currently have now. But I would say if you do have a lot of pharmaceuticals at home, look up drug take-back days and find out if there's anything locally where you can get rid of stuff in a safe manner. You also don't want other people finding your disposed medicines and taking them and having ill effects. So.
And that's over-the-counter stuff too, correct?
Yeah.
All right. And used cat litter. Regular trash? Used cat litter. Yes.
Yeah, cat litter is regular trash. You can get compostable cat litter and do it in your own garden at home. They do make compostable brands of cat litter.
Thank you. That's it. Thank you.
Yes, Mrs. Weinstein.
Is it Paige Weinstein, 20 Platt? Is it possible to, when we're doing things around our house and we have the liner inside the garbage pail, all of those can go inside the orange bags?
Yes.
But at the same time, if we were doing something with food scrap, so for instance, between flies, I don't want my food scraps to be outside because of raccoons and things along that line. For food scraps, though, you can't have anything other than food inside that bag, correct? Or the bones, the things that are on your list.
So food scrap only. You could use a small compostable bag in a small countertop bin. Something along those lines would be
Right.
fine to use.
But
yeah.
as long as it's something that says that it's compostable.
Yes, that's
Okay,
fine.
thank you.
Mr. Frizalone?
Good evening once again, Paul Frozolo, 19 Bloom Street, West Haven. What a great demonstration this was. You educated us, because a lot of us here don't have a clue about recyclables. I mean, if West Haven, I mean, Tom's been good. I mean, I got 2 dumpsters at my building, and the dumpster company wants the lids closed because we get charged by weight. And Tom tried to do that last year, telling everybody to put a cover on your trash because we get X amount of weight. But let's go back. I'm 55 years old. Anyone that's 55 and over, what do you remember? You went in your backyard, you had your food scraps in the ground. And then Latella will come and pick up all your food scraps. It's the same thing. It's the same thing. We had the pail. Some of my customers still have it in the ground, which is kind of funny. But the first thing I noticed, a true Westie, when he held up those bags. A true Westie doesn't like anything green because of Hamden. I mean, if that green bag could be blue, I'll get as many as I could get. But great demonstration. I think everyone here got educated tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Yes, ma'am.
Maggie Goodwin, 246 Peck Avenue, and I'm very excited about this. I have been on the list to be sworn in the Energy Commission for some time, and I would like to offer at this point that we reactivate the Energy Commission to help be a conduit between you all and this program. I'm with you. I grew up in Missouri. We had garbage bags all the time. I think people are hungry for education, something to do. We all seem to know that the environment is changing. You look out your backyard, and mine's all brown. I don't know about you all. So I think this is a very positive, very exciting, and I would like to commit to volunteer with Mr. McCarthy and with you all to activate the Energy Commission, to work with them and make this work.
Mrs. Parsons?
I also am in support and excited about the program. I compost, so I have barely any food waste, which I think is an issue for some people, small families that will not fill up a bag in a week. I've heard some comments on Facebook about food smelling, where to put it. I'm with you. I keep mine in the garage, or I put it in the freezer until it's time to throw it in the garbage so it doesn't smell. But not everybody has that option, and I'm wondering if you have had any suggestions for people who don't have a garage and maybe don't have freezer space.
Yeah, so the city does have, as part of the grant fund, some of those 5-gallon buckets that do have a snap-on lid, so no animals should be able to get into that. You can line your green bag with that and then just take your food waste out each day, and that could be on the side of your house near wherever you keep your other trash can.
It's not terribly efficient to do it this way, but there's no reason you have to fill the green bag before it goes out. If there's one banana peel in there at the end of the week, out it goes.
Yes, ma'am.
Sandy McCauley, 86 Richmond Avenue. The presentation was fantastic. I wish it had happened much earlier instead of all the false information, misinformation, people getting upset, and I was one of the people getting upset. I think it's a fantastic idea. I'm willing to try it. I would encourage my friends to try it. The other thing I would request is that a list of recyclable materials be submitted to every resident. I think there's a lot of confusion. Yeah, you can go on the website, but every time I want to throw something out, I'm not going to go to the website. Oh, can I throw this in the recycle bin? So my refrigerator, great, goes there, goes here. And I would really encourage that to be considered. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Aaron Charney, 146 Union Ave. I think this is a great program. I will volunteer for it if we do accept this grant. As discussed, the trends are moving in such a way where the current way we're doing this is going to cost us a lot of money in a couple years down the pike. Trying this pilot doesn't hurt us. It's a win for all of us. We get data. We get to see how this could work. I wish the rollout was better from the city's standpoint, because that's what I heard from a lot of people, is because a lot of people don't trust the city right now. They don't trust the council. They don't trust the mayor. But when I know a lot of people, that's their only complaint. They want to try this. And I thank you for coming down here tonight and staying here late and explaining this to us, because I think if most people in this room look at this, even if they tried it or not, they could see why this might work. And if you don't want to do it, don't do it. But I'm going to do it if we accept this money. So I'm just going to put that out there right now. Thank you.
Dave?
Two of the things that stand out in the presentation, you said recycling is the law, and we will recycle as usual. Now, my question is to Deep, do you monitor all cities and towns if they process the recyclables properly?
We look at contracts to make sure that waste and recycling goes to permitted facilities where it will be processed. So, we do monitor those contracts. Every time a town enters into a new, we call it master service agreement for trash and recycling, we take a look at that to make sure it's, at least per the contract, going to the right places. We get complaints sometimes from residents in various towns saying, hey, my hauler is taking my trash and recycling, throwing it in the same truck. Sometimes that ends up being nothing, because some haulers use split body trucks, and one side for trash, one recycling. But sometimes we find incidents where haulers are actually mixing stuff, and we'll get involved there and try to correct that situation.
Okay. And can you go on the record this evening and say that the city of West Haven does process their recyclables properly currently?
Per the contract that we have, it would appear that.
But you can't confirm that that's what's currently operating, am I correct? Obviously.
No, I mean, I'm not down here monitoring,
Correct.
where the trucks are collecting it, where it's going.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, Dave. Anyone else like to speak? Yes.
Rich Hebert, 166 Bloom Street. Thank you very much for your presentation. I'm very much in favor of it. I'm into recycling. My one question is, when you go back to the state, is there any effort to decrease or compartmentalize the amount of packaging that we receive? Are you folks working on that?
Yeah, I mean, in general, packaging is a big challenge, and certainly even pre-COVID, but certainly, especially post-COVID, a lot of people are ordering stuff online. The amount of packaging that we receive at our homes has increased tremendously. One policy that we're pursuing on a statewide level is extended producer responsibility for packaging. And again, that would make the producers of packaging responsible for end-of-life management of that. So right now, for example, West Haven pays the fee to send their recyclables and collect the recyclables. Depending on how a packaging EPR program might get set up, that fee may be covered by the producers of packaging in the future. So we're looking for the producers of this material not only to take responsibility for end-of-life management, but also take some responsibility for the cost of managing it post-life.
Okay, because also, is there any effort to make the plastics that are used of a type that's either biodegradable or stamped so that if it's not biodegradable, it can be sorted out?
Yeah, I mean, this could go into a long tangent. I'm happy to talk to you afterwards, but biodegradable can't be recycled. So actually, a biodegradable plastic in a plastic recycling stream is a contaminant, because if you mix in a biodegradable thing and they try to make it into a new container, that becomes, you know, a flaw in that new container. But certainly, I would say for plastic products that might end up on the side of the road or in the water, I think there's an effort to try to, you know, shift those things to materials that would have less of an environmental impact. If it doesn't get recycled and, you know, unfortunately ends up in a place where it could do environmental damage otherwise.
I guess part of my question is, how am I, John Q. citizen, supposed to know the difference between what's biodegradable and where would I put that in your program?
Yeah.
Does that just go in the orange bag?
Yes, if you had a, let's say, and this would typically be plastic film, like a bag, you know, compostable or biodegradable bag, that would go into your trash unless you were maybe going to compost it yourself.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so most plastic, I mean, certainly all plastic water bottles today, none of those are biodegradable yet. So most of the plastic packaging that you get when you unwrap something is going to go into the recycling. It's really just plastic film, like plastic grocery bags or that type of bag that they do sometimes make biodegradable today. So if you're unsure, yes, put it in the trash right now.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else like to ask a question? Bob?
Wow. I'm surprised. Robert Wachowski, 93 Dalton Street. I look at these bags, and they ain't nowhere like the bags we use. And I can't say for sure, but my daughter told me she puts 4 bags of trash a week on the average. And the only reason I say that is because as I got older, I got more medical problems. My daughter pretty much runs the house now. And 4 months out of the year, I'm usually in a hospital bed every year. But I'm looking at this, and these bags are no way durable. And you know, what we use, I mean, my sister's house down Forest Road, she got, you know, her husband, her 5 kids, 2 dogs. You know, I'm sure they put out like 8 bags a week. Well, what are you going to do about that? We're going to charge us for the bag?
I think one of the purposes of this pilot is to learn that a lot of what's going into the trash actually can go in other channels. And we talked about earlier tonight, 20% by way of what people throw out in general is food waste. So you separate that out. And I think, you know, for households that generate multiple bags, you know, is there stuff going into that trash that could be going other directions? Textiles, cardboard boxes, other packaging that maybe should be going in a direction where it could be recycled as opposed to going in the trash. So
Well,
I
I
think
know my
part of
daughter-
what this program does is get people to think about, well, what is it I'm creating and where is it going? And could it be going elsewhere?
I know my daughter does do the recycling. She bundles up boxes and, you know, if she has like Christmas, we'll have a big bundle of boxes that she flattens out and puts them out with the recycle. And I've been told that we have a trash truck and a recycle truck, but they're dumping it at the same place, 5, 6 years now. And we're paying $500,000 a year for that. So that's fraud. I think somebody should pay for that. But I don't believe, I think what you're trying to tell us is use less, eat less, and, you know, use less. That we're not willing to give you more. That we've already been using things. And to me, that's communism. So unless I get more information, I'm not with this program. I want a lot more information, and I know these bags are not going to help my house or my sister's house. Thank you very much for your time.
Anyone else got anything?
Lisa Jarvie, 329 Platt Avenue.
And you're with the government, and you're here to help. Music to my ears. So you're going to give the city $1.2 million, and the residents get free bags. I'm not sure if you know this, but money goes missing around here. But you don't care about that. You want data, data, data. That's what you said. This pilot program is to collect data. Okay, that's great. And if you opt in, wonderful. And if you opt out, you'll know that too, you said. So the people that opt out are also going to be tracked. This isn't about garbage collection. I don't know what it's about. Maybe it's about the Green New Deal. Maybe it's about global warming or climate change. But the funny thing is, people talk about that, but then all the businesses that come to West Haven all want to be on the shoreline. Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am.
I guess they're not afraid.
You're finished.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not. You're not the boss here.
You're finished.
I can talk as long as I like.
No, you can't.
Yes, I can.
You got 3 minutes.
Yes, I can.
No, you can't.
Well, that wasn't 3 minutes.
Yes, it was.
No, it wasn't. Boy, you are a bully. You're all bullies. And you telling people that they can't use names of city council members? No names. No names. Remember that? I do.
Thank you. Take your seat.
Truth hurts.
The Barra Dupeno, 23rd Street, apartment 6B. I have a question for you. This is a good program, and thank you for coming here to explain it, to do a presentation for us. I saw that this pilot program only lasts for 9 months, right? If we are going to do this, but my question is, with the Inflation Reduction Act that was just signed last week, I know that the Congress is trying to invest a lot of money on a lot of this issue. And would that money also be included in the pilot program to extend the length of that period from 9 months to whatever, whatever amount of month to do it once we get the money from the federal government? Do you think we're going to get more money from the federal government to do this?
Doug, I think this one's for you.
So we're always looking for new opportunities to fund what we need funded here. I haven't seen anything yet in the Build Back Better or the bipartisan infrastructure plan or whatever this new program, the IRA, they're calling it now, that would extend this program. However, we did get quite a bit of money from the federal government to expand our compost operation, and we proved that we can compost food here in West Haven with those federal dollars. So at some point, when this pilot ends, we'll look at the cost to ship the food to Southington, and then we'll look at the cost to do it ourselves right here in town and not spend the diesel fuel to ship it someplace else. And we'll make that decision based on that pilot project that the feds did fund already. If there's a new opportunity coming up to extend this or enhance our fractioning of waste, that's something we will definitely pursue.
Oh, okay. That's all I have. Thank you.
Yes.
Hello, I'm Sean Hayes, 950 Ocean Avenue. I used to live in Shenzhen, China, Hong Kong, Seoul, Korea, Incheon, Korea, and also Frankfurt. All of them had this. All of them had this. At first, when I saw it, I said, "Oh, this is a pain in the butt." That's what I said at first. After it becomes easy and you'll find that you will use less trash. You will. because you'll understand what needs to go where. The biggest worry that I have is, in Seoul, what they actually did is made a A4 magnet size, and it was telling you what goes in where. And they actually gave you bins. So the food waste goes into a bin. I think we're gonna learn from this, what works here, but everyone in this room, it won't be difficult. I've done it for 15 years. It's been going on in these places, and it's not difficult. The worry I have, though, is what will happen after this 9 months? Will we be paying for bags? And will the price of the bags be more than market bags, market price bags?
I think no one knows the answer to that until we get going on it. And then as we get going, as I mentioned, we're going to look at this every month at the council meeting. So you're going to see a report. And then the way that the grant is, the contract, if you do decide to keep the funds, as you go through, I think, 3 different phases with DEEP, and part of that is how do you plan for the future? What does that look like? So, perhaps you have, as this volunteer committee, sort of liaise and, get feedback from residents. We work with council. We figure out a plan that works for everybody, because obviously if it doesn't work for everybody, everybody doesn't want to do it. So, there's got to be a compromise. This is a way of getting started, trying it, seeing what support you're generating within the community. And as you said, and I've studied Korea and some of those other places quite a lot. Never been to those places, but it is easy to do once you get going on it. They do it in Switzerland, they do it in Holland, they do it in Germany, which you may have mentioned as a place you've lived. We can do it. It's just a matter of tweaking the program in a way that best suits this specific city.
So when we look at our budget and what your taxes support, I'll just give you fiscal year 23's projection. So for condo trash pickup, $298,000. For trash pickup at single-family homes, this is just the truck that runs down the street and takes it to Bridgeport, $1.4 million. Trash pickup for all sitting buildings and schools, $128,000. Tipping fees, $1,450,000, up $200,000 from last year, just for weight alone increases, and projected to go to 2.597 in '24. And that's why we're here, that number. And then we do hazardous waste, I don't know, it's between $2,000 and $5,000 a year, and recycling pickup is $579,000, up from $533 last year. So the difference between 22 and 23's budget is about 16% across the board without taking the tipping fee into account. Now, if inflation stays there and diesel fuel stays at these very high prices, then we're likely to see all of those brackets go up. So when the council sits down with all the data from the money we saved diverting the food waste, and they look at what their budget is, they're going to have to decide on the price of the bags and whether some of this increase is passed on through the bag cost or the bags are just sold at cost. The bags are about 30 cents a piece. Some towns wipe out the entire budget and charge it anywhere from $2 to $4 a bag. But that's looking at Sweden and the Netherlands and places like that where they're trying to move it from the government responsibility to a personal responsibility. Some towns just say, we're out of the trash business. Here's a list of people, go call your own. Wallingford, Guilford, Madison. There's no municipal collection at all. So there's a lot of things that the council could do. I think that the commissioner and the mayor want to continue collecting trash. Absolutely want to continue. But how do they go to you and ask you for a full mill without doing something to mitigate that? I think that's where we're at.
So we either accept it or you.
Excuse me.
I'm just trying to be clear, just trying to understand.
You just don't blurt it out.
I can say whatever I want.
That's twice. One more time.
George Monahan, 376 Center Street, West Haven. Thank you for your time tonight. This was the beginning of an education process. What a lot of us have heard but have not really listened to before, a lot of us have trouble listening, is that refuse, trash management has been abused for a long time. That abuse has impacted our environment, which may not impact me, I'm getting older, but it's definitely going to impact my grandchildren. So I care about that. Everyone in this room has young people in their family or young people that are related to friends or something. So it's the future of our planet, it's the future of our environment that we need to be worried about. And the second thing is the costs that we're looking at. We know the costs are guaranteed to go up and to go up and go up if we keep doing the same thing over and over again. So my question is, I know you've indicated there are no penalties. There are no fines, rather. There are no fines. Isn't that the wrong word? Because aren't there penalties? The penalty is the cost of the environment, and the penalty is if we don't participate at a very effective percentage rate in the city of West Haven, the cost increases are guaranteed. Am I incorrect?
Okay, I'm going to turn it over to some of the council members to ask you some questions. Anybody want to ask the deep? She's a deep person.
I chose not to go in the beginning with deep because I wanted to come later to hear. My name is Pam Roach. I work with the South Central Regional Council of Governments, and I've been on waste reduction strategies and on this program and all of that. I've been working in waste in 35 years, also kind of embarrassing. I also like to share with you that I lived in West Haven for 25 years. I lived in Allingtown, and my grandfather built 2 houses on Andrew Street. My mother was born and raised here. As I said, I was here 25 years. I went to Forest School, Carrigan, high school, True Westie, right? And I'm attending my class reunion at Lorenzo's next month. So, I really care about West Haven. I was really excited to hear this grant was coming here. And I'm really excited to hear all the positivity in this room and that you get it. And this is just the beginning of the education process. This is just the tip of the knowledge you're going to receive and how important this is. And I'm just so excited to hear that people are positive about it in this room. And we met for 2 years. I mean, in anticipation of this waste crisis, and the landfills closing, and the incinerators not getting built, and we had over 160 people at these meetings all throughout the state that are, in the waste industry, and some residents as well, and trying to find an answer. And this is by far, the way above the best answer than anything else we can come up with. We listened to experts' presentations for 2 years from anybody we can find in the country to speak to us. And so this waste crisis is real and it's evident. And in all my years in waste, this is the first time that I have seen the state offer this kind of funding to towns and states, and there's so much excitement around it, and so much activity and interest. And it was a statewide competitive grant, and they have 18 towns got approved. There's more wait in line, for hoping for more money. 6 of the SCROG communities in this region, I'm proud and happy. We're really excited to say that they've been awarded this grant. You're one of them. Okay, South Central Connecticut, right? We're part of it. Mm-hmm. And 7 other of our towns, we have 15 total, are, as I said, waiting in line. So, this is really just so, it's nice to see the excitement and the interest in it. And we're all in this together. It's not just West Haven here. This is a regional issue, a statewide effort. It's a national issue, really. And SCROG is supporting towns through this process in an effort to be ready. We want to be ready for this, right? To think about what we're throwing away, divert our food, reduce our waste, so that we can slow that rise in costs and in taxes due to increased waste costs coming. I mean, they're just going to double in 2024. I thought it was going to be 4 years out. Yours is 2024. That's just so much money. And we understand that all of you may not want to participate and help us with this pilot, but as Kristen said, we're just asking you to please try it and choose to be part of the solution and to be fiscally responsible and eco-friendly. And one more thing, talking about the younger generation, your grandchildren, my children are in their 20s, and my daughter will tell me that her generation is so stressed about the environment. They're very, very anxious, and they're very, very concerned. And, it's their future. And, I want... Okay, enough said.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilman Quagliani.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question for Deep, listen, thank you for coming and putting on a very informative presentation. I think the people in the room and the people that were watching or that will watch, you've really, I think, changed some minds and educated others. My question is that we have a significant population of non-owner occupied multifamily dwellings, 1, 2, 3 families. So as you do your outreach, and I imagine a good chunk of this money is for outreach, right? Are you outreaching to the people that actually live in the spaces or to the owners of the buildings?
No, we're reaching out to people who live in the spaces. Yeah, so there'll be a lot of door-to-door outreach. There'll also be, like I said, points around the city where there'll be groups of people waiting for people to come in and talk to them. So a big outreach program.
Yeah, I think that's terrific. I think as long as your boot's on the ground and you're in the community, I think that'll help the participation rate. So thank you for doing that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm all set.
I just had a comment. I wanted to reiterate what Mrs. McCauley had said. I think it would be very handy, especially because you had said that you're originally going to send us the bags through the mail, if you can include a sheet of paper with everything that can be recycled, that we could just stick on the refrigerator, and then if you don't need it, you can put it in the recycling bin. But there's a lot of people in West Haven that are not computer savvy, nor do they have access to a printer. That would be very helpful to everyone.
Yeah, there is a flyer included with everything that is recyclable on it. There is still a web link because there's actually a tool that Deep has, so you can basically put in anything. You can put in shoe or mattress, and it'll give you an answer on what you can do. So we don't list absolutely everything, but there is a flyer that will come in your mail that includes everything. Yeah.
Thank you.
Councilman Donovan.
Thank you guys very much. Nice meeting you again. I was sat down earlier as witness. The question I have is from one of my constituents, and I don't know if you answered it before, so excuse me if you did. Can we, during the pilot program only, use their regular trash bags that they have if they run out of those 2 bags? And they still have, can you use that as well?
So we'd prefer it if you can pick up the orange bags, just for the reasons that I showed. The regular trash bags do tend to break in the compaction. It does make it harder to sort the other bags out of the system, and it also makes it a little bit more dangerous. As I mentioned, hopefully these bags should get you through almost the entire pilot. If you do have to purchase bags, it should only be a few, and it should still be a savings to you because you didn't have to get any bags during the beginning part of the pilot. So we'd prefer it if you could use the orange bags if at all possible.
Thank you very much. That's all I have.
Chief. Thank you very much for coming before us again. A couple of residents have reached out and they were concerned about the barcoding process. Does the barcoding come back to the city of West Haven, or does the barcoding come back to that individual residence?
So I think with you all, we've decided there won't be barcodes on the bags. For the smaller pilots, in some cases there are barcodes, just because it's easier to track. Your city's larger, it's difficult to scan every one of those codes anyway, so you won't be coded.
Okay, so the trash won't be tracked to an individual household?
No.
And the only other question I had for you is, when you put 18 tons in a garbage truck that's coming down the street, and you hit the lever and the compactor goes forward, are you confident the bags are going to be able to stay intact?
Yeah, so with the 4-month Meriden pilot, there was heavy compaction. We subjected the bags to a lot of extra compaction to make sure that before we went with subsequent steps in other towns that they would hold up. So they are thicker than typical bags, and they do hold up. 98% of them did not break. It's not a perfect system, but 98% of them were intact.
Okay, last question, Chief. All right, one more.
One more?
Last one.
Go ahead, hurry up.
So if they want, if folks put, let's just say, regular white Glad trash bags into the green bag, is that okay if it's, falls under trash?
Yeah, into the orange bag for trash.
Orange bag,
yes.
I'm sorry, right? It'd be okay if the white
That's
bag?
okay. Yeah,
it's
that's
okay.
fine. Mm-hmm.
Right,
Yeah.
so it'd be easier for them to do that and then put it out. It's okay to do that?
Yeah, it's okay to do that.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Councilman Tucker.
Thank you again for the presentation. And it's really good to hear, some education about this. We've heard about it for a while, so I appreciate your time and sharing with us what, you have in store. I guess the question that I have is what your strategy will be for educating, because this is going to be a large-scale rollout, right? People can opt in or opt out, but what is going to be your approach? I know you talked about flyers, and I know you talked about having a place where people can come. That's probably not going to be the way people seek out information. So is there a different strategy that you have to reach the public?
I mean, there are several strategies, which would probably take me a really long time to go through. So we do have some social media campaign that we'll be launching. We will do some compliance following, so we will have tags and stickers with information that will stick onto your bin if you're not participating in the beginning, in that way, in case someone doesn't know, they just missed it. That way they can get that flyer that'll be stuck to their bin and read it and realize what's happening. So we have different tactics to try to get to everybody. And as I said, we will watch the homes that aren't doing it, not in the way that we're staring at them or going through their garbage, but just to make sure that we've notified them a couple of times in case they want to participate but just hadn't heard about it. So we hope to get to everybody. Yeah, and part of it, there will be a mobile app, so residents, if they download that, a lot of people are savvy with the mobile app, so they'll be able to get information there as well. We're trying to hit every forum that we can.
And one more question about, I think somebody asked about medical waste, but things like insulin needles and things like that, I know that there has to be an approach that is currently in place, but what will be the approach for things like that?
It still is trash. It still goes in the trash, and it still should be deposited the same way that they suggest you do, which usually you have a plastic cover that you should put it in.
Thank you.
I too want to thank you for coming. I heard it before, but to hear it again, I'm excited about it. I'm just curious, out of the folks that have already gone through, the other towns that have gone through the pilot already, what's the percentage of towns that said we want to go forward? Is there any data on that?
So there are a couple communities across the U.S. that do, the same type of food collection program. All of them are still doing the program. No one has given it up. The only town in Connecticut so far has been this Meriden pilot. We are moving forward with Meriden in an additional portion of the city. They didn't apply for a full grant, but we are moving forward with an additional 1,600 or 1,800 homes at the same time you guys move forward. Again, as I mentioned, in the pilot of the 1,000 homes that we started with, we had a lot of response from people who said, why didn't you pick our neighborhood? So I think we had a really good response from that, and we hope to get a great response from you guys. There are several other communities that are going forward with full programs. Middletown is one of them, Ansonia is one of them, Bethany, a couple of others so far that have committed to going forward with full programs. So we hope that you guys do too.
Thank you.
Again, thank you for coming deep. I think your information was great. Just a question. So you're saying no barcodes. So how are they going to track? What's the tracking process then?
So we're going, it's all about weight. So all of your trucks come in, the trucks will be identified, we'll know what neighborhood a truck comes from, we'll know with that same neighborhood what was their weight last year, what was their average weight per week last year, so we'll be able to track based on previous years, what you're doing this year, and then we'll be able to track within that truck what weight is non-compliant, meaning people that didn't do it, how many homes were non-compliant because we'll have the number of homes, and then we'll also know the weight of all of the waste and the weight of all of the food waste that was diverted. So we'll just be tracking based on large weights by each truck that comes in, and each truck represents a different neighborhood. So we won't get as fine-tuned data as you do from individual codes with each home, but we will get some pretty good data that should help.
It's going to be hard because everybody now is going to be, you're going to get a different weight now because of the food and trash. So it's going to be hard to track it. But, all right, thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. 2 questions. The first one is on behalf of someone like myself and everybody else in West Haven with a little one. How do we look in terms of diapers in the future here? Because I know personally every week as my daughter gets older, that sausage link tends to grow in size, and that's what I throw in the garbage. So is there a plan, as weird of a question as that is, I know I've already been asked it.
So for right now, I understand where you're coming from. The diapers do go in the trash right now. However, there is a technology in England that separates the diapers. So there could be someday when your diapers go back into a pink Pampers, bag that they give you in the Pampers pack. Again, extended producer responsibility. The diaper could go in. You can actually pull the diaper apart, extract the recyclable material from the diaper. I won't tell you where the rest goes, but you could do that in the future. But today, we're just going to put the diapers in the trash until we can move further along. But good question, though.
Okay. And the second one, I'm pretty much going for the jugular here, but for those who know me, I just try to play devil's advocate and be honest across the board. What were to happen, and this is for you two and Mr. Coulter as well, what is the official deadline to accept this grant? And here's where I'm going with this. I have received probably on anywhere between 150 and 200, whether it's text messages, emails, complaints, Facebook messages, you name it. It seems to be, as I'm sitting here, and I'm just speaking on behalf of myself, the biggest part of the feedback of what you guys presented was people are happy, they are educated. With that being said, not everybody watches the council meeting to the following morning. Not everybody watches the council meetings in general. They wait for Mr. Zahn to write an article on it. They wait for, unfortunately, West Haven the way it is, and 80% of it is inaccurate half the time. But at the end of the day, what is the actual deadline for this? Because I feel like for all of us to be on board, and we as a council, whether it's, my time here and the short time I've been here, or the council before me, there have been votes that we've gone for a sewer line, to a redevelopment plan, to something as simple as a sale of a small parcel. Those things have only affected small groups of neighborhoods. This affects every single household going forward in 1 year with the tipping fees and the possible mill increase. So the question is, if we were to, this is just hypothetically speaking, if we were to table this and come back in a week or two, is that possible so we can educate more people and our constituents, because this is going to be a team effort?
I'll let Chris answer some of that, but the tipping fee is going to come regardless of whether you do this or not. As far as the education part, all of the funding for the education is in the grant. So there wouldn't be much education between now and a week from now. We're hoping that you accept it so that we can start on the education portion of it. So, I mean, you could kick it for a week or so if you want to think about it, but the education dollars, the big dollars, are in the grant funding, but you need to say yes to the grant funding in order to start getting those dollars. If for some reason you say yes to the grant funding, you start moving, and you just panic and decide you totally hate it, I don't think there's any obligation that you have to keep going, as long as it's a reasonable amount of time. But if you sort of keep kicking it down the road to even decide whether to do it, there's limited, other communities are saying yes, so we have to spend the time on that education. We sort of have a rollout plan. So I don't know if that answers your question. I'll let these guys go next.
Well, it's a competitive grant. We competed. There are other people standing in line with their hands out. If you don't want the money, someone else wants it. And what we're going to miss out on as a community is the broad media broadcast. Media is not limited to West Haven except for The Voice. So if they buy an ad in the New Haven Register or they go on WPLR, we're going to be part of that messaging. And if we are behind the rest of the towns in this area, then we're not part of that messaging. We miss that opportunity. So I think the opportunity is now. I don't see it a week from now. I think that a week from now, he's got 5 other applicants that are ready to go.
We haven't drawn a definitive line in the sand, but as Doug points out, it is a competitive process. We deem the West Haven application as one of the better ones, and we're very excited and hopeful that you'll move forward. But at some point, and obviously our commissioner will weigh in this, if it doesn't look like the town wanted to move forward, we would probably move on to other towns down the list, because we do have a limited amount of money. And I'll just say, I've been at Deep for over 30 years. I've been working on waste issues for 12. For many years, if we offered any kind of grant program at all, it was like $200,000 or $300,000, and we were scraping that together. This is the first time we've gotten a significant amount of money to offer the towns to try to achieve some significant changes. We see West Haven as a great candidate for this, and we'll hope that you guys will move forward. And as part of this plan, our education is part of that to help get people up to speed. Our goal tonight was to help get you guys up to speed and answer your questions, so you felt comfortable saying like, yeah, we'll accept the grant, and we can start moving from there.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman.
I just wanted to say thank you to everyone. I just want to say thank you for the presentation. I think it was very educational. I love the idea that we have it now on video so people can watch it, hopefully tomorrow or whenever sooner rather than later, because as you explained, it is a competitive grant. And I think by, the questions and everything that was asked, it seems like the majority of the people here tonight were in favor of it, and hopefully the ones that would watch it, because I do agree. So the educational program, the only end that I have, when would you start this? If everything goes through and the council says, yes, we're gonna go through with it, when would you start, and how long is that process?
So we would start fairly quickly, I mean, pretty much right away with it. Obviously, we keep playing around with the timeline, because originally we thought we were going to have this meeting, I think, 2 weeks ago, so I'm not sure exactly. But the plan is to begin right away with outreach and education.
All right, thank you, and thank you again
Thank
for
you.
this educational process.
Yes, ma'am, do you want to come up and speak?
Thank you for what you did tonight. It definitely educated and explained several things. And I do thank you for that. And you can all boo me, but I'm a no. Number one, unless you're gonna build me a larger kitchen where I have room to put another garbage can, I can't do it. I don't have a garage, I don't have enough freezer room, it's impossible. So I'm definitely a no. And I can tell you that there are 10 of my neighbors that say the same thing, because their homes are the same size as mine. And so those are the major issues. So here's my concern and the question that I have. I'm not going to be a part of the program, the pilot. If it becomes mandated, I'm not going to do it. So, so what happens to me? Because I'm also not going to pay that amount, whatever my amount or that costs me to get a private company if I have to. I'm deducting that from the amount of taxes that I pay, because I'm paying for it in my taxes now. And I'm not going to accept a $100 decrease if I can't do it. I'm just kind of telling you where I'm standing at this point. So I don't know. What happens for the people if it becomes mandated that do not do it? Okay, and I know you're not going to answer my question. But at some point, if you could someplace put the answer to that, because, the one problem with all of these meetings, we come up here, we say what we have to say, we bring our questions, we bring our concerns, and we get stared at. And I get it, you don't respond, that's fine. But at some point, somebody has to respond. Somebody should be, and I know people have requested this numerous times. We don't get any feedback for us spending 3 hours sitting here to be able to say something to no result. That needs to change. I think that's major. And while I'm on my rant here, I'm going to kind of start what I was going to start with, which is basically that how disappointed I am in the council. Not just this council, but previous council as well. And hopefully going forward, things change. Because I agree with Mr. Riccio, and it's already in my little notes here, because you don't represent us. You represent the mayor. You represent whatever is on your agenda, but nobody talks to us. As a quote from Tom, This has been worked on for 3 years. I don't know about anybody else. The first time I heard about it was the week before there was going to be a secret vote, or a vote, I'll even take away secret, a vote on this without any input from any resident. That's wrong. You people are supposed to give us information and have us hopefully be involved in what you're making a decision on. So my request is, somehow, somewhere, whether it's my council person or someone else, should be not just to me, it should be to everybody. We need answers to our concerns and our issues. We're not getting that. That's all I have to say. Thank you very much. Have a nice life.
Excuse me, ma'am?
Yep.
First place, you were misinformed. There was no way council was going to vote on it without the taxpayers knowing it, because DEEP is doing the education on it. DEEP came to us, to the Public Works Director, and said they want to educate the council people first by force. After the council people learned about this, then it was going to go to the taxpayers, so we would understand it ahead of time. So if you had questions, we can answer them.
Okay.
That's the reason.
Okay, that's fair,
The
and
other
I will apologize for that.
Nobody was going to vote on this until
Okay.
everybody knows about it.
Okay, I will apologize on that, because that's what I got from the site on Facebook. And that's what it was there, and everybody was up, well, it was up there, and if it's not up there, somebody should clarify it. Maybe the council people need to reach out to people, send a letter, do something other than just on Facebook. So that's the key.
You please?
She's out of order. Answer the question.
She's not taking
Yeah, she needs to go.
Free speech. Sorry I spoke out of turn, but.
You're out of order.
Question.
Go ahead.
No, that was all. That, I will say that I'm sorry that I misunderstood that, and if that wasn't the case. But that is what, and it wasn't just on Facebook. I heard that from everybody. I actually heard it from 2 council people, not mine, 2 council people that actually told me that they've been meeting, that you've been meeting since April. Whether or not it's true, I don't care, it's fine. It's just going forward, we need to have better clarification.
I'm sorry, but you were misinformed.
Thank you. Is that it?
Thank you.
Everything else I was okay with? Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Mr. Weinstein.
Andy Weinstein, 20 Platt Avenue. With all due respect, I think you're lying through your teeth. There was a meeting scheduled. It was scheduled on Election Day for 2 days later. I spoke to 4 different council people. They all told me that you, Mr. Chairman, were going to ram it through the city council in a special meeting with no public comment.
It's not true.
It was posted on the.
It was posted on the website, and then you canceled the meeting.
Posted on the website to bring up the speed, and was going to have the DEP come and explain it to the council people, and they couldn't make it, and they had to cancel it. Sorry, you're wrong.
It said right on there, no public comment.
No problem, because I was having DEP do the council first.
Meetings were held secretly, 4 council people at a time. Some council people came to you and said this is not right. Some council people did not go to the meetings on principle.
I should explain to you what that situation was. I'm not going to explain it again. Case closed.
Okay. The grant manager applied for the program in October. Now it's August, and we're trying to ram things through. Mayor, you said earlier tonight there's only 18 people to comment. I think you need to give time to the council people to speak to their constituents. There were literally hundreds and hundreds of negative comments about this program, mostly because of the way it was rolled out, mostly because of the secretiveness about the whole thing, the lack of transparency. It angers the citizens, and you do it again and again and again. I'm not saying you personally. This administration does it over and over again. And you blow yourself out of the water. This seems like a very nice program, but you do things the wrong way, and people don't want to support that. I think the council people should go back to their constituents, because I could tell you I spoke to at least 4 council people. The negativity was 100%. They need to talk to them before you make a decision to push something through tonight.
Good evening, John Lewis, 10 Peppermill Drive, West Haven. Just have a couple questions about this program. How are we, I know you talked about how we're tracking, but if a truck picks up here, goes to Bridgeport, waits in line for however many hours, how are you, there's a ton of trucks there. If there's no tracking, how are you able to determine what was weighted, what wasn't, where the weight was? I mean, and how do you know what truck it was?
Yeah, so the trucks will not go to Bridgeport first. They will go to Wallingford first, where they'll be tipped or dumped onto a floor. They'll be brought to a conveyor belt where there'll be 8 or 10 people sorting the trash as it comes past the conveyor belt. They'll be putting all the green bags in one place, all the orange bags in another place, and all the non-compliant trash in another place. And everything will be weighed by truck each week. We'll be able to look at routes, those same housing routes from prior years, and even probably prior weeks, the same week of the year, to be able to compare year to date, but we'll also be able to compare week to week based on those weights. After the trash is sorted, the trash will go to Bridgeport, the food will go to Quantum Biopower where it will be digested, but the orange bags and any non-compliant waste will all go to Bridgeport after that.
Okay, and this Southington, I guess, facility, a recycle facility, is they're only the trucks that are participating in the program across the state are going to go there, or are there other trucks that are going there?
Other trucks may go to the Wallingford facility, and other trucks will go to the Southington facility. But there's a process for when it's checked in, and there are different bays where your trash will go. So each truck will be monitored on its own.
So you're tracking the trucks as they leave West Haven?
Yeah, for any city that's participating in the pilot, we're tracking the truck from the neighborhood that it came from or the route that it was on, all the way through the end by weight.
Okay. Now, I'm not saying this happens, but say my truck is in West Haven, and I know I'm going to be waiting in line for a while. I stop off somewhere else, grab some more stuff from another town or something like that. I mean, is that really going to be, you know what I mean, is there going to be an issue with that at all?
Well, it's interesting, John, and without casting any aspersions publicly on anybody, when you look at the tipping cost going up, when we've been locked into a rate contract, it's the weight that's going up.
Right.
So what are we doing? We all buying more? Probably not. I mean, it might be out-of-town trash sneaking into West Haven trash. And one of these things, one of the added benefits of this program is that all the bags say West Haven on them. So if there's a bag in there that's not compliant, it's going to be easier for us to find it and figure out what route it came from. And then we can monitor that trash. And it's going to be very interesting to the commissioner to see if our weights actually go down in total now that every bag says West Haven on it.
Okay.
So it's a concern. And at one time, so in a city that has a tight budget, we're always looking to save staff. We used to have a gentleman who monitored that full time. And
we did years ago.
When that gentleman passed away, we were unable to refill that position because of budget constraints. This grant puts somebody back in that position to monitor those trucks to be sure we're getting our fair dollar's worth.
Okay. Second question. These bags, I have 6 in my family. I have a good-sized house, and I pay a lot of taxes too. You got 117 bags. I think I saw 37 are green, and then the other ones are 78 or something like that. What are you finding out as far as the people running out of bags in these other towns that you've that you've already experienced? I mean, are they running out within a year, like in a year's time?
So those bags
Or
are
9 months, or whatever-
for the
whatever you do.
9-month pilot. Most homes shouldn't run out. I think you'll be surprised. I think when you realize you do shove them full, but remember they are extra thick, so you can shove them really full. You most likely won't need another bag. But as I mentioned, we're going to make the bags available so that you can get more because we really do want you to participate. We just gave you 117 free bags, so you did save some money. So we're hoping that you will get some of the extra orange bags if you need them, or a green bag if you need them. And those bags will be available at a low cost. So you shouldn't, if you need 10 bags, it might be $3 or $5 extra, but you save probably $30. So hopefully you make it on your 2 bags. Obviously, if you're a larger home, you might need an extra bag or 2. Again, I've been doing this a really long time. You probably saw the pie chart up there. When you really think about the trash, and we really believe this makes a difference, people will start thinking about it. You will find that you don't really need as many bags as you think you need. And that's our hope from this program.
And just a couple more questions. Right now at the facilities, the sorting facilities, I believe whatever's going in the trucks now is being sorted without these bags. I mean,
Well, right now, you have the trash collector who picks up your trash, brings it to Bridgeport, and then the recycling, they will get the mixed recyclables in your curbside recycling bin, and that goes to where, Doug?
Tom, where are we taking recycling right now? Wheelabrator, so
Okay.
Wheelabrator also accepts.
So they would
that's what I'm
sort the
saying.
mixed
It's all going
recyclables
to the
there.
same place.
Well, no, different facility from the waste to energy facility, yeah.
Same company.
Okay.
Yeah. They'll weigh it, and then it'll go to city carting in Stamford, I think is where it ends up going. Yeah, so they'll weigh it, though, so we'll know how much recycling came in as well from each truck, each route, same thing. We'll have all of that data.
Yeah, I personally, I don't have a huge issue with recycling. We do a lot of it now anyway, but I don't know that you're giving us $1.2 million. Is that going to be a part of our budget? Because we're going to have a hole going forward. So, I mean, what's the end game here? I mean,
Well, in the majority of this budget is the management to get it up and running. That if we wanted to put this program in place in West Haven, we'd have to go to this bank and ask them for $1.2 million just for the management side of getting this going. The bags are small, the sorting facility is relatively small. It's the time, the effort, the outreach, the public education, that's where the big money is. So if you came to this panel and said, I need 1.2 or 1.3 million to get this program off the ground so you can save $1 million, that's going to be a hard ask. Where are they going to come up with that kind of money without taking from something else? That's a lot of firemen, that's a lot of policemen, that's a lot of teachers, 1.2 million. If they have to raise taxes by that amount to do that, then that's an average of about $300 per household per year that money would equal in a mill rate. So it's a hard ask if you don't have this boost. So I think that we need to take advantage of this one-time opportunity to get it going. Then in July, we'll all be back, and they'll have all those decisions to make on how to implement the program based on the public's feedback and the data from the collection.
I mean,
Did that get to your question?
Yeah, I mean, my biggest concern now is I'm already paying for trash pickup now.
Yes.
And my taxes now.
Yeah, about $1,000 a year, John.
Yeah.
Right.
And it's quite high, and I don't know. I just I have to really. And again, I'm not speaking
Yeah.
against it. I'm trying to see if it's beneficial to us.
Well, right now you're paying about $1,000. These are averages, 1,500 square foot house, probably about $1,000 cost in taxes what your share of the trash collection is, right? We don't want that to be $1,300. And the only way we can do this is to take a portion of the trash and put it into a disposal stream that has a downward trending cost, and that's biodigestion, as opposed to incineration, which has an upward trending cost. So that's where we need to go.
Thank you very much, and thanks for coming here.
Thank you, Jim.
It's hard because a lot of people feel like they want to know, be educated, right? So I'm going to ask you just bluntly, how important do you think educating the people is, that you want them to be, about this program?
I mean, part of this program is about getting it going, and that is education in and of itself. So it's like there's going to be some education in advance, but some of the education for the people that don't notice it or don't see it or don't read the mail and don't see their free bags, and you know, it's going to take a while to get it going. So we call the first 3 months of this pilot startup, because on day one, everyone is not going to be informed and they're not going to be ready, because no matter how hard we try, it's just not going to happen. So I think you have to think of it as a little bit of a process. So you've got some pre-education, you've got the startup of the program, and then once you hit that second and third month of the program, we believe most people will be doing it. I can tell you, before COVID was the last pilot that I did, so this is kind of coming out other than Meriden. It was a full-town pilot. It was in Maryland. We had 98% compliance the first week. You know, we didn't think that would happen, but more people found out about it and listened than we thought. So I don't have too much anxiety about it. It is a pilot. You know, that's part of this is learning, and part of it is getting this messaging out. You're never going to get the messaging out to everyone ahead of time. It really is the mailer that's going to hit them. They're going to be like, okay, because it's a clear plastic envelope, and they can see that there's 2 bags in there. And you know, if they haven't heard about it up to that point, they're going to be like, I wonder if those are 2 free trash bags. They'll open it up, they'll read, you know, and even that might not be enough for some of them. But, you know, it's like a little bit, it takes time. It's a little bit of a process.
I just think there's that. I went out and I spoke to a lot of my constituents, right? I walked Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. A lot of them don't have a lot of information on this, right? They were curious. Today I think was awesome. I thank you guys for what you did. But I also believe that there's a lot of people that need information. And because I'm a councilman and I have to answer to what the public wants, right? I may like this, but I feel that if you can give us time to go back and talk to the people, you know, our constituents, and say, hey, look, there's more information. What you heard in Facebook is not exactly what they're talking about. And I will hope that you guys will find it somewhere to say, hey, we can give you a week or 2 weeks to talk to the people and come back to this, so that everybody will see this and say, hey, you guys felt that it was important for us to know this and not just take it away from us, but you're really there to help us. So hopefully in your hearts that you will say, hey, you know what? We want you people to have this, and it's okay. We'll give you this time to talk to the people, but I'm just saying hopefully that could be possible. Thank you.
You're welcome. Well, hopefully they can also listen, because now you have a video, so that should be helpful. But really, it's okay for people not to do it right the first week and the second week. You know, they will get it quickly. I do promise that, because I've been through multiple different programs in my 35 years of doing this. And you can never let everybody know in advance, because people just are busy. They just don't catch the message until it's right on top of them.
I want to thank Deep for coming and educating and giving more information. This session is ended as far as the Deep goes. If anybody else wants to talk in public session, you may talk. You do have 3 minutes on a subject. And 1 time speaking. Mr. Fresalone?
Good evening, Paul Fresalone. I really think that we should implement these screens more often, because even like I've been going to most of the NEBCO meetings, and if we were able to see, the public was able to see the project, how they downsized it and everything on a screen, we could digest it more than just having you and the planning and zoning we're seeing the backs of all these pictures. If they were on that screen, a lot of people would understand things a little better. Just real quick, I got 3 minutes. I'm against purchasing a leasing a park next to Turks. 4 or 5 months ago, I was one of the first ones to come out and say I believe the brewery should be on Elm and Water. But I was told by a couple councilmen loved the idea, a couple councilmen didn't like the idea. I even got a somewhat nasty phone call from one of the councilmen. But no one on that side of this wall did the due diligence to even call to see if the Havens was interested in leasing 2 acres of the property or selling some of it. But put that beside, there's another piece of property that the city of West Haven owns. It's been neglected for the last couple of years. And unfortunately, it's a skateboard park, the municipal parking lot, and Morris Park. Any of you guys drive through Morris Park, it's neglected big time. You know something? That'll be a perfect spot for NEPCO. You eliminate the blight that's at the skateboard park, clean up the parking lot, and you make, instead of them knocking down a building, you can say, hey, listen, we need a new softball field for the adults, and instead of all the baseball fields that are neglected, maybe 3 or 4 new baseball fields. I mean, Gary played there, I played there. This is the worst those fields ever been. So next to Chicks will be a great spot for NEPCO, I personally believe. This program is awesome. I think it'll be implemented very well. You know, like I said, I recycle, but my neighbors don't. I recycle, they don't. And it's all about education, and I think we will get it in time. I don't do internet, I don't have a computer, so people like me will take a little longer to get, but once I get those bags, I'll use them for the right reason, not the wrong reason. But thank you for your time. I know it's getting late, and I know there's other people who want to speak. God bless and be safe.
Thank you, Paul. Yes, ma'am.
Hi guys, I've been here for a long time, so yes, just hopefully you'll help me about that. Me and my husband, we own a taxi company. We pay a lot of tax for that car. The car we have is the only car we got, so this is business and our car.
Excuse me, ma'am.
So we got in the beginning, we got the beach sticker for that car. Then we have to replace the windshield and everything. Then I came here for the tax office, and they refused. They said, we don't offer this anymore for business. I said, I already got it for 2 years, but I lost it. They said, we don't do that. Then how come I pay that much tax for the city, for my business, which is the only car I got? I'm not allowed to go to the beach and park my car. How come I go there? Either I go take a Lyft or Uber, or it's another taxi, or walk to the beach, or pay for the parking again. So this is my question. Like, I really need you guys to fix that, because I think it's not fair for me. I pay like over $500 tax for the car, and I'm not allowed to get a beach sticker.
Is that the only car you own, ma'am?
Yes. It's business and our car. That's the only one.
I have Councilman Donovan get your name and everything. And
Okay. And one more question, please. It's something like I'm thinking about a lot. We have a lot of streets in my area. I live in Kenneth Street. It's really bad. Like, it bumped the car really hard. We have to fix the car for that. Like, I need you guys, somebody take a look at it, please. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you. Anyone else like to get up? Yes, ma'am.
Which one?
You don't mind, the lady in the green, please?
Okay, good evening. My name is Marie Lee from 610 Campbell Avenue. I'm here today again for the building that is located behind my building. And I brought some flyers to show you. Maybe that's gonna help, if you don't mind. Should I pass it?
Ma'am, this is coming up tonight on the council meeting.
Of course,
It's
I
in the
know.
committee.
I know, yes, but it's been taking so long.
I don't understand.
Does she have a specific request about tonight?
Right here, it's coming up tonight, right?
Yeah, this is coming up.
Yeah, but did she ask him?
Well, that's the more reason I brought these flyers, so maybe some people are not familiar with the building. I remember last meeting, I have my hope high because somebody told me at the council, corporate council, they said there is no opposition. They were agree on to move forward. Later on, I came here on the 25th of July. Somebody told me there is a disagreement. You understand that? That's why I brought this information. The building is dilapidated, it needs to be demolished. There's nothing good about the building. I'm not gonna save it. I'm gonna demolish the building. I have all the construction planned. I have paid the architect $10,000. I have paid the survey $2,000, $500. I have paid the environmentalist. So all that I expended and waiting for the city to approve this so that I can move on. This is taking too long. I recently got evicted from 611 Campbell Avenue, where I was running my business. I purchased this building 2011. I purchased from the SBA. Excuse me, I forgot. From the Small Business Administration. This is the government founding to help small businesses stay in business. And this lady, Nancy Guman, was here recently. She was the one speaking. She's the one who was bank manager. She's the one who helped me to get this loan. This loan is to help small business survive so we can create employment. When I was at 578, I used to have 6 employees. I moved to 611 because I cannot live in my building. My building is like, it's not livable. I was just waiting the back building so I can do the project that I want to do. So I can get a parking lot. But I cannot do that with the zoning because I have to have the parking lot, enough parking lot in order to build that project. But that building is the only thing that is holding me back. I am getting nervous about it. It's taking too long. You have to have little consideration about this. I am losing business for 20 years. You know, when I start business, October 2nd, 2002, that's when I registered my business here at the city of West Haven. I was the first African person to open a hair braiding shop here. If I was to open my own business by myself and have my hair salon in my basement, I can make over 100,000 by myself. But I don't want to do that. I want to create employment. So many African people here are making so much money if they stay in their houses. She knows how much people pay on hair. $300, $200. You know what? What's the new? They start asking us to asking for tax for doing somebody's hair. But when we wash your hair or I put extension, you don't pay tax for it. It's not fair. We pay a lot of money on the braiding. I'm telling you, if it was California, $500 to do braiding. Somebody told me move to California and Pasadena. I can make a whole lot of money, but I love West Haven. I've been living here for so long. I know all the businesses around on Campbell Avenue. I occupied 4 buildings here on Campbell Avenue, 578. Benny used to be Rose's Market, a nice landlord from Italy. He's an immigrant Italian, very kind man. He rented me that place. I was there for 16 years. Then I moved from 578, I went to 611. While I already have 610, I cannot move my business there because the building is not ready to be operated. I paid $2,000 at 611, and then $1,100 for the mortgage. But I'm not even using that building, I'm paying mortgage. Did you see that? Before and after. Recently, I campaigned for Mr. O'Brien because he was a small business runner. I was happy. I said, oh, finally, we have somebody who cares, who do small business. Maybe he knows what we go through. But business in West Haven is not doing well. People asking me how I survive. I live a very frugal life. I don't waste. When they talk about wasting food or anything, I don't waste. I limit myself in needs and material things, but I care to create something for other people to benefit from it. Right now, I have only 1 employee. I am even ashamed to have only 1 employee in this small shop. I'm not used to that. I'm used to having a bigger space, hiring so many people. That's what I want to do. and help me out to do that. Nancy Gooman, the lady who just left here, she's the one who did all this. This is a Small Business Administration. It's a government. They're encouraging us. They give me a loan. Right now, this building, I want to pay cash with my own money. So to prove the bank I can do something for myself, and they can modify the loan I already have so I can build it. I'm not building it for myself. I'm building it for this community. Do you know how many people I serve here in this West Haven? So many of them. So many of them, I've been serving them for 20 years. I'm not ready to close the business or go back to small shop. No, I started big. I want to go bigger. You allow me to do that, please. But Mr. O'Brien, when he pointed out my building, he said it needs to be remodeled because it looks ugly. But the building was like this for how many years? For so long. They never care about the building to be remodeled. But when they see the sign, African Herb Breeding, they say, oh, this is a new people here. What they're doing here, maybe they're supposed to do something different.
Ms. Mpazzi, your communication is coming up in a little bit.
No, listen, I'm taking care of elderly lady.
No,
my mom, I have to leave. Whatever you decide, fine. But this one should be just the last, because 6 months. And I came to Mr. O'Brien before I sent him letters regarding this building. That was 2015. If this was solved, today I would have paid the city of West Haven more money. Right now, how much tax I pay? $6,000 on this house, this small house I have. And one more thing. This building here, the rear building, is only West Haven that the city of West Haven will separate it as 610 rear and front. It's never been 610 rear and front. It's always one. This is Archer Klein, 610 Campbell Avenue. This one is Murray, mine, 610 Campbell Avenue. All his mail come to my mailbox because it's 2 mailboxes attached to the building. One for mine, the second one is for the fish market. That's the Archer Klein, who supposedly be the owner of it. I did my research before I found out where the man lives, and but I let the city handle whatever because this is out of his hands now. That's why I came here to plead with you to just help me do this. Absolutely. Because I have waited so long, I get anxieties. For 6 months, I've been wondering who is blocking my way, who's throwing a stone on my way, who does not want me to prosper here. I get nervous. I don't want that.
Your anxiety will be over with.
You see that? Yeah, please help me with that. I am only trying to do the right thing. I want to develop businesses, make the city attractive. I'm sure when I build this, you're going to be happy about it. Absolutely. Because I am not new to the business. I've been there for 20 years. So you should trust me and help me develop what I want to do. Isn't it?
Thank you.
Oh, thank you so much. But I'm going to leave now. Whatever you do, fine, but this will be just my last coming here.
We'll be taken care of tonight.
You see that? No, I've been coming here a long time, since 2010.
It'll be coming up in the
Or is it,
agenda.
should I wait or should I just go home?
Well, that's up to you.
It's up to you. If you want to stay, you stay. You don't have to.
It'll be a while before it comes up, but it'll come up tonight.
I trust you. I would just let you do whatever. But one more thing I have to ask you, if this is a normal thing. In 2018, this is the tax, my tax receipt, but I blocked the clerk ID number to avoid any problems. But I came to pay my tax. I always pay cash. The reason why I do that, I don't want to check bouncing because I have a lot of checks coming out, but I want to make sure my money get to my account. So I came, I paid. If you want to see that, I paid, the money went to somebody else's house. And I don't know if this is a mistake or it's something that you heard before. You see that? You want to see it? My house, I came to pay $1,500 to my house. The money goes to somebody else. You want to see that? And this is the list. Only Archer Klein. They hardly find my name. Whenever I come to pay taxes, I come as 610 Campbell Avenue. They cannot find my house. They go all the way down. That's where they find me, where I have the yellow. You see that? My house is here under, but everything here is Miss Archer Klein from the back building. It's so confusing. It looks like it was one lot. The whole thing was long. It wasn't meant to be two separate. It was all one. So that's why I will appreciate it if you just sell me the building instead of selling it to somebody else. Understand?
I'm just going to go upstairs and make a copy of this, and I'll follow up.
You got it? Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah. So that's it. I think that I said what I needed to say, and I hope I don't offend anybody. But appreciate whatever, and I listen so many people talking, and this is just America, and I appreciate this freedom American have, but I try not to abuse it too much. Freedom of speech is so great, but don't abuse it. You can have right all you want, but know the limit. It's a cultural things. There is things we can say, but we cannot do it. So I appreciate everything. Thank you so much. I'm going to be leaving now.
Thank you.
Okay. And somebody who's going to help us with the small business, we need it, really. We need somebody to advocate for our businesses to stay. All right? Thank you so much. Have a good night.
Take care.
Mrs. Pelletier?
Pat Bollettieri, 215 West Walk. At the July 25th City Council meeting, there was a group of people from Lake Avenue that were here, and they indicated that for years they had been trying to get the city's attention on flooding in their neighborhood. You should listen to the neighbors. Neighborhoods are the bedrock of any city, and the brewery project that you listened to tonight, the neighbors don't want a factory in their neighborhood. I mean, it's a direct impact on their quality of life. The brewery is the winner, not the city, not the neighborhood. The Haven, you didn't listen to not you, but your predecessor council didn't listen to the neighbors either. And the eminent domain issue, that was built into the Haven South Municipal Development Plan. You don't have to actually use it. The threat is enough to send people scurrying. And I was sitting here on June 9th, 2015, okay? That's when the redevelopment agency approved the plan. And I listened to a young woman tell your predecessor council how 3 generations of her family were being kicked out of their house. And a realtor arrived at their home Sunday morning and told them they had a certain amount of time to get out. Those were the exact words that were used. This type of activity is destabilizing to neighborhoods, and please listen to the neighbors, the proximate people that live near these humongous developments that are going up. Anyway, getting back to the July 25th meeting, which is really what I wanted to speak about, and I got sidetracked by the brewery and some of the other discussions that were held, but the Lake Avenue neighbors, I was afraid that their complaint also was going to fall on deaf ears. They were speaking at the public comments section, and you can respond to public comments. You can either suspend your rules and have a two-way conversation, or you can use the new business part of the meeting, and that's what Councilman Boris did. He asked for Public Works to appear at this meeting tonight and give a status update. Regarding the new business part of your meetings, you can use that for other substantive matters. You're a deliberative body, and making motions is the cornerstone of that deliberative process. Some of you understand how to use formal motions. Others call it a departure from business as usual, but formal motions give you the power to get things done that you discuss and agree upon as a group, making sure that the majority agrees. So another thing that happened at the July 25th meeting, in the new business part of the meeting, Councilwoman Garthwaite made a motion to subpoena 5 years of credit card statements, so something very substantive. So you can use the power that you have to accomplish a lot by making motions, having discussions, and then voting and agreeing as a group. But after I heard some of the discussions tonight, I'm asking you also, listen to the neighbors that are directly impacted by a project.
Thank you. Mrs. Weinstein.
On July 20th, Moody's Investor Service placed West Haven on a watch list or on review due to insufficient information caused by the city's incomplete audit of 2021. Moody's gave the city 30 days to supply the necessary information so that our credit rating could be evaluated. This credit rating assesses the city's credit worthiness. Mr. Jackson stated in the July MARB meeting that he hopes that the audit results will be in somewhere around Halloween. Other information that I've seen online says it will be the end of the year. Without an extension, Moody's can do multiple things. They can remove our credit rating altogether, they can downrate our city credit rating, or they can do nothing and we can stay in limbo for months. Option 1 or 2 will be detrimental to our city. Municipal general obligation bonds are used to finance capital projects and at times to fund day-to-day obligations. They are also known as GO bonds. I'm going to say a couple things because there's a lot of people at home listening to this. GO bonds are backed entirely by the city's credit worthiness. BANs, B-A-N-S. BANs are bond anticipation notes. These are notes that are an advancement in essence that are issued in expectation of a larger bond issue. These BANs give the city the ability to finance preliminary stages of larger projects to determine the scope of how big the bond needs to be. Upon the issuance of this BAN, there is an expiration date. When the BAN is expired and the bond comes in, the bond will pay back the BAN and you get the difference. Our city has a BAN coming due on September 29th for $6.5 million. Online, by going into emma.org, which lists the different bonds and the different BANs, I cannot find the bond that is in the process of being, or is in process to offset this BAN that is coming due on September 29th, again, for $6.5 million. We're talking tonight about trash for $1 million increase. Now we're talking about in September, $6.5 million. If we do not have a credit rating, or if we do not have a credit rating where we can get a bond, the city may be responsible for paying that $6.5 million on September 29th. They may give us an extension, but again, if we do not have a Moody's credit rating, or it's been removed, we're not worthy. And then from there, we have trouble. Per an article in the Connecticut Mirror on 7/29, the state said that they've put a temporary halt on approving grants to the West Haven government, as well as borrowing money on behalf of West Haven. They state that the events of the past year raised too many concerns about the city's ability to manage its finances. The last Board of Education meeting, they talked about the fact that the Board of Education relies on these bans for their necessary project. And I mean necessary projects. Kerrigan Middle School will be greatly impacted, will impact our students this winter. They have a problem with their boilers. They need boilers. On the last Board of Education meeting, Mr. Carney said he's still waiting for funding on this project. We could go into our winter with the Kerrigan Middle School furnace boilers not working. As they said, they'll get through it. They'll get through it with multiple calls of no heat, inadequate heat, and they will spend more money in trying to repair it and moving us forward. I recommend that the city record the Board of Education meetings, so those are also available to our residents. Mayor Rossi stated on 8/7 that no one has come and directly said to her that they will not fund the city. So we need to go back to Dorinda Boer, or we need to go to Charlie Ferraro and ask what that means, because Governor Lamont was also quoted in that article, the first article, saying that he is very leery on doing anything for West Haven. I request the Finance Committee closely watch this ongoing situation and request an update from the Finance Department tonight. In the August 2nd ARPA meeting, during the last 15 to 20 minutes, it was discussed that the police retention bonus has still not been paid. The committee thought that MARB had it on hold. Councilman Quagliani informed MARB that it was approved. Brian Zahn actually had written an article on it on June 15th, reporting MARB's approval. Obviously, no communication moved on from that. During this ARPA meeting, it was discussed as to what to call the $10,000 retention bonus and how it fits under ARPA approval list of qualifications. Words were thrown around like, we'll work it out, we'll make the semantics fit, we'll manipulate the semantics, we'll move the columns around. Ultimately, it was said that if the salary increase, because now they feel that it's a salary increase, it's not a retention bonus. And it was said specifically, without mentioning names, that if it is a salary increase and it doesn't fall under ARPA, we will pay it out of the budget in the discretionary fund and disrupt any other programs if necessary, as it's a priority for the mayor and the council. I have stood here numerous times advocating for the police retention bonus. I still advocate for that police retention bonus. We should have taken care of this months ago. My problem is that this is the West Haven way. Same old, same old. Change the terminology to make it fit, right or wrong. And isn't that how we got into trouble with the Con-Resnick report? After that meeting, I called out to multiple council people and I said, do you realize that we haven't taken care of this $10,000 police budget? Everybody was in shock. Nobody knew. It's all well and good when you as the council pass the things that come before you, the motions that come before you. However, without anybody bringing you updates as to where we stand on any of this, you assume it's done. I would assume it's done. What happens is it gets manipulated, it's wrong, and now it will come back to all of you and say, well, you all approved it and it was unanimous. That's not what you approved. You approved that this was a retention bonus. If we pay the retention bonus out of the discretionary fund, and then on September 29th, the $6.5 million ban comes due, we are in deep trouble. What happens then? 3 council people sat in that meeting on 8/2 and never spoke up about the game plan to manipulate how we're going to pay the officers. I don't agree with that. I think that somebody should have corrected that language and saying, no, 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 we're going to do it the right way. We need to do it the right way. On tonight's agenda, there's 2 applications for solar power contracts at City Hall and at the police station. Most things that are submitted to this council are like a student writing their answers on an algebra test. The test says show work, and they just write the answer. This application does not show you comparisons of today's costs compared to the costs over the next 20 years, which is what this contract is. Why is that acceptable for you? How can you all agree to a contract without all of the information? I'd like to know if any of you would sign a 20-year contract for your home to put up solar without a cost analysis. Wouldn't you want to know what year I'm going to pay out 5 years, and is it year 6 that all of a sudden I start getting ahead of the game? Why, when you are acting out on behalf of the city and you are acting out on behalf of the residents, do you not ask for the same things? And I'm not saying you all are wrong here. It should be submitted to you. The 5-year budget still has income coming in from the Havens. MARB criticized that previously it was there, and unless I saw the old 5-year budget in the online program tonight, it's the same thing. I thank you for your time. I thank you for the extra minutes.
Yes, Dave.
David Riccio, 56 York Street. Just to clarify something, in accordance to city council rules, if you're going to limit time during public information, I think you would have needed, in my experience, a motion prior to amend the city council rules to limit the time. But I appreciate you extending the time for speakers tonight. At the April 25th city council meeting I attended, Mr. Jackson told this city council that, and I quote, so he's going to be living in the vault and finding out, refuting the Cohen-Resnick report, information that would refute the charges in the Cohen-Resnick report. Cohen-Resnick, which is a very, very good company, audit company, and is highly regarded. I asked to this day, I know you handed this off to an investigatory committee. What have you found, what information in 4 months has he relayed to you that he has found something to refute the line items that were in the Cohen-Resnick report? And I hope, from what I'm seeing, is that there is none, and it's sort of like what Geraldo Rivera found in Al Capone's vault, nothing. So hopefully you get the answers to this. It's been 4 months. The residents are waiting results on such report. And since it's taken this long, I guess I'm going to have to be here a little bit more often to remind or ask whether if you found anything that refutes what was in that audit. And I hope we're not letting the clock tick to next November when there's a new election, because that in the years that I've been on the minority on the city council, when something contrary or something that goes on like that, that's what seems to happen, is that you push it till next November. So I'm going to be here, and I hope other residents will be here to remind you that we want information, we want answers to that budget that had details that were quite detrimental to the city of West Haven. Also, hopefully one of you two, I'd like to know a status report of the investigation committee, where you are to this date. Hopefully it's not where you were in the last couple of meetings. You're still stalwart on that. And let's hope that we can get some answers on that. Now, I asked a question during the DEP portion, and that's only because it's like you get reports back from the resident who is homebound asked me these questions, sent it to me knowing that I would be able to present it to you. And the question, it was with regards to, oh boy, bear with me, guys. Okay. The question he sent to me is, has West Haven been recycling properly? And if not, how long has this gone on for? This is the current recycling situation. Are recyclables dropped on the same landfill site? If yes, then why are residents who are scrubbing, washing, spending money on detergent, separating, wasting their time on this? If it is not being recycled properly, if it is not currently being recycled properly, then why is there a $500,000 line item in the budget for recycling? If it is not being done, then this is a misappropriation in the budget. What has happened, and what has happened to the $500,000 through the years if we've been misappropriating, not recycling properly? So that's a question a resident who is homebound has asked me. I think maybe that's a question that should be brought up by the city council regarding our current recycling situation. And I hope you do, because there's residents, if you read some of the way it is, that was a cloud that was circulating in that. So again, I thank you all for listening, and hopefully these questions could be answered to a gentleman who's not able to get out of his house, and hopefully I hear a status report from the investigation committee. Thank you so much.
Mr. Monahan.
George Monahan, 376 Center Street, West Haven. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the council. I hear a lot of people say, I was born in West Haven, and I can't say that. My wife and I were not born in West Haven, but almost 39 years ago, we chose to live in West Haven. We chose to start our family and raise our children here. We chose to send our daughters to West Haven schools, and now our oldest daughter is continuing to live in West Haven with the purchase of her first home as she grows her family. I loved West Haven then, and I still see the potential of West Haven to be a great city. But as every day goes by, we're losing opportunities, and those wishes and dreams potentially become maybe not reality. Complaints can be worthy if they spur thought process and dialogue and maybe a coming to a conclusion. Human nature, however, has some people complain for the sake of complaining. And I know you hear that a lot sitting in your chairs. No one should ever agree with every one of you all the time. I, for one, definitely don't agree with this current administration, being a longtime resident. However, I do want to thank each and every one of you for the time that you donate, for the service that you've committed by running for election, being successful in that election, and I would hope doing your best to represent your constituents. I served here in West Haven as a member of the Board of Education, an elected member of the Board of Education, and so I can fulfill the statement that says, don't complain about something unless you're prepared to get involved and make a difference. After serving on the Board of Ed, I've also served on a couple of commissions, and I try to be involved. I try to listen, I try to dialogue, I try to talk to people about things that are happening in West Haven. Something did happen in West Haven very recently, and it involved one of you sitting here tonight. And it was very disappointing to me. One of you was challenged because you participated in a vote when, in hindsight, this person himself acknowledged if he had it to do over again, he would not make that mistake. He should have recused himself, or he should have at least abstained in taking that vote. It was a mistake. That mistake did not change the outcome. Whether he recused himself or abstained, that vote would have happened, and the result of that decision would be the same as it is today. This goes to all of you, but I want to specifically say, Robert Bruno, I'm sorry you had to take that abuse and deal with those complaints, because that is not constructive complaining. You have given back above and beyond your service here to this city council in all your life in West Haven. You always give back to the community. You're always the first one in line if somebody needs something, and that's a generation after generation after generation thing that the Bruno family has always done. So I didn't file the complaint against you, but I'll apologize for the people in West Haven that do care. Thank you all.
Thank you, Mr. Monahan. Yes, ma'am.
Good evening, everyone. Chris Petrucci, 483 Washington Avenue. I watched most of this city council meeting on my phone on my way up from Virginia. I have to tell you, I was outraged when the mayor got up and said, oh, only 18 people spoke. Outrageous behavior for a mayor. As far as the brewery goes, residents have concerns. My biggest concern is how we give land away in this city. How we give it to development, how we give them abatements, how we push off when they have to pay taxes. We did it in Allentown for that developer. We're doing it again for this. There was, she was quoted as saying something about paying again to take down houses. For the Havens, I really hope that the developer has paid for every one of those houses to come down, and that us as taxpayers have not. And I would like my council person to check that out and get back to us. Give us this information back, because coming and standing in front of you guys and not hearing anything back is frustrating, and it creates an environment of distrust building upon other distrust that we already have. Some of you are taking notes, which are wonderful. Others are just sitting, sometimes flipping through books, not listening. It's disheartening. It's disheartening as a citizen here, as a taxpayer here, as a homeowner here, to watch some of the behavior. At least the council person who used to take naps isn't on the council anymore, thank God. But I'm disheartened if those are the facts that we're giving the brewery, if you pass it, such a great deal. Maybe take a page out of Shelton's book, because Shelton gives no tax incentives. You can talk to Loretti, and he will tell anyone, if you call him, he has developers banging on the door wanting to develop in Shelton. We should have that. This brewery is coming to us. They want to be here. Why are we giving it away? I understand they can't go to the Havens. I get that. But what the sweet deal they're getting is they don't have to buy the land. And if we as taxpayers raise the building, raise the conference center, take it away for them, they have a clean slate. I don't know where that is budgetary. I don't know what the agreements are, but that shouldn't be on us. If that's the location they want and we're giving them such a sweet deal, have them have some skin in the game, because they know what they're getting having that location. The other thing I wanted to talk about is the new proposed garbage. I did send an email. I have multiple examples of garbage. I, too, was an expat out of the country. I lived in Germany. I did this 20 years ago. All right, it was done a little bit different. We had a small garbage pail where we dumped our food waste. We had to take our recyclables to every couple of blocks. They had big bins for recyclables. We didn't have the luxury of putting recyclables out on our curb. But the regular trash was regular trash pickup along with the mule can, the garbage. It's not that hard. Where I lived in Germany was the old East, Germany, where the Russians settled, and the apartment buildings, the apartments were, 100 square meters, and they managed to recycle. So residents that say, oh, I don't have room, I can't do it. Again, I remember, I don't know, probably in the 80s, my mother-in-law used to have a thing by the kitchen sink for the garbage to go into all day. And then at night, it would be bagged, and then it would go. We've done it in some form. As Paul Frozalone said, backyards that had the garbage in the hole where you stepped on it. My house on Linwood Street, where I grew up, had that. We've done it. We can do it. I was concerned with some of the stuff that I read. And now that I understand it better, that I watched the presentation, it makes sense. I'm hopeful it's a success. I intend to participate. I'm just concerned about tenants and what it'll bring down upon the landlords. I spoke to Deep when I arrived and brought that up, and they understood that. So they do have a plan to reach out. But, if you're coming from another state that doesn't recycle, that doesn't have, returns, bottle returns, the desire to learn that isn't always there. So I know with some, there's some work that needs to be done. And as I said, I lived in Germany. It was a corporate move. So we had cultural training. But we have immigrants here from other countries that they're here not through corporate, so there's not a cultural training for them to know how to live. And so I'm just hopeful that we can bridge that and have, many understand the value of this. But like I said, the garbage I did 20 years ago in Europe, so it's there, it's been there. But the land, if that's true, what I heard, that is the biggest disheartening thing since I heard what the Prospect Beach Club that has the beach property pays the city to rent that property. So this is more disheartening than that. You can look into what their rent is. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Anyone else like to hear? Yes, sir. His name was up already, wasn't he?
Good evening, everybody. 66 Chestnut Street, Brandon, is Patterson. There's a lot. First off, I want to say I agree with capping public comment. I believe in capping it to a portion of 10 minutes to or say, because it gets diluted, the presentations over and over again, that are just incognizant and just completely redundant at times, and don't really get people involved enough, because we have to listen to presentations and discern and find what we want to listen to. So I do believe that, I'm glad that that was instituted today, because it allows more people to speak. And I'm going to try to keep my comments muted today to a point. I believe that we deserve an update 4 months into this process. I believe that West Haven has a future, not just a past. And we can't move on unless we have everybody on the same page as far as recounting what was done to the citizenry of West Haven. I don't think that has happened so far. I haven't seen the urgency. And I know you guys listen to the gripes every day. I've watched these meetings. But I have yet to see the urgency with what has been done and what is on the line for our our reputation. On the agenda of the day, I'm in full support of this brewery. I believe there are thousands of residents that are in support of this brewery. I believe that their presence here today is not indicative of West Haven's support of this brewery and just change in general in the city. Change should be open to business. Change to be open to change. We understand nostalgia. We understand there's a past and a history here to be honored. I don't think it was being done that great of a job prior, when we had the condition of the Savin Rock Conference Center as it was, and the condition of the museum, just with arbitrary hours. Everything wasn't as controlled. I mean, I grew up here my whole life, born and raised. Don't remember even a field trip to this site, and that would be an honorable thing that we should be doing. But as conditions were, it hasn't been it hasn't been an open and welcome site for everyone here, and not conditioned to a point that we deserve. I think that this city deserves every opportunity it can have, because the potential is here. But we just have to, again, not be just reticent to knee-jerk complaints about what people can do. And I get why we have those complaints, because of the precedent that's been set. I mean, we have a reputation here, and especially on giving land away. But I don't think that should just trap us to say that every single opportunity is a bad one. And I know that we collectively, everybody's tired of the tax rates here. Collectively, we're tired of the nepotism. Collectively, we're tired of the impropriety in our tax funds, because that's everybody pumping and putting in work every day. That's their money. We want the best decisions to be made with people that are taking care, and all that word means. But that doesn't mean just knee-jerk reaction of no to every single thing that's proposed, or say that just throwing out proposals that can't happen. You can't just, when someone makes a proposal for land, you can't just swap areas of land like that. That doesn't happen. Like, I understand the Havens is a mess. A lot of people to blame for that. you know? But, and a lot of people are not taking blame and are still derelict of duty because, I'm sorry, you guys are here every 2 weeks listening to these people. And to just come for a portion of the meeting and then to leave is unacceptable. You guys are still here. What is going on? What is going on? This doesn't make any sense. I've tried to be calm, and I'm literally getting nervous, which I don't do to speak, because of just the state of the city is unbelievable to me, with the potential that we have. But to see, it's to me a complete dereliction of duty to have heard what has been reported in institutions across our city and across the state, and to just leave the one time you show up for a meeting is unacceptable. And why do you think people not believe you about things that are being proposed right now when we need to have a mayor that's able to really sell this to the city? People can't believe it based on our track record. And we're not standing up and answering the questions, and we're not making sure that we are guiding these in critical investigations with the care that they deserve. People aren't going to believe these proposals, even if they have earnest potential, as I think this one does. I actually agreed with everything she said tonight, which is surprising, because I have not agreed with a lot lately. And I've worked with a lot of people here. I've worked with a lot of people here. I've worked with this mayor. I've tried to. But I'm at my wit's end with this just attitude of lack of transparency, and that's okay, of just trust us after all we have seen. It's unacceptable. And those that are coddling to it we need to take ownership here. I believe that everybody here personally has conviction and loves this city. I believe we have a lot of groupthink that comes from just what we have been conditioned to accept in the city, but that doesn't mean we need to do it continuously. I believe everyone has an earnest point to have question for the moves that this council's making, even when they are good proposed moves, as I believe this brewery is. Because, as I was saying before, we have a past, but we can have a future too. I always used to hear about how this area was jumping, you know? The beach, we talk about it, we watch the pictures. I've seen what this used to be in this area, and I know what it has adapted to now. And that doesn't mean we have to be stagnant in our nostalgia. We can allow for new projects to be proposed. We can, change the traffic as it appears now to make it more conditioned for this brewery. But let's not just say no, because what do you think this representation is for the rest of businesses that see the potential of West Haven, but don't see an outstretched hand? It's because of this. So we can't have everything. I know a lot of people are tired. We want revenue, but we can't just say no to revenue in the position that we are. I think that there's a lot of, earnest people that talk today, and I feel for a lot of the points that were made, but I think that these proposals actually, really need to be considered by you guys. Overall, I believe, I'm glad that you amended, I said this from the beginning, I'm glad that you amended the rules to cap public time. I know I'm taking a lot of time today, but I do believe that instituting a rule that forward would promote more public speaking if you guys could just, cap it to a point. And if you amend the rule once, you can also amend it to have question and answer with you guys up here. Those are things that are not stagnant as well. Just that can actually happen as you amended it today. And the mayor should not just be allowed, there's a portion allotted in the schedule, a normal schedule, as I've seen in previous council, for the mayor to speak. I don't understand why it's just given a part of public portion and we can just not be mayor today and then be mayor some days. I don't understand this. We need accountability here more than ever, and I believe there are individuals here that are ready to do so. It's just about unleashing just all of this nonsense that has trapped us here in just squabbling for no reason, and talk about real needs and concerns of West Haven residents. We need revenue here because we're losing it because of incompetence and nepotism. I understand why people don't believe those same people that are involved in nepotism can be in charge of leading us to new revenue, but at this point, we need to do something. And that means paying attention all the time. That means not just holding everybody's feet to the fire, because you guys are hearing it every council meeting. So make sure we're doing that in the back rooms. Make sure we're doing that when we have those conversations, because our residents deserve it. Thank you so much.
I'll be really fast. It's getting very late, as you know. I'm Sean Hayes, and I'm at 950 Ocean Avenue. I want to mention something positive. I'm starting a startup center here that will fund this year 4 businesses. I funded 4 of them outside of the state, New York. And what it will actually do is it will fund 4 businesses and also house them. So we're actually looking for rent right now. My background is I am from West Haven. I was a faculty member teaching law. I was the head of an international law firm in Asia. I was also the head of a large company with a budget that was much bigger than this town. And everyone in this room, I believe, knows what a problem is. The mayor has lost trust, right? That's the issue. However, can we still go forward? The mayor's not going to leave. Can we still go forward and bring trust in this council? And the council can act more. And the council can also get help from the outside too. I understand limitations that you have here. You're paid very little money. You often have other jobs. You have other responsibilities. And you also have this role. You relied also on the mayor. We understand that. And I hope that people behind me here can try to think about, this is not a right-left issue. This is local politics. The right and the left doesn't matter. Let's try to find a way to move West Haven forward. I'm so happy to be back. The people are so kind. The beach is beautiful. Our school finally, I actually went to West Haven, even when it was built, I think in 1966, it wasn't so nice. It's beautiful now. You know, so I think we have so much opportunity here if we can work as one and think about ways to give back. I hope this startup center can prove that we can build great businesses even in small towns. So we will only be funding people that live in West Haven and want to start a business here. Most will be tech companies, and we're also going to move one business here, and you'll probably hear about it soon. It's called Ply Agility. It's an online fitness app. It's doing really well, and we're going to reincorporate it here, and hopefully I can get people that are clients of mine and such to visit here and see this as an actual destination where people would want to live. And if they want to live here, they'll also want to work here. So I think that's our opportunity. We have so many vacancies all around town. Some of them can be office spaces. Some of them are retail spaces. And I would love to learn more and talk to everyone here and also everyone here and figure out what is the actual need and try to go forward with that need. I'll do my little part. We'll have entrepreneurial classes. We'll have bookkeeping classes. I'll have a lot of speakers coming here that are very prominent people will be coming here to give speeches. Finance guys coming here. And we'll also fund 4 businesses. So thank you so much. And you can always contact me. I'm Sean Hayes, and you can find me easily online on Facebook. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Anyone else? Mr., you're already up once already.
Not during public comment.
Not during public
No?
comment, no.
All right. I thought you were. I'm sorry.
Apology accepted. So Chris mentioned an environment of distrust. We got credit card statements after the mayor tried to block a FOIA request. I don't know if people realize it, but we paid thousands of dollars just in a couple years of interest and late fees on our credit cards. Not to mention, you know, the investigation that needs to be done with tons of hotel rooms and, you know, things, Audi dealerships, just lots of questionable charges. So I hope someone is looking into that. I've recently learned the COVID signs in the Con Resnick report. They actually say no parking at the beach from May until September. Those are our COVID signs that we put through. It just, we shove things in holes they don't belong. We try to get away with stuff. It's, even the recycling. There's an elephant in the room tonight. We don't recycle. I've been told by numerous council people that everything is just dumped together and we don't recycle. Against the law. Didn't realize that. There's a resistance to MARB in this administration. Ethics forms should have been filled out in November when people were elected. MARB asked for it in April and May and June and July, I think. I don't know if there was a meeting in July, but they've asked for it numerous times. They haven't gotten it. There are people that work in City Hall who will refuse to do an ethics form. They should be fired. This has been going on for months, maybe years. Everyone's entitled to a vacation. The mayor took a 3-week vacation, God bless her. But she's back, doesn't come to the next meeting, and you haven't even gotten to your work yet, and she's gone. An environment of distrust. There's a lot of stuff for tonight. 432 pages of documents that were put on the website very recently. I know council people didn't get it until Friday night. To look through 432 pages in one business day to prepare for this meeting and voting on things that will affect everybody is almost unfair. There's a contingency of this council that are the Rossi rubber stampers. Whatever she says, boom, we'll agree to it. I think that's political suicide. I think you guys need to be in touch with the residents, your constituents, hear what they have to say, and maybe go against the grain every once in a while. The 5-year budget, which has $11 million in it from the havens, also shows an 11% tax increase to the residents in the next 5 years, from 34 mills to 38 mills. Part of your job is looking where we can cut things to make a budget a little more palatable to the citizens of West Haven. And I urge you to do that. I think MARB watches all our meetings, and I think they have our best interest at heart, despite the resistance they get from the administration. And I would like to see an employee from MARB put in City Hall. I would like to see MARB hold meetings with West Haven residents in West Haven and hold meetings which they said they're going to do with city council people. And I want MARB to know if there's anything that I can do to help. that Kimberly has my contact information, and so do many of the council people here. Be happy to do whatever I can to help.
Thank you, Mr. Lynch. Anyone else like to get up and address the council?
Good evening again, Kim Marie Mullen. Let me see. Kim Marie Mullen, 2nd Avenue, 46 2nd Avenue. I know it's late, everybody's tired. I'm not going to bring up stuff we've already spoken about. I'm going to bring up something that we haven't spoken about yet. And this was about, I just want to get the dates right, on August 7th, on Sunday, Planning and Zoning Commissioner Stephen Mullins put together a cleanup from the Elm Street Library area right down to City Hall. And I will tell you, he invited a lot of different people. Some of were here tonight. I think it was Tom Flynn, his daughter Shannon, John Carlson was there. So he invited a lot of people, and unfortunately, it was like a 98-degree day. So it was beyond debilitating, but some of us did show up and gave up our Sunday to do this. We do a lot of cleanups in this city on a regular basis. I know most of the people, those 18 people who just keep showing up here at the city council meeting to complain, most of them actually are the ones who, roll up their sleeves and do these cleanups on a regular basis. But I just have to let you know how just surprised. I mean, I know there's a lot of garbage in the city, but the amount of garbage we picked up in that short spot from Elm Street to City Hall was staggering. It was just unbelievable. So I don't understand why it just keeps falling onto the residents to do these cleanups. We have a public works department. They make a lot of money, some of them. It's not getting done. People were there with weed whackers. Some of the business people were coming out to thank us, saying that they've been doing business here and it's just going downhill, downhill, downhill. This was just a tiny little section. If you drive up and down Campbell Avenue, you would just be so surprised at the amount of nip bottles and just garbage. And we actually pulled up a ton of garbage off of just the City Hall property right out here. So I don't know if people have just become blind to it. You drive by it every day, you see it every day. Like, why can't we get Public Works to help the residents? Why can't we all work together? There's so many in here that do this in their own time on a regular basis. And if we could just get some cooperation for the city, we can all work together to make it a cleaner place for all of us to live, because we shouldn't be living like this. It's really, it's embarrassing. It really is. It's embarrassing to see the state that the city is in when it just comes to just the garbage that's strewn all over the place. I mean, we're talking a lot about garbage tonight, but just take a look around. It's not good. So I just wanted to say thank you to all the people who volunteered on that day and all the people who have been doing this on a regular basis. And I'm just begging you to somehow get the Public Works involved, so we can work together and we can start cleaning up the city. I don't understand why they're not even helping at all when it comes to this. So, and I also want one last comment, and this might be a little dig, and I'm sorry, but I'm going to a lot of city council meetings in other towns right now, and I will tell you, most of the mayors in these towns, they stay to the bitter end. They listen to the public comments. They're not just here to push their agendas. They want to hear what the people have to say, what the issues are. They don't skip out when it's time to kind of face the music to see what's really going on. So, thank you. Good night, everyone.
Anyone else like to come to the council? Anybody else for the second time like to approach the council? Third and final time. Anybody else want to approach the council? Public session is over. I make one statement, and it was supposed to start tonight. My timer kind of got screwed up. But next meeting, it'll be 3-minute talking from the public from now on. We have changed it, and it's going to start next meeting. 3 minutes on one subject, and you get to come up one time. Also, I'd like to take, sorry, ma'am, public session's over.
You just brought up something, so does this get addressed at the next city council meeting? You just said that you changed it. I'd like a vote. I'd like to know who voted to change that.
It don't have to be a vote.
It doesn't. You could do it arbitrarily.
I could do it, right. I run the meeting. Be 3 minutes. At this time, I like a moment of silence for 2 individuals that passed away in the city. One individual was Miss Grace Henricks, 91 years old, a longtime resident. She is the wife of the late James Henricks. She was noted as the Amazing Grace, as she was called. She devoted her time with her family and the city of West Haven. Longtime member of the Democratic Town Committee, worked many campaigns as a campaign manager, also for Robert Johnson at the time when he ran, to the present. She served on many boards, Police Commission, West Haven Community House, St. Lawrence. She received the Pauline Lang Award from the West Haven Town Community Center. And she was honored as Italian Woman of the Award of the Year. So I would like to have a moment of silence for Ms. Henricks, please. Thank you. Also, Attorney Louis Votto. He was the attorney for the police department. He was also the attorney for all 3 fire districts. He was the chair of the West Haven Democratic Town Committee. He was also a state rep in the 70s, which I've known Louis for many years, and I never knew that. He also was on the city council under 3 mayors. Louis was a very devoted individual, and as far as I'm concerned, he was a very good attorney too, also. I'd like to take a moment of silence for Mr. Votto, please. Thank you. I'll read this letter. Read it now.
So we bypassed this letter that probably should have been read in public comment, but it's to Mayor Rossi, Chief Perno, City Council Chair, and members. Thank you for serving the city and the residents of your districts. I know that your work can be difficult. My name is Joy Snyder. I live at 31 First Avenue. I have owned my home since 1971. My neighborhood was once a clean, quiet, wonderful place to live. The onshore breezes from the sound were delightful and cooled my home without air conditioning. The evenings were rarely disturbed with loud music or fireworks. Now I am surrounded by the Airbnbs and the VRBOs and homes owned by absentee landlords who are not concerned with the blight of their properties or the noise emanating from them. Speeding cars and illegally muffled motorcycles also contribute to the noise problems. Loud music and illegal fireworks are common events on the weekends in our neighborhood. I am forced to close all of my windows and run my air conditioner to block some of this noise. I have to drug one of my beloved pets to keep her calm when there are illegal fireworks. It breaks my heart and brings me to tears to see an innocent animal suffer. Those who are ill or have PTSD are negatively affected by the illegal fireworks that sound like explosives. They have a detrimental effect on the air, soil, nesting birds, our terrified pets, and the environment in general. If the offenders were caught and fined, perhaps the word could be spread that those who break the law will be punished. Please address these problems. We deserve a peaceful existence and I have survived cancer twice, but I am not sure that I will survive in my neighborhood. Respectfully, Joyce Snyder.
Thank you, Stacey.
Oh, yeah, we're gonna open up the regular meeting at the time.
Regular meeting 11? It's
Oh, it's 11.
11.
11:11.
This time I'd like to approve the minutes for the regular meeting of July 25th, 2020.
So moved.
Second.
Any questions? Yes?
Chairman, I need a correction on the top of page 3, under Communication B. It says Councilman Quagliani opposed, and it was passed by majority. I was opposed as well.
That is the only correction I have. Thank you, Chairman.
Any other questions? All in favor? Opposed? Abstentions? Yeah, I'm abstaining because I wasn't here. Approval of the minutes of the special meeting on July 25th, 2020.
Second.
Any questions? All in favor? Aye. Any abstentions? Me.
Abstain.
Abstain.
And what was that?
Motion passes. Me and Ronnie abstain. Okay.
I'm gonna pass out the communications.
Now communications.
Okay, we have before us Communication A from Doug Coulter, Grants Coordinator, regarding the Deep Solid Waste Co-Collection Pilot Program, grant of $1.3 million. This program will allow the city to accept state-funded participation in the co-collection trash reduction pilot program, which is being signed to the Finance Committee. And I believe that is Councilwoman Acker-Bally acting as the chairman of that committee? Okay. And we have Communication B from Joseph Perno, Chief of Police of the West Haven Police Department, regarding animal shelter donations, which is also being assigned to the Finance Committee, Chairwoman Acker-Bally. We have before us Communication C from the Tax Collector regarding overpayment refunds for the month of August 2022, which is going to be filed with tonight's minutes. Communication D from Joseph Perno regarding the Chief of Police of the West Haven Police Department regarding another set of animal shelter donations, which is being assigned to the Finance Committee, Chairwoman Acker-Bally. Communication E from Doug Coulter, Grants Coordinator, regarding accepting the DECD/OPM Urban Act Grant Downtown Cultural and Historic Restoration Grant, $2 million. This program provides funds for the West Haven Arts and Cultural Center, $1.5 million, and 3 community historic restoration projects where the city will act as fiscal agent for the First Congregational Church, $300,000, the Ward Heisman House Museum, $100,000, and the West Haven Historic Commission Whole Eye Mansion, $100,000, being assigned to the Finance Committee, Chairwoman Acker-Bally. Communication F from Doug Coulter, Grants Coordinator, regarding accepting the DECD/OPM Urban Act Grant Pump Stations and Accessible Beach Bathrooms, $2 million. This project provides funding to raise sanitary sewer pump stations above the anticipated sea level rise elevation and to install handicapped accessible public beachfront bathrooms at 2 locations, being assigned to the Finance Committee, Chairwoman Acker-Bally. Communication G from Lee Tiernan Corporation Counsel regarding the potential sale, lease, or transfer of 25 Herman Street, being assigned to the Public Lands Committee, Chairman Donovan. Communication H from Doug Coulter, the Grants Coordinator, regarding the solar power and services agreement on City Hall, 355 Main Street, West Haven, Connecticut, being assigned to the Finance Committee, Chairwoman Acker-Bally. Communication I from Doug Coulter, the Grants Coordinator, regarding the solar power and services agreement on the West Haven Police Department, 200 Sawmill Road, being assigned to the Finance Committee, Chairwoman Acker-Bally. And the final communication is Communication J from Lee Tiernan Corporation Counsel regarding the approval of leasing the West Haven Pump House parcel on Kelsey Avenue for parking purposes and 6 Rock Street Conference Center to Rock Street Brewery LLC, being assigned to the Public Lands Committee, Chairman Donovan. And that concludes our communications for this evening, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Stacy. All right, I'll turn it over to Councilwoman Acker-Bally, the Finance.
The time is now 11:14. The Committee on Finance is now in session. Members present are Councilwoman Hamilton, Councilwoman O'Connor, Councilman Quagliani, and myself, Councilwoman Akrali acting as chair. I would like to bring this out favorably. Do I have a motion?
Bring what out there?
Finance updates, sorry.
Oh, you can just go ahead, you don't need.
Oh, I don't need it, okay. So first order is finance updates. Scott, can you go over the year-to-date budget review, please?
Good evening, members of the council. Scott Jackson, Finance Director. I'll start with the year-to-date budget report. As you can imagine, 1 month into the fiscal year, the books are still pretty raw. But in comparing period 1 from this fiscal year to that of last, we are seeing very similar trend lines. The expenditures are a little bit higher, but there are also a lot more encumbrances as we try to move away from the vouchers and into the more professionalized munis system. Revenues are tracking nicely. Last year at this last day of July, 26.7% of taxes had been, 26.7% of revenue had been collected versus 25.9% this year. And tax collection was at 42.4% last year and 42.2% this year. So we are right on the mark. I am currently working on the big transfer that I think that you folks have seen for many years, and it is a very heavy lift. So I hope that we will not be doing that again and coming back in on a monthly basis with transfers as necessary. We do have munis training set for early September, which is going to assist us even more in getting more purchase orders into this, requisitions and purchase orders into the system, as opposed to the vouchers. I'd like to touch on some of the items that were mentioned. As a founding member of MARB many years ago, I have no resistance to them. In fact, I enjoy them and appreciate all the help and guidance that they've provided. They are supposed to send an asset to do a financial management review. I have cleaned off a desk and have it ready for this individual as soon as they are assigned and can come in. Per the MARB's request, Haven was not in the 5-year plan for FY24 and for very limited tax liability in 25. That was their request. We accomplished that and they passed the plan. Cone Resnick. A year ago, this city was looking like it was in great shape, a real upward trajectory, financially anyway. And then something happened that caused this city a great deal of shock, fiscally and emotionally. That was the impetus. And since then, there have been a series of cascading sort of dependencies. You can't do one. You have to take them in order. So when Cone Resnick came in at the behest of MARB, our internal auditors, our annual internal auditors, were still working, but they were kind of not sure where it was going to land. So after the Cone Resnick report came out, the auditor declined to continue the engagement, which caused us to have to, as you know, procure a second auditor. And so the timelines are very, very, very challenging. Without the audit, it's hard to get the rating agencies to feel like they have all of the information they need to have a qualified audit. So that's when Moody's, when we exceeded the standard timeline, Moody's has a standard practice. June 30th, if the audit is not in, you go on and watch. And so that's what happened to us. I did live in Vaughan. Sent several hundred pages of supporting documentation that I do not believe that they had access to when they were on site. That info was presented to them on their timeline, which was the Friday before the 4th of July. They reached out last week to set up a work meeting where we could go through the documents, any documents that they thought still needed additional discussion. And so we're going to take a couple of hours in the next few days to schedule that meeting and go through those documents. No one was delaying, no one was obfuscating. That is the timeline that was established so we could continue to move forward. The bands do come due at the end of September. There are two options for a resolution of that. Well, actually, there's three, but two that are the best options. One is to seek an extension, and typically extensions are granted. Typically. Now, obviously, this might be a special situation, so we're working it out with our financial advisor to work with the lending institution and get onto it early and see what we can do. At the same time, my team has prepared all of the reports necessary for the financial entries into the audit. You know, the sheets, not the narrative, just the sheets with all the numbers. And our auditor has been working on those and making good progress. The other one is the city is in a very, for the history of the city, a very unique cash position. We have about $60 million in cash right now today. So another option, probably not the best option, but a secondary option for a resolution of the bans is to pay them off out of cash. So there are different ways to skin that cat, and we have 7 weeks to figure it out while getting good information from our auditor about timelines and from the lending institution about what they'd want to see. MARB, the next meeting is on September 8th. The agenda has not yet been posted, but it will be so. I know that there's a lot of interest from residents as it relates to MARB, so please keep an eye on their website. And I think the final thing I have, I already spoke to the Haven. The narrative on that for the assumption was the Haven project will provide minimal growth in FY25, followed by significant growth in FY26 and years after as the project moves forward. This reflects a delay in the project as well as revenue growth as compared to previous estimates. So I think that's what I have on my list. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Scott. I do have a couple of concerns about the budget that I'd like to bring up. Actually, I have a lot of them, but I'm just going to bring up the main ones for now. For the comptroller consultant, did we hire one? Because it looks like we didn't budget one in FY22 or FY23, but we spent $18,000.
Yes, we are in the hiring process as we
Okay.
speak. Hopefully,
But we don't have one as of now.
the economic development consultant or the
No, comptroller consultant.
we do have a consultant, but he's not really listed as comptroller consultant. We have someone who is performing special projects like the audit, discussing with the audit, supporting me in putting together items for MARB. But we do have
When did we get this consultant?
the assistant finance director retired fully in April. So it would have been around the last day in April.
I'm confused because we didn't budget for one. That's why,
Oh, we pay it out of financial services.
that's my next question. Financial services? Okay. Do you have the exact date of the hire?
I don't, but I can get it.
Yeah, would you email that to me, please?
Absolutely.
Thank you. Also, in planning and development, the grants administration, did the assistant get hired? Because also, it looks like for FY '22, we did not budget for one, and we spent over $7,000.
There is there is the grant manager,
Mhm.
and there is it grant assistant or grant
Yes.
writer?
So the assistant grants writer position that you added this budget year, we're in the final stages of interviews, and we're down to 2 candidates for the mayor and choose.
And we're only hiring one?
Just one.
Just one, okay.
There was another position created in the last budget year for accounting side of grants to make sure we're able to get our money back.
Okay,
So
and,
that position is filled.
okay, and so that person is currently not hired?
No,
Yeah,
Well, so there's 2 assistants. One is the accounting side to bring money back in and monitor the spending of grants.
okay,
But mainly to make sure we're fetching our money
okay,
timely. The other person is an assistant grant writer to go out and fetch new money.
Mhm.
And we're in the final stages of that hire.
okay.
So we have one on, one coming.
I'm just looking, for transparency. I didn't know that we had one since we didn't budget for one. So going forward, could we make sure that we're at least told and that if we do have someone that is working in the office as an assistant or a consultant, that we just have that emailed to us so that we know? Thank you. Let's see. There was one big one. State mandated benefits were
Yes.
over $800,000, which is about 150%. In workers' compensation, can you let me know why?
Workers' comp, I'll start with first. We
Okay.
had not paid on a workers' comp claim in 5 years. So we're really playing catch-up, trying to clean up those records and take care of that circumstance. The other one was state mandated benefits?
Yes,
Are you looking at 22?
yes. I believe that's the page. Unfortunately, I did not write the code name, or the code number down.
Yeah, okay, got it. So in total for state mandated benefits, all of that category, we appear to be 1.8 million to the positive. Oh, no, you know what? This is my period 1 budget. I don't have my big budget with me. I can diagnose that and let you know through the chair.
Yeah, and could I get a breakdown of that as well, just so that I can see exactly why we're over? I'm sorry, yes, over.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
So let's see, what's under that category? We got unemployment comp, Hurt and Hyper, and workers' comp.
And also, insurance retention. In FY '22 and '23, we budgeted for $315,000. It looks like we went over $500,000 in that as well.
Yes, that was, we had a very bad general liability year.
Okay, can I get a breakdown of that?
Sure.
Thank you. I mean, some of them, I look at them and it says, you know, only 126%, but when you're going over $500,000,
Certainly.
yeah, it's a little bit of a concern.
It does appear to be tracking, and the number that I've given to Marb, and I'm going to stick with it until the numbers are fully audited.
Okay.
But in our first run, it looked like we would still have a positive fund balance of $1,040,000.
Okay, perfect, thank you. Does anyone else have any questions? Councilwoman O'Connor?
Hi, how are you?
Doing well, thanks.
I think the last time we talked about munis training, it was Councilman Quagliani that asked if some of the council could be trained on it as well. Is that still something that we could do? Because I'd like to be included on that list.
Let me consult with the mayor. It is, it might be delicate, and I apologize for this, but no need to not tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Just because of the separation of powers, sometimes it might be awkward, so.
Okay.
But I'll have to get a direct answer on that one.
All right, and then I trust you'll get back to me.
I will get back to you.
Thank you. That was my question.
Councilman Quagliani?
Hi, Scott, how are you?
Doing all right, thanks.
25 minutes will be the chairman's birthday, so I think we'll be here for that.
Welcome to 21, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, we got a donut for you and a cup of coffee.
Brownie.
So Scott, I want to talk about the parking revenue down the beach. So when the budget was put together, I think the budget was 62,000, and I think after that time, or concurrent to that time, the meter, the kiosks, they weren't working. We had supply chain issues. We couldn't get parts. We established, I think, security down there who was going to do some collections. So I wanted to ask you how that's tracking to budget, and what are the cash controls in place for collecting the money down there?
So the cash controls are, it is tracking well. The cash controls are that a uniformed police officer comes to my office, takes my manager of financial accounting down to the station. They together walk in, get the cash box. He returns the manager to the building, who turns it over to our accounts receivable clerk, who counts it and banks it.
But how's the money get to the cash box? So are they collecting?
Oh, yes,
Are they
they're
physically collecting money down the beach?
Yes, they're carrying, they have cash boxes at the stations at the beach.
And how do they balance that at the end of the day? How do we know that what they're collecting, we're getting?
Chief Perno worked that out. I'd have to defer on that one.
Or maybe can you follow that up? I would imagine that a cash controls would be something you would be interested in.
Indeed. I mean, the first week that the cash came in was very nerve-wracking for all of us.
And we have no end date when that's going to end, and we're going to transition.
No, actually, we are in the midst of installing a new cashless system.
Just a little concerning, right? Just based on everything, again, when I speak to you as the finance person of the city, not you personally, right? So my next topic is the budget. And you had said, I was going to ask you, what do you think the end number is for the FY22 budget? You said it's still hovering around $1 million.
That's the number that I stated, and so until I get evidence
Right.
to the contrary, and I do not believe that evidence to the contrary will be a reduction in that number.
And that's good news, but, you know, and again, you came in on the tail end of this budget, so again, this isn't directed to you. But when I look at this FY '22 June 30th run, how we got $1 million in revenue is really happenstance, in my opinion. I mean, it appears that there was very little management or oversight of this budget. I mean, there are departments that are over $100, $200, $300, $400, $500,000. And they may be justifiable expenses, but I've been here a long time. Some will say too long. I think after tonight, I say too long. But we have a charter that's very clear, that says that a department cannot spend over what their allotted line item is. If it's $1,500 or less, you and the mayor have the authority. If it's anything more than that, it has to come to the council for approval. So I'm not saying it's just this year. I can remember historically this has been an issue here, and that's when you alluded to when you first started that I have this monster transfer request for the council to come and do year-end transfers. Well, the problem is what do we do with those transfers, right? We can't deny them, they're already spent, right? So at the end of the day, the time has come, right? And I don't think we need to wait for munis training. I think you just need to shut the switch off that does not allow anybody to spend over their budgeted line item amount. And I could tell you, over this past year, I think, to his credit, I think the Public Works Commissioner came to us twice for transfers, maybe the clerk and maybe the registrar. And there are many, many, many more departments that are over budget in line items that we've never seen. So it's problematic to me. It's always been problematic. We should determine whether you're authorized to spend over that line, not the department head or anybody underneath the department head. So I'm going to be watching the FY '23 budget, and my expectation is that I will not see any negative line items unless first we have a transfer request in front of this body that we could review, discuss, deliberate, and vote on.
So I have instituted a month-end report that I go through, and anything that even appears like it is approaching, and Munis has a forecasting module. It's not great, but it's there. If it seems forecast that it might go over in the next 30 days, I write a transfer. So that's how I'm kicking off '23.
So while we may have more items on the agenda, I think that's the proper way to handle it, right? As they anticipate, if that forecast comes in, they may be going over, that's the time to request a transfer. And as you know, they can only transfer within their line items for the first 3 quarters, and the last quarter, they could pull from other places, if need be. So I think that's good for now. Thank you.
Councilman Quagliani. Does anyone else have any other questions? Thank you, Scott Jackson.
Thank
I
you.
appreciate it. The next is an ARPA update. Ken? Thank you for coming tonight, Ken. I appreciate it.
After this meeting, I'm going back to my office. I'm going to work the rest of the night and skip going home tonight. We're all set. Okay, starting with the vac truck. We had originally received bids of $574,000 and $609,000. We took that spec, we value engineered it to something that was a little bit more reasonable for the size of our city, and we got 2 new bids. We are under $500,000 on both bids. They're being evaluated now. We will deliver the vac truck much sooner. We will deliver it under budget, and I believe it'll have everything that the Public Works Water Pollution Control Plant wants in that truck. Any questions on that one? Moving on to the sidewalks. This is a copy of the original report.
So this report should look familiar because we had forecasted a breakdown in all areas of the city around schools. We put a number to it. I have recreated those numbers in red to the actual cost. When I was here on the 11th, I asked you for a $50,000 contingency. Here's how it plays out. McCrill, we were at 69,000 on the estimate plus another 34. We came in under budget, 92,774. Bailey Middle School, we were at 26,921. We came in at 28,163. Next, if you turn the page, Colonial Boulevard, we were at 109,000 on the estimate, came in at 90,293. Washington School, we were at 39,000 on the estimate, came in at 48,825. Turn the page. We have Kerrigan, we were at 13,321, came in at 11,044. Forest School, 9603 was the estimate, one of our biggest spends, 22,073. Savin Rock has not come in yet, but I'll talk about that in a moment. Turn the page. This number from McCrill was included, I'm sorry, that's Haley. So we go to Haley now. We were at 23,636, we're at 25,993. Peggle School, we were at 8,000, we came in at 4340. And West Haven High School, which we have two estimates, one at 29,088 and 10,000 from the previous page, came in at 43,167. That's a total of $366,677 for the sidewalk project. If you throw Savin in, it brings us to 402. Our original ask was 409. You guys added another 50. We think Savin's going to come in 10,000 over ask. I will be returning to you about $42,000 to go back into contingency. So when I come back next, I'll have the exact number. I will also like to say that we've gotten a lot of calls, as I'm sure you have. These sidewalks have worked out great. We have done sidewalks all over the city. We have heard from already the Board of Ed Administration. They're extremely happy, especially at McCrill. At McCrill, students were walking through parking lots, dodging cars. Cars were dodging them. We've implemented sidewalks with sleeping policemen, so cars can't get to these kids. And it's much better for them to travel and walk to school. So that absolutely was a success, and we feel good about it. Any questions on the sidewalks?
Councilwoman Hamilton.
Hi, Jen.
Hello, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Good.
So I'm looking at Carrigan, and it says replace. I thought we were going to put some down where there were none.
Carrigan, let me look what we got here. We took out asphalt. On the original report, we put in concrete. We also did ADA ramps. Kerrigan, which is subject to other funds, has received a lot of funds in the past, and the need was not as great at Kerrigan for sidewalks.
Okay, but it says replace. I thought we were going to put brand-new sidewalks where there were none. Or am I reading this wrong?
They may have. I think it'll break down for you. This is a high-level view. I don't remember the exact linear footage on the sidewalks. I know that some asphalt sidewalks were replaced with concrete. I know there was a corner that you were concerned about, which I brought a picture of last time,
Yeah.
that we don't own that property, can't do that right now. And I don't know what other sidewalks were installed over there. I have to get back to you.
So this is just sidewalks at the school site. We're not talking about going up Fairfax? 'Cause it
Yeah, we
says
did work on
Carrigan.
Fairfax Street.
So, like, tell me where on Fairfax Street?
Again, this is just the high-level view. I could get you more detail. Most of the money was not spent on the school grounds per se, across the board. It was spent on the sidewalk travel to the school.
Right.
And in some cases, there were no sidewalks.
Right.
Other cases, there was asphalt. Some cases, there was deficient concrete sidewalks. And in every case, we made them ADA compatible.
So the pictures that you showed me, is that what this is?
No, this is a I showed you a picture showing you where we could not put a sidewalk that you had requested until further research was done.
I don't remember that.
Yeah, a couple
conversation.
meetings ago, I had two pictures for you. I had one at the high school for Councilwoman Hosky, and I had one for you.
But I don't remember you saying that, here's a picture of what we can't do.
Right,
I don't
right.
remember that conversation.
Yeah, it was on a corner. We don't own that property,
Right, because that's not what the conversation was.
so.
You showed me where there was like a block of, where the sidewalk would go. You didn't show me a picture of where it could not go.
Are you thinking of McCrill?
No, I'm thinking of Carrigan and Allentown.
This is the picture that I showed you
It could be,
3 meetings ago?
it could be.
And you asked for a sidewalk right here?
Well, I'm not sure, so it would be going from, it was just a block, right?
Correct.
So it's on the street,
Mhm.
right? And it would connect there's a sidewalk at the general store, the dollar store, and there's a sidewalk at Blake. So this would be in between both of those. So it can go right up. And it's not even on the side of the school, it's on the other side of the school. And then I asked you about that, and you said, yeah, and there'll be a way for the kids to cross the street over. So we had this conversation, you didn't show me a picture of where it could not be, you showed me where it would be.
So let's go look at it, so I'm clear on it. We still have some more funds. If there's an area we missed, we can look at it.
No, you didn't miss it because we talked about it.
No, I'm
So
saying if it wasn't done, I can still do it. I don't know if it's done or not.
You don't know if that block is done or
No.
not?
No, Ernie ran that. I do not know. So I have to go look at it.
So what happened to those funds? Because that was part of the funds that I approved. That's why I approved it, because I knew that that would get done, because you showed me that.
And it may well be done. I don't know. It's possible. But I can go look at it. If you want to come with me, I
Yeah.
can do it tomorrow. It's up to you.
Okay.
Are we able to get a breakdown of each of these sidewalks? A financial breakdown?
We have a pretty, yes, we have, let's see. Here's an example of an invoice for Washington.
Okay.
They break it down literally by panel, every block. It's, I've got a phone book of these things, but I can get that to you.
Yes,
Sharon.
please. Could you email that to us? That'd be great. Does anybody else have any questions? Councilman Hamilton, you all set?
Thank you.
No problem. Councilman, or Chairman Massaro?
The sidewalk you're talking about, that side of that house there, you gotta find out if you own that property. I know where you're talking about. That wasn't done. Because I think that property there is owned by that house on the corner. The one right on the corner from that spot.
Doesn't the city own like a certain footage on the property?
No, I don't know if.
Yeah, they did. That's what they told me.
Who?
Did that change? The city has told me that.
Oh. Sometimes it's not true, because if somebody owns that property, you gotta get it back from them. Especially if there's no sidewalks, because I remember we were talking about years ago putting sidewalks on Fairfax Street, and a lot of people objected because they didn't want to lose their property. Because we had
But
a,
that wasn't the discussion that we had.
well, I mean,
Right, I'm just saying.
but there's
I
extra,
approved this.
if there's extra
I
money,
approved this looking.
if there's extra money, we'll have it done if we
No,
can
no,
do
no,
it.
so it shouldn't be extra money, because I approved that sidewalk to be done. So this is not about extra money, like look for money. This is about something that I approved, because I was told that there was money
But
for
there-
that.
Yes, there's still money
All
extra.
right, it shouldn't be extra, it should be
It's
the
not, I didn't
money
mean
that I
extra, it's left
approved.
over. There's money left over in the sidewalk fund that we
And
could
if
probably
there's
do it.
not, what did I approve?
You just said $42,000.
Okay,
So you approved an $11,000 scope of work, which I have to define for you, which may very well include the sidewalk you're questioning. I don't
Okay.
know that area intimately. I know some of the schools intimately, that one I do not know. So I will go there tomorrow, and I will see exactly what that 11,000 covered. I will find the invoice, which details it in great detail, and I'll have an answer for you.
Does anyone else have any other questions? Councilman Johnstone?
Thank you, Councilman. Hi, Ken. Thanks for staying around.
Hello, sir. How are you?
Living the councilman dream right now. So, thank you for the positive news. We're under budget. We're on schedule here. So, I know we had talked about it briefly when I asked it during the last update and the little conversations I've had with Ernie. Have you guys had a chance, and it's okay if you haven't, because you've been keeping us up to date on everything, and in our contract, you're gonna have to refresh my memory again. The current pricing we have for the sidewalks expires November?
It turns out it does expire in November, but not this November.
It's
next November.
Following.
Correct.
Oh, even better.
Yes.
So the question is, at what point do you and Ernie and your ARPA team think you're gonna have, because we've discussed if there's leftover and we would like to repair more sidewalks. We've had many constituents come before us of, yes, it's great, we're fixing the school zones and the sidewalk safety for the kids. Is there gonna be an opportunity to fix some neighborhood sidewalks for our elderly and dog walkers and everything else? Do we have a kind of guesstimate of how we're gonna execute that, if there's anything left over?
You have LoCIP money for those sidewalks.
Yep.
The ARPA sidewalks is a little restricted. We asked for 50,000 contingency.
Yep.
We're gonna use probably about 8,000 or 9,000 of that. As these other projects unfold, because this contract expires not this November, but next November, you'll have the opportunity to revisit sidewalks.
Awesome. Thank you, that's all I have.
Ken, just any update on the website and the current expense report?
Yeah, I asked the team, which is UHY and our attorney, to have the website rolled out in time for the next ARPA meeting, which is September 6th. I'm expecting that to be ready by then.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Any other questions? I have a question, but it's not pertaining to the sidewalks.
I can run down the list if you like, or I can.
Yes, please.
Okay.
And then,
So next, we go to the food bank support. We actually got 3 applications. We are reviewing those applications, and that includes visiting the sites, talking to the people who generated the application. And I think the advice I'm getting from UHY is you take those 3 applicants and you just divide the pot equally. So I think that's what's gonna happen. But we're still looking at that. Pocket Parks is next for me. As you know, we have 18 pocket parks. We are funding 2 part-time people to assist in managing those funds for each of the parks. We have received several applications that we are reviewing, and we will be in a position as time goes on to disperse that money and do that work. Next, I've got the Johnson Community Center. The architectural firm is wrapping up their contract with the city. I suspect that will be a 3-month turnaround, and then we can put that out to bid. The Child Development Center roof is being designed. As soon as that is available, we will put that out to bid. Next, we have stormwater management. I was able to engage an engineer by the name of Brandon Hanfield, who specializes in civil work. He is going to be walking the city with me to hit all the hot spots, do a small spec or scope, at which point we will go out and put out to bid a company with a backhoe to come in and start cleaning out some of these drains and culverts, and start relieving some of this funding. While that's going on, there's a much larger study that has to happen. That, I believe, is out to bid right now, and when that firm comes back, they will do a much larger citywide study. But I've gotten so many phone calls about flooding. I go out, I look at this, and I see 2 hours' work with a backhoe solves the flooding problem. So we're sort of working with small projects like that, and then the larger project is out to bid.
Is Brandon gonna be the new hired engineer?
Brandon is going to be that guy who works for under 10,000 for all his work and just
So
goes
he's
out.
not gonna be the engineer that we.
I think it's too big for him, and that would have to go out to bid.
Okay.
My goal is to have a certified engineer, experienced engineer to come out, go to all these different areas of the town, look at the very simple solutions to some of this flooding and get it done right away.
Okay. Do we have an update on the new engineer
I believe it's out to bid.
out to bid? Okay.
Are we talking about staff engineer?
Yes.
No, I'm not talking
No,
about that.
no.
We're talking about the outside third-party consultant who comes in, picks up the
That's
city
right,
study, yeah.
right.
So we got two tracks going. One is the major study that enables other grants.
Mhm.
That's out to bid right now.
Okay.
And then Ken is going, the under 10 rule.
Right.
On some of these little projects with this smaller firm, was able to deliver his engineering services about $150 an hour less than
Right.
our normal.
Yeah, no, I was pertaining to Councilwoman Hosky had emailed you about hiring a new engineer, just because Abdul couldn't possibly do all of that work himself. If we
I wouldn't be involved in that part of it. That would be these guys.
Okay,
Yeah.
so what would the update be for?
That wouldn't be with ARPA funds, though. That would be, it sounds like a city employee.
No, I was just bringing it up just
Oh.
because you're right here.
That would be,
So-
Doug would have to answer that.
The last I heard was that the job posting on Indeed
Mhm.
did not produce anyone residing in the United States as an applicant. They were all foreign applicants looking for H-1B.
Okay, so as of now, there's no,
H-1B visas, right?
Okay.
So there's no viable applicant presently.
okay, thank you.
And just as an aside, since you're the finance committee, I heard from another town
Mhm.
that they can't fill the job at $110,000 salary. That's the town of Meriden.
Okay. I'll let
And
Councilman
same
Hosky
job
know. Thank you.
Next, I've got the broadband access.
Councilwoman Hamilton?
Sure.
Hotspots, what's gonna determine what a hotspot, you say you have the smaller projects and then you have a bigger scope. What determines the hotspots that you're gonna look at with this?
Sure. Anybody that calls me with flooding issues, if it's a small job that can be repaired immediately, I'm putting it on the list. So I've gotten several phone calls from residents, some council people in City Hall. I've gone out and looked at these areas. I want it to be an ongoing thing. I want to try and address these small
What do you
solutions.
consider small? Only because
An existing system that's clogged, that needs to be cleaned. We're not talking coming in and designing a whole new drainage system for a neighborhood. That's not what I'm talking about. That would be a different track.
So these are like new calls coming in that are experiencing small flooding problems in there?
I think the ones I'm getting, they've been flooding for years. I go out there and I see a culvert, that's clogged. So I want to address that.
Okay, so you're talking about taking new calls, and I just want to understand this, because I have people that call me all the time.
New calls
Are you
on
talk-
old problems.
Right, new calls on old problems. So if somebody has an old problem and they don't call you, they're not part of the hotspot thing?
Wait a minute. I don't work in City Hall.
Right.
I don't have an office in City Hall.
Right,
I've not done anything with flooding in this city until 2 months ago.
okay.
Okay? Anybody who wants to bring me something that can be fixed with the help of an engineer and a small contractor, I want to do as quickly and efficiently as possible. That's it. That's all I got.
I guess I need to know, like, how is that determined? There are people that have been calling City Hall that may have that. I don't know, I'm not an engineer, so I can't tell you if it's big or small, but there are people that have called. So how are we coming up with a list of,
Who are we?
how are you coming up with a list of hotspots?
If there's an existing system that needs to be cleaned out, that is contributing to flooding houses, I intend to bring the engineer there and come up with a solution. If that solution can be done for a small amount of money, I will have it done right away.
So people should call you, I should give them your number?
They can call you and you can tell me the address. I just need, I don't, listen, I know, I grew up in West Shore. I know Route 1 because I made business there. I don't know the whole city. I mean, someone's got to tell me.
So, you know.
Right, no, I was
yeah.
just going by what
Yeah.
you were saying, Karen. You said, as new people call you,
Not new people.
Okay, that's what I
As
heard,
I
I'm
get phone
sorry.
calls, I'm getting phone calls from people who are saying, I had this problem for 10 years. I go out there, to my untrained eye, it looks like a 2-hour solution. So now I call the engineer, I meet him out there, I say, is this a 2-hour solution? He writes a spec, I put it out to bid, the guy comes to fix the problem.
all right. So I
That's the
can
goal.
give you addresses, and you can
Please.
assess if they're
Yeah, yeah.
big or small,
Yeah.
old or new.
Yeah, like I said, I mean, you know, what I'm looking at are things that are flooding 10 houses, you know? I'm not talking about a whole neighborhood, that's a much bigger job, but if you have an address, I'd love to have it.
I'll send you
Okay,
addresses.
thank you. May I move on to the library? Any other questions?
I'm fine, thank you.
We skipped over broadband access. You hadn't covered that yet.
That's the library.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I'm sorry about that.
So the library has this program called the Navigator Program, which I've spoken about before. We are now getting invoices. That program is underway. It's $100,000. It'll service up to 88 families. All indications are that it's moving ahead. And we put those invoices on the ARPA agenda. Any invoice that's to be paid with ARPA money goes on the ARPA agenda, gets approved in public, and that's where it is. Any questions on that one? Moving on to windows. Hoffman Architects has that project. They have not delivered a scope yet. We are communicating with them, and I'll have more information for you the next time I come. And that's the windows for City Hall. Next, I move on to cameras. So we had 4 design firms come to the mandatory walkthrough, which took place on Oak Street. And we're looking at, from the beginning of West Walk all the way down to the Sandy Hook Bridge, covering that area with emergency call boxes and cameras. The concept is that will be the first project. Once that works out, we move on to the next area of the city. And we just keep repeating that until the funds are depleted. So we were happy with the turnout. We were afraid no one was going to show up. We had 4 good firms show up. And those bids are actually coming in tomorrow. So my goal is to get cameras on that beach, hopefully by Christmas, if we can do it. Don't know if we can do it, but that's the goal. All right?
We have a question. Councilwoman Garthwaite?
So you probably know what I'm going to ask you. I want to know, when are we going to go from Sandy Point Bird Sanctuary to West Walk? Or the boat ramp, actually, down, should be the boat ramp.
I don't know the next area. I let the police tell me that. But what I want to do is be in a position where we have a qualified vendor, a design that is adaptable to the entire city, the money spent efficiently, and we get systems that work, that stay working for a long period of time. The first area I'm doing, I described earlier, someone in the police station would have to tell me what the next area is after
So
that.
the police are deciding.
As far as I know, yes.
Okay.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Does anyone else have any other questions? Councilman Donovan?
Ken, thanks. Just for the public understanding, when you say call boxes, I'm old, right? I'm thinking the old call boxes. You're talking about like in colleges, right? Somewhat where they push the button, activates a camera type of thing, is that?
Sure. Yeah, so what we describe for the basis of design is that they have a vandal-proof call box that has a button versus a phone that gets ripped off, right? When that button is activated, several lights go on. There are 5 stationary cameras and 1 camera that's, point and zoom, that would be on that box. Now, what these poles allow us to do is have a home for all these cameras. You're probably talking, 60 cameras in that run, maybe 80 cameras. Instead of putting up ugly telephone poles, you do these call boxes, you connect them with fiber optics under the ground, and you end up with a nice system and the added benefit of a call box. If the call box button is not pushed, you still have the 5 cameras that are stationary, the 1 point and zoom camera, and that's all recorded for 30 days, and it can be
accessed by the police department anytime to, let's see what's happening down there.
Thank you. All set.
Ken,
Yes, sir.
when it comes to these call boxes, seeing they're gonna be out there, do they have such of a call box where they could push the button and just talk into a speaker instead of the,
Well,
because
that's
you
what I
know
just.
there's gonna happen,
yeah.
somebody's gonna rip
No,
the.
that's what I just described. The vandal-proof call boxes are literally a button push, two-way conversation.
Okay.
The handsets are all gone, and if they're not gone and you install a handset, they will be gone. So we no more handsets.
Good. All right, thank you, thank you.
Any other questions?
Okay, moving on to the children's camp. Last I understood, the Board of Ed has spent between $30,000 and $40,000 paying students to work over the summer. I don't have those records yet, but I should have them soon.
Can you send those to us as soon as possible?
Do we have those records yet, Doug? Okay. When I get them, I'll put them in the ARPA package
Okay,
and they'll be available.
thank you.
Next, I have for you the field house.
Oh, here's an extra one.
Thank you.
No problem.
So we have, in the council-approved ARPA funding for this project, $1 million. We have chosen an architectural firm off of the 4 architects that we put out to bid and vetted. And we met them on site, and the red rectangle on the photo I just gave you represents the approximate location of the building. This would be a field house that would have a playing surface and it'd be a place for kids to practice. If there's a camp going on, there's a lightning storm, they could go into this field house. It'd be a Butler building type design. Now, when we did this, we looked at how close it is to the rink. Not shown on this picture, to the left of the rink and where that road is, and you see the trees, I have the UI installing a 40 spot parking lot under a canopy that is going to be solar powered. So I'm going to have this structure, this garage, if you will. It has solar panels all over it, and I get 40 parking spaces. In the process of that project getting ready to start, we noticed a deficiency. We were told about a deficiency on the transformer for the rink. The transformer, the UI cannot access. They want to charge us $180,000 to move the transformer. But if you put a field house in and you put the transformer up there, it could service the rink and the field house, and then your solar program expands from the rink to the field house. And that changes the whole equation of the money that is available for solar, the payback, as well as eliminating almost a $200,000 problem. So we're in the early stages, we're looking at that. We've asked the engineers to consider that as part of their, look, and I'll get back to you on that with more information.
When you say service the rink with solar power, does that mean the entire building?
No, the rink is a monster. It uses probably the second most amount of energy in the whole city. The carport would alleviate some of that, but the problem is the carport isn't big enough to really feed the rink enough electricity.
Right.
And the cost of putting the carport in comes off of your proceeds from the solar energy. They need a larger solar field. And there's no place to put a larger solar field without taking out a ballpark or a tennis court. But if you put this building up, you get a larger solar field. And then you also have the opportunity to solve the problem of the transformer and its location, because you have to feed electricity to the new building, and that's something the UI would pay for, not us. But if I have to move the transformer for the rink, we have to pay for it.
All right,
So that's where we're at.
that makes sense.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right. Any questions on the proposed field house?
Councilman Bruno.
Thank you very much.
Sure.
What is the proposed square footage of this building?
This is not to scale, by the way, this just shows you footprint. That building, I think 120 by 50, maybe 5,000 square feet, something like that.
And you think that that will be around what we budgeted you for, like the $1 million range?
I'm looking at samples from other towns, and I think that if you do the Butler concept, I think it's doable. But again, with every project that comes to us, when the final numbers come in, I come back to you and I say, hey, we're either under budget or over budget, and then you guys decide. So I'll shoot for $1 million, we'll see what happens.
I am, thank you.
No problem. Any other questions?
Just have one quick follow-up.
Councilman Quagliani?
Thank you. So can we lose the pit?
No, if you look at this picture, the pit's still there. If you look at the rectangle, it favors the tennis courts, you still have a playing field.
So that field is still usable when that building is put up?
It's not usable for, the Yankees to play at, but it's usable for,
For the beer league,
yeah,
right?
There you go.
Right, okay. All right.
And also, part of this plan is we would actually connect the two facilities, because the grade changed there, with a concrete sidewalk, lit up, something nice. So that's a possibility.
Thank you.
No problem. Councilman Donovan?
Yeah, you were saying that the 1 million, I know we talked about it before, the million for the building, that is just for the building, nothing inside, like a track or anything like that?
We think the engineering is gonna come in at $80,000. That leaves you $920,000.
Okay.
The inside field is not as durable or as expensive as an outdoor synthetic field. Okay? There's also a very good chance that this will not be conditioned. It'll be almost like a seasonal type field house. And we're still looking at that. So we think there will be a bathroom in there, and there'll be electric heat for the bathroom or something, but we think that $1 million looks promising, but we won't know until it hits the street. We see the final design. We're very early in the stages. But again, when I get the final numbers, I come back to you, and you guys decide what you want to do.
Thank you.
Okay?
Thank you, Councilman.
Hey, Ken, just real quick.
Yeah.
School getting ready to start. Is there any update on the playground area for like Seth Haley and stuff like that? Do we have any quick update on that?
Yep. Haley and McCrill are going very well.
Okay.
We're actually supposed to pour rubber late this week, weather permitting. The goal is to get them both open just around the time the school opens.
Great, thank you
Going
very
well.
much.
I just want to point out, if any council person is interested, I have my every Tuesday 10 a.m. meeting at Bailey. If you want to come and see that beautiful addition, come and see it. I'll give you a quick tour. It's incredible what it's done for that school and that cafeteria. And that's a project that came in $400,000 under budget. So something to look at. Moving on, I've got the police bonuses. So I pushed hard from the last ARPA meeting to get this moving. And again, I'm not working in City Hall, I'm not privy to everything that goes on around here. A few days ago, I received an email from UHY, which contained a letter. And in that letter was for the chairman of the ARPA committee to sign after a vote at the ARPA committee on September 6th to move the $2.4 million over to the police station. So everything that they were trying to overcome, all the information that UHY needed to get, my understanding, they have achieved that, and now it's like a ceremonial signing, and then it's a done deal. That's my understanding. I know you heard some things tonight in the very long public session about, buckets of money. As these projects get priced, there are different scenarios that come into play. There's a $10 million bucket of money that requires less reporting, less effort, less expensive to run. And you know, the council has a decision to make as these projects come up, if they want to move ahead, if they're over budget, or, you know, take money back, and that sort of changes what bucket money it's coming from. And there's nothing unusual or weird about that or bad. It's UHY looking out for the city and doing the very best for the city with the money that we have. I think that's,
We have a question.
sure.
Chairman Massaro?
So Ken, how long will it take to get that done, the police department?
My understanding is when we sign the letter, the money is available the next day, but I'm being told that there's some union amendment that has to happen that's out of, you know, our control. And Doug can speak to that.
Yeah, so I think Lee probably knows the current status of that. As I understand it, we have to work this out with the union, that it's a retention bonus for people on the job. And if it gets added to base pay, then there's issues with retirees putting their hand in the air for an equal amount, which we don't have funding for. So this is retention. We want you to stay, work here. Don't go to work for somebody else. Here's 10 grand to stay here. It doesn't really fit the retiree bonus mode.
If I can put it a little more delicately,
Yeah.
UHY has said that if this money goes towards pension, it is not the purpose of what the money was allotted for. So it has to be for a retention bonus only, and that if those funds can't go towards pension funds, so we have to be very careful as to how that money goes in and what we agree to. But the union has agreed that they want, you know, the money to have the bonuses. So I think we're going to be able to achieve that pretty easily.
So, you know, for my part, you know, I hear what various people have to do to make this happen, and then I start making phone calls. I lean on UHY, I call the attorney, they start getting involved, and we try to push it ahead. So I feel that's what happened, and it sounds like we're pretty close to making this happen.
Yeah, but, you know, I thought that was all figured out, that it would go into their base pay of each grade of an officer. And as far as the pension, it doesn't go into pension, but the pensioners will benefit by it because they get an increase. It doesn't go into the pension. It goes to the,
With respect, Mr. Chair, it doesn't go the way you described pursuant to what UHY is requiring. It is a retention bonus. That's what it has to be. So although it will look like in their paychecks maybe that it's an increased salary, for our purposes and the way we're funding it, it is a retention bonus to the officers until we get to year 3 when it's really an increase without these funds. So it's not an increase in salary. UHY gets very nervous when we call it that. We don't call it that, we call it a retention bonus.
UHY will also be at the September 6th meeting, and they can explain that to you in more detail if you'd like.
All set, Chairman?
Any questions for the ARPA committee?
Anyone else have any other questions? I had
got
one
question. Kenny, how about the stipend for the FD? Is that in there? You got that included or what?
That is not ready for the 6th, but that is the next thing that's on the agenda.
Okay.
Yep, I asked about that.
No, that's fine. Councilman Boris?
That's when you're gonna go check like places like Lake Avenue, would that be part of?
Well, I think when in my opinion, when you hire an engineer, he's not gonna take direction from me. He's gonna know that what has to be done, he's gonna consider the rivers and the coves, he's gonna look at historical data, and he's gonna address the city as a whole and come up with a plan. While we're waiting for that to happen, I'm getting anxious, I'm getting phone calls, and I'm identifying small little projects that could make a huge difference that the funds outside of ARPA don't exist to take care of. So I want to hit those as quickly as possible.
Hopefully they get something, because it's hard. Thank
Yeah,
you.
no, I don't know about, I mean, I heard about Lake Street. If you want to go look at it and I can see what bucket it fits in, we can certainly do that, but I think that might be a larger project.
Councilwoman O'Connor?
Really quick, I just wanted to say thank you for all your hard work, and I'm really excited about the vac truck.
Yeah, it's going to be awesome.
That was it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. I just had, while I have you here, I just had a quick question. Do we have an update on the reimbursements of the health permits? during COVID for health services? Is that a question for you? Maybe not.
Not in ARPA, Doug says.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I'll ask. Wait.
Everyone have a wonderful night. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ken.
Bye.
Thank you.
Next on the agenda is the MARB meeting update. Lee, do you have an update for us? Or Scott?
No real update. The next meeting is September 8th, and the agenda has not yet been posted, so we're collecting any contracts or anything like that that we need to submit at that time.
Okay. And Councilwoman Hosky wanted me to state that we need to ask MARB if village improvement and the library falls under MARB's purview.
Well, Village Improvement gets their money directly from us, so I would, my suspicion is yes, but I can consult with
Yes, please.
the attorneys. Yes.
Absolutely. No, that would be great. And
Oh,
could you-
okay.
Yeah, could you email that to me as well?
Yep.
Thank you, Scott.
That's the library money.
Are you all?
I have one question.
Yes. Councilman Quagliani has a question.
Scott, so the next meeting you said is the 8th?
Yes.
So would the NEBCO contract be on that meeting of the 8th for the MARB?
If the NEPCO contract passes, it is a state, I'm sorry, blanking on the projects here. Yes, the NEPCO contract would be on the agenda.
Okay.
If it passes.
Thank you, Councilman. Any other questions? Thank you, Scott. Next on the agenda is the police pension study update. Lee, do we have an update on the police pension study?
Yeah, I talked to Milliman. Apparently, they don't have as big a group as I thought, because when we worked on the police contract, they had to do a lot of study work in terms of COLAs and other information that MARB wanted in terms of backup to approve that plan. So we diverted all those resources so that they could do that work. Now that that work's complete, they have circled back. They promised me they should complete it very soon.
Did they give you a timeline?
I'm gonna say the way it was described to me, 7 to 10 days, but it, I can't, they didn't give me an exact date. But based on where we're at, and they're apologizing for it being so late, I'm thinking it's a week to 10 days.
Okay. Thank you.
And I emailed Chairman Hosky that information.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Okay. Next on the agenda is Communication A. We have before us tonight Communication A from Doug Coulter, Grants Coordinator, regarding DEEP Solid Waste Co-Collection Pilot Program, $1.3 million. This program allows the city to accept state-funded sorry, I can't speak right now, I'm so tired. Participation in the co-collection trash reduction pilot program. I would like to bring this up favorably.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Thank you. Does anyone from the Finance Committee have any questions? Councilwoman O'Connor.
All right, I have this statement. From the beginning, I was for this. A lot of our constituents and citizens of West Haven were not. I hope we learned our lesson. I hope that next time we want to do anything that involves the citizens, that we get them in on the initial education program. That's my statement. I think it's a great program, and I plan on voting yes for it, but please, we need to tell everyone everything, whether they want to hear it or not.
Yeah, the only comment I want to make is based on the research that was done, based on the presentation that was before us tonight. It's $1.3 million for education to potentially divert some of our solid waste to more economical means. So to me, there's no risk. The program is optional to the residents. Yeah, like they said, we'd clearly like to see them try and participate. But right now, those that want to participate can, and those who don't have to. I don't want to get in the hamster wheel. We should hold this because the community needs more education, but the money for the grant is money towards educating the community. So we can go back and forth all day long. So at the end of the day, if, out of 10 people, if 9 say no, they don't want to do it, and 1 says yes, let that 1 person do it. And maybe we'll convince 6, 7, or 8 of those other ones as they go along. So there's no risk here. It's money from deep that we would never be able to do this program on our own. It's an evaluation pilot for 9 months. At the end of 9 months, somebody asked a question, well, what happens if you make it mandatory? We're not there. I'm far from there. What we need is to start the pilot to get some information, get some data, see if the city has buy-in into this, and then go from there. We either go back to where we were and pay the high tipping costs, or we do something that continues on with this particular program. But for me, there's no risk involved here at all. The community could participate, which we'd like them to do, or they could choose not to participate. So I'm a yes. Thank you.
You're welcome. Councilman Quagliani, does anyone else have any questions? Councilwoman Hamilton?
I ditto what Councilman Quagliani said. I'm looking forward, and I hope that I would urge my colleagues to vote yes, because I think this is a good opportunity for us to move forward. This is what the world is doing, and I just want to be a part of that big move to kind of, we have a future generation out there that needs us to make this move. So I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman. I too agree that this is a really good program that will not only allow a sustainability for our city, but will also educate us. And the data that's collected, if we don't, like Councilman Quagliani said, if we don't approve the motion, how are we gonna understand how this program works? So I do feel that, and tonight we had a really good presentation on it, and I was educated. I thought I knew more than I did, and I learned a lot, so. And Doug, do you have?
Good news.
Yes.
Just call the question.
Oh, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any discussion?
Any opposed?
Oh, any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries. Thank you, Doug.
Thank you.
We have before us tonight Communication B from Joseph Perno, Chief of Police of the West Haven Police Department regarding animal shelter donations. I would like to bring this out favorably.
Second.
Thank you. Does anyone on the Finance Committee have any questions about this? No? Anyone on the City Council have any questions? I would like to bring this out favorably to the Finance Committee for a vote. Do I have a motion?
We just did, Councilwoman Hamilton made the motion, Councilwoman O'Connor seconded it, so
Yep.
we're ready to just call all in favor.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries. And we have before us Communication D, right?
Yes.
From Joseph Perno, Chief of Police of the West Haven Police Department regarding animal shelter donations. I would like to bring this out favorably.
Second.
You're not on the Finance Committee.
Finance, yeah.
You need to be Finance Committee, dear.
Does anyone on the Finance Committee have any questions?
Well, we need,
Yeah.
who made the motion? We need a motion made. Somebody?
Motion?
Okay.
I second it.
Okay. Does anyone on the Finance Committee have any questions about this? Anyone else from the council have any questions? Do I have all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries. We have before us communication F. E, sorry. I'm very tired. Communication E from Dole Coulter, Grants Coordinator, regarding accepting the DECD/OPM Urban Act Grant, Downtown Cultural and Historic Restoration, $2 million. This program provides funds for the West Haven Arts and Cultural Center, $1.5 million, and 3 community historic restoration projects, where the city will act as fiscal agent for the First Congregational Church, $300,000, the Ward Heitman House Museum, $100,000, and the West Haven Historic Commission's Pole Mansion at $100,000. I would like to bring this out favorably. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Second.
Does anyone from the Finance Committee have any questions
I just have
about
one,
this grant?
one discussion.
Councilman Pagliani.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Chairwoman Akbarali. So Doug, my understanding is this is the grant that our state rep got through the State Bonding Commission that allocates the monies as the chair read into the record. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. The way bond commissions work is the legislative representatives will bring this to the bond commission as a concept. The concept is approved at the bond commission and goes back to DECD to work out the details, and that's where we step in. We realized that the bidding burden and the paperwork burden of complying with this was beyond these organizations. And after speaking with Corporation Counsel, since the money was being required to flow through the city, he decided that we would take that role and do the bidding and paperwork for them. And that's where we end up as the fiscal agent.
Yeah, so I'm in favor, obviously, of accepting the grant. I think there's some great opportunities and great organizations that are going to benefit by this. I would ask that, I'm in favor of accepting the $1.5 million for the West Haven Arts and Cultural Center, but I'd ask that that money not be spent until this council determines what that West Haven Arts and Cultural Center actually is going to be or look like, so we could accept the money, right? We're always willing to accept the money, but I just don't want to go down a road that we're not ready to go down yet until we approve what that center's supposed to look like. I'm good, thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Pagliani. I did speak to State Rep Dorinda Boer today, and she said she is putting together a committee so that they can come up with the design of the building.
True.
Does anyone else have any questions? I would like to open it up to the entire council. Does anyone on the council have any questions? Councilman Bruno?
So the committee that Dorinda's gonna put together, that's for communication.
That's for F.
F.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Right, I'm a little confused by that now,
No,
right?
no, my fault.
Okay, so.
That was for communication F, yes.
All right, so communication F, she's gonna put together a community for like beautification of how it's gonna look,
No, aesthetics of the building.
aesthetics of the building.
Yes.
Okay.
All right, so we're,
That's E, yes, that's E. Wait, right.
may I clarify? On E, you're
Yes.
also correct that,
Okay.
that we're trying to, try not to get into the weeds on this. So we have a 2011 plan for the Arts Center. That 2011 plan envisioned a city-sponsored not-for-profit taking that building over and managing it. That organization no longer exists. So what the mayor and Representative Boer and members of the administration are doing now is trying to revisit that nonprofit group,
Right.
who they are, and get them to step up to the plate and come up with a plan for the building that you would accept. So Councilman Quagliani is correct, the money should be parked until that plan is in place and this body's had a chance to review it. And I think that's our intention. So even though they accept the grant, the appropriation is not made to spend any of it. And I think that's very clear.
Right.
Now, moving on to the next one, if I may.
Yes.
So there's a $7 million project. Part of this is funded through DEEP to raise the pump stations. And Representative Boer was able to get us
an extra grant to boost that project and add the bathrooms in. It is of paramount concern, since these buildings are coming up by law, pretty substantial heights to get them up and out of the flood zone, that they don't look like World War II bomb shelters. So a citizens committee to participate in
Right.
the architectural design is our intention.
Absolutely. Okay, I would like to bring this out favorably to the Finance Committee for a vote. Do I have a motion?
I think you got the motion.
We have the
We have
motion.
the motion, so
We
all
are
in
at all-
favor?
Right.
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstention? Motion carries. For communication F. From Dole Coulter, Grants Coordinator regarding, did I already read this one? No, okay.
No.
Accepting, I'm sorry, I'm getting confused. Accepting the DECD/OPM Urban Act Grant, Pump Stations and Accessible Beach Bathrooms, $2 million. This project provides funding to raise sanitary sewer pump stations above the anticipated sea level rise elevation and to install handicapped accessible public beachfront bathrooms at 2 locations.
Motion to approve.
Second.
I would like to open this up to the Finance Committee. Do we have any, I'm sorry, does the Finance Committee have any questions regarding this? Anybody on the council have any questions? I would like to thank State Rep. Dorinda Boer for these grants. I think they're both wonderful, and I think it's gonna do us a great justice to the city of West Haven. So all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries. Thank you, Doug.
God bless you.
We have before us communication F from Doug Coulter, Grants
We're on
Coordinator.
H, just a-
H, I'm sorry, I don't know why I'm saying F and I have it written down.
We missed G. I don't know what happened to G.
No, there's
It's
no.
in a
Yeah,
different
there's no
committee.
J. We have before us communication H from Doug Coulter, Grants Coordinator, regarding the solar power and services agreement, City Hall, 355 Main Street, West Haven, Connecticut. I'd like to bring this out favorably.
Second.
Thank you. Does anyone on the Finance Committee have any questions about this communication? Councilman Quagliani.
So Doug, in the interest of time, just so, I want to make sure I understand this. At no cost to the city, this company is going to come in, erect the solar arrays at the City Hall and 200 Sawmill Road, the police department. They're going to do this through, I don't know if it's at roof and carports or just carports. And we are going to reduce our per kilowatt electric rate from what we have currently now, and you could tell me the specifics, to a lower rate over the next 20 years. Is that correct?
Yes, that is
Yeah,
correct.
20 years.
These 2 installations are carports only. I do have a letter from the police department supporting the project.
It goes from what, .18 to .11 or something along that line?
When you look at your electric bill, you have a delivery rate.
Yeah.
And then you have a generation rate.
Yeah,
So our combined rate right now is around 18 cents. We purchase our power through a purchasing consortium through the Connecticut Conference of Municipalities. That's coming up for review very soon. And we're looking at the future of renewable rates. They're not all that favorable. This company is guaranteeing you a 12-cent kilowatt hour for 20 years. And in return, you're just giving them some real estate to build the system to which they will generate the power to sell you. They make their money through tax benefits that we could not take advantage of because we don't pay taxes. If we were a private company, it might be a different way to do this, but we're not. This is the way the majority of municipalities procure solar power.
yeah, the current rate is, what'd you say, .18?
0.18 would be dropped.
Right, and so year
Dropping that
1
down
to
to
year
12
20,
cents.
it remains stagnant at .12.
Correct.
So I know
20
that there
years.
were some residents that were concerned about cost analysis. At the end of the day, our electric bill's not going down. So this allows it to go down where the regular rates, my homeowner rates never go down, right? And I don't, they're not projected to do so. So there's no cost to the city to allow this to occur, because we're gonna buy back what we need at that reduced rate, and then the rest they sell, and that's where they
Correct.
make their money,
Correct.
right? Okay.
Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Quagliani. Does anyone else have any questions? Councilwoman O'Connor?
I was looking at the early termination columns in the back, the schedule. Why would we terminate it before the 20 years? Is there reasons?
Well, the only reason I can think of is that you have another use for the property that the panels are on. So, for instance, the panels for City Hall are going in the parking lot. If you've driven by IKEA lately, you see the new hotel, and you see those parking structures, they're called carports. That's where the solar panels are gonna go. So if you had another use for that parking lot, then you would have to have them take it down, and you would owe them their investment back, because you didn't carry it to term. But barring another use for the property, I never see enough. Now, unless there's some new whiz-bang technology in 10 years we never heard of, that's way better than that, we want them out, But that's a financial decision at that time in both circumstances.
Thank you, that was helpful.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Does anyone else have any questions? Councilman Bruno?
Doug, thank you very much. So just to piggyback off of Councilman Quagliani, so we would have no upkeep on these whatsoever, correct?
They own everything. They own the panels, they own the system, they own the upkeep. If something goes bad, they have to replace it. And they also have to maintain it so it's delivering the power we expect to buy. So we have no responsibility for this at all. Whatsoever. They just sell us the power, and we're happy to have
At that rate, that's locked in for
At that
20
locked
years, no
rate.
matter what happens.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Thank
And
you,
they do the carports also behind City Hall and the police
And
department.
the police station, yes.
And they maintain everything.
They maintain everything.
Thank you,
Nothing
Councilman.
else.
Councilwoman Tucker?
Was this locked in for 20 years?
12 cents is the rate they're giving us.
12 cents for the 20 years?
12 cents a kilowatt hour for the 20 years is what the contract's written at.
So, some people that have solar panels actually end up getting a credit. Do you know what I mean? Like, why would we lock in at a rate like that when?
Right. So you may not know this, but, composting on one side, solar on the other side, that's my two fortes, so.
I don't know that, but-
I designed and built my own system on my house, did it myself, wired it myself, the whole bit. And as an inspector, I've inspected hundreds of solar panels, commercial and residential, and here in West Haven. And it's a hobby, I study it. So there's three ways to buy solar. One, you go out and buy the panel yourself, put it on, you get all the benefits and live happily ever after. The second way is you lease it, and then you get to share the benefit with an investor. That's what most people in West Haven have done, is they lease the systems. But both of those schemes require you to have a taxable income to take advantage of large benefits from the federal government and the state government. We don't have a taxable income, so there's no advantage to us. So instead, we let an investor take all those tax benefits. They finance the system, they build the system, they maintain the system, and they get all sorts of benefits from renewable energy tax credits and tariffs that they've negotiated with UI. Good for them. That allows them to sell us power at 12 cents that we would pay 18 cents for otherwise. And we can't buy those panels and put them up ourselves for the rate they're doing it at, because we can't write it off on taxes because we don't pay taxes. So it's all about, right now, the way the industry is built, it's all about tax incentives and rebates and selling your renewable energy credits. It's a very sophisticated process. I have to sell I was penalized because I did the system myself. I didn't hire a certified contractor. So they don't let me sell credits in the local market. on the system I put in my house. I have to go to New York and sell them on the open market. It's a very complicated process.
Thank you.
City doesn't want to get into it.
Thank you for explaining the process, but that's the question. Why that length of time to lock something in when this is a relatively new, approach to energy? Why would we lock in for that length of time when things could change?
Oh, it's an absolute blessing we're locking in. They're not even adjusting for inflation.
Okay.
It's a blessing.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Boris?
So yeah, I do know about solars, I do sell solars also. My question is this, after 20 years, are they gonna pay to take that off, or we?
Yes, they own the dismantling of the system.
So we have no cost for the city at all?
No cost at all. It's built right in. They even have to keep an insurance policy in place, and they have to keep a bond in place in case they go out of business, that the receiver would have enough money to do that.
I think solar's good, thank you, Doug.
Thank you, Councilman. Chairman Massaro?
Doug, you get a chance, we'd like a copy for the council of that letter. So the letter you just passed out?
Oh,
I want
yes.
get a copy for Diane.
I thought they had sent it to you directly, but
They didn't.
I brought a piece.
Yeah, they didn't.
I'll make sure you get it. So I can
Unless you just
submit
want to
this.
give me that one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Take
Mitch,
that
can
one.
you?
I intended to go to
Yeah, I am the keeper of all things records.
Thanks, Mitchell.
Any other questions? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstention? Motion carries. Communication I from Doug Coulter, Grants Coordinator, regarding the solar power and services agreement on the West Haven Police Department at 200 Sawmill Road. I'd like to bring this out favorably.
Second.
Thank you. Does anyone from the Finance Committee have any questions? I do have a question. I wanted to know what the expected lifespan of these solar panels are. Are they a forever thing, or do they actually have an expiration of when they just need to be reserviced?
So solar panels in general across the industry have an expected economic output of about 30 years.
Okay.
And they start to decline in output very slowly. So when you get to 25 years, you've probably lost 20% of the rated output of that panel. And then it becomes a financial decision of what the cost to replace that panel with something new and better at that time, whether you replace them or not. Solar panels are not increasing in efficiency and capacity like computers did in capacity. There's a physics problem of getting more out of a solar panel. There's technologies coming out of laboratories. I'm sure that 25 years from now, that will be a Model T with a crank on it, and we're going to want to put something new up. If the panels are not producing what they're supposed to produce, then it's up to the company to replace them.
How much energy is expected to come from these solar panels?
So I don't have those numbers in my brain, but I could certainly get
That would be great.
it for you. Scott, do you by any chance have that? 4-page. All right. So, for the police station, for instance, they start out in year one with 648,000 kilowatt hours. And then with the planned decline of the system, when we get to year 20, we're down to 589,000
Okay.
kilowatt hours.
You said 529?
Well, it starts at 648,103. By year 20, we're down to 589,227. The reality in the field is these panels are lasting a lot longer than anybody
Yeah.
ever expected. So we
That's
don't
wonderful.
expect less than that.
That's great.
The numbers are similar for City Hall. You don't have it before you. There's a different company that won the bid for the senior center. But that's not part of tonight's discussion.
All right, thank you. Does anyone else have any other questions for Doug? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstention? Motion carries.
If I may.
Yes.
I'm back up for the general vote. Is it okay if I go home? Do you need me to stay for?
We already had discussion.
Yeah, I don't think you're needed. I think we're good.
We're good? All
We
right.
are good.
Thank you very much.
Welcome.
Thanks, Doug.
And Communication J, we are holding. The time is now 12:50, and your Committee on Finance is closed.
Thank you, Councilwoman. And we'll go to Public Lands Committee, Councilman Gary Donovan.
Thank you, Chairman Massaro. The date and time is now Tuesday, August 23rd. The time is 12:50 a.m. The Committee on Public Lands is now in session. Members present for the committee is Councilman Quagliani, Councilwoman O'Connor, Councilwoman Hamilton, and Councilman Bruno. We have before us today Communication G from Lee Tiernan, Corporate Counsel regarding the potential sale, lease, or transfer of 25 Herman Street. I am requesting that we have a public hearing for this for Monday, September 12th, 2022 at 6:55 p.m. Thank you.
Yes.
Next, we have before us Communication J from Lee Tiernan Corporation Counsel regarding approval of leasing the West Haven Pump House parcel on Kelsey Avenue for parking purposes in 6 Rock Street Conference Center to Rock Street Brewery LLC. I'd like to bring this out favorably for discussion.
Second.
All in favor? Oh, I'm sorry, any discussion at this point from the committee? Oh, because I'm going to bring them up as well. All right? If you gentlemen would come up, this is going to be open to the council as well afterwards. And Lee, if you're available, obviously. First of all, gentlemen, thank you very much for hanging with us for 2 days, I guess you want to call it at this point.
Thank you for what you guys do.
So. Okay, so you've heard, obviously you've heard what some of the residents here have had to say tonight. Things you didn't hear were residents that have contacted me and called me. I would say I probably got about 30 calls and texts. Only 2, which a couple of them were here, were against. Everybody else was for the brewery. Just to let everybody know, I just wanted to bring that out as well. Councilman Quagliani, did you want to ask your question first, or you want to?
No, I can wait.
Okay. If you guys wouldn't mind giving a little example of, and talk about.
Sure.
Pretty much. I
I'm
appreciate
Doug
that.
Gray, Managing Member, Rock Street Brewery LLC. To address some of the points when I also talk about how we got here. Initially, roughly 2 years ago, I have a relationship with Simon Properties, who was involved in the Haven, and started to talk to John, who was heading up the development there. We were dealing with New Haven at the time and considering then moving to West Haven because New Haven was moving slowly. There was a roughly 10-acre piece right on the Housatonic that they were going to give to us to develop on. And it was just it was moving molassously slow. So we looked into the Haven, and the Haven, in my opinion, at that point in time, was just a pipe dream. Still in my opinion, yeah. there, so, but staying in there at the urging of Marty, who grew up here, and some other people, all of a sudden, we started to broach Rock Street, and we sat and waited until basically it was obvious that it wasn't going to move along with the people who currently then were under the MOU. And it brought us to this point on this. We are proposing, and we're just asking for you guys to okay Corporation Council and the mayor to move forward on this lease. We're proposing building a little bit under 50,000 square foot production facility with tasting room that does, contrary to what many people said before, does have a full kitchen in it. Does not take away the walkway, the boardwalk. We do have and have been approved in moving the walkway, but as you can see on this, where the building is single story, but it is 2 levels on this. We're excited about the opportunity. The intent is, and the NEBCO people can tell you, that as a landlord, I'm making sure that this will be their forever home, that they have room to expand here if needed on this. In the internal workings on this, and I'm sorry, I'm a little tired too, so, but.
Glad you're talking slow because my brain's working slow, so that's fine.
So, we are proposing coming in and would like to have this thing up and open sometime next summer. And what's really deciding that timetable is the approval process here, and then also the fabrication of the building, which hopefully is now down to 4 to 5 months. Just 6 months ago, it was pushing 7 to 8 months. And moving ahead, we are coming in and want to be part of this community long-term. And so I'll turn it over to Marty Giuliano, and then we'll answer any questions anyone might have.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I just wanted to go through a little bit of some of the concerns of residents, as well as maybe some council members may have some concerns as well. For us, and people not wanting us there, and thinking that you're giving the land away, obviously we don't feel that way, as we're gonna come in and invest $23+ million onto a site that we don't own, that the city remains the owner of the land. So when it's all said and done, the city will be owners of the building itself and the structure down the road. So yes, we've asked for a long-term lease. Obviously, we're not gonna come in and invest that kind of money for a 10-year lease, and then the city decides it doesn't want to renew its option, and we're out $23 million. So it doesn't, obviously financially, it doesn't work that way. For us, it would be like, let's say Armstrong Rubber wanted to come back where my uncles used to work. I mean, if they were to come back into town, do you think they'd come back for a 10 or 20-year lease, or would they look more for a 50, 60-year lease or more? So it's about being able to get your investment back out of it over length of time. Our opening time frame, I have a much more vigorous one that I keep harping on Doug, that we'd like to be open by the beginning of June next year. And that's a lofty goal, and it all depends on approvals. And then once we have all of that, then we can move forward, order the building to be manufactured. And like you said, it's a 4 or 5 month period. Then we also have to order all of our brewing equipment, which we've already got a good amount of money on deposits for engineering and stuff like that. but that's still a 6-month plus lead time, could be upwards of 8 months on some of the equipment. So timing is key for it. Somebody brought up the fact that West Haven keeps losing jobs while speaking against a brewery who wants to create a bunch of jobs within the city. On one hand, you're saying we're losing jobs, but you don't want somebody that's going to come and create jobs. And we want to hire from within the community. We want people that live in West Haven, that care about West Haven, to work with us and be proud of what's there. The museum space, people have brought up, and it's a great space. It's the Savin Rock Museum, and all that memorabilia used to be on that site down there. And so we thought, being a good steward, that it would be a good thing for us to house the museum, because there's currently no home, no anything for it. Down the road, if the town all of a sudden, the town turns around and there's a bunch of money and they want to build a museum somewhere and they want to move it, they're more than welcome to. But at the same time, we're not closing it off, so it's just an entrance that you walk through and look through stuff. If the town and the Historical Society wants to put someone there at a desk and do tours for people and schedule it, and you want to have school kids come in and learn about it, that space is open. It's not, you don't have to go into the brewery, you don't have to go into the tap room. So the space is there, and we're willing to work with the town to accommodate all of the people that were concerned about just walking in and looking at stuff. I've been in the museum where it is now, and they have little audio clips and stuff like that of different things. All of that can still remain. We can put up, there can be a TV that has the DVD of the history of Savin Rock that can be looped, constantly playing in there. So there's a lot of opportunities if you just open your eyes and think about them outside the box, to make it more inclusive and bring more people there, and then be able to curate it and maybe even change it up. Have some pieces that are permanent and have some that change, whether it's quarterly or however the Historical Society and Beth Sabo can manage that. It's completely in their purview, and however they see fit to orchestrate it is perfectly fine with us. Beth Sabo has done an amazing job, and so has the rest of the people in town that we worked with on this, that they've gone in there and done something where they didn't know what belonged to who. She's got everything cataloged, identified what belonged to them, what was on loan, contact all the people for the ones that are on loan, and now it's all in storage at EO West, and so, Beth has done a great job in orchestrating that. Trucking was a concern for, where'd that paper go? Is it on the chair? No. So on the trucking, there you go. So on the trucking, for the people that said the information that wasn't in there, in the information submitted was with the traffic study was also the use of trucks and how many trucks would come in and disturb their neighborhoods. So out of a tractor trailers, so an 18-wheeler, there's 20 a month, and there's 4.33 weeks in a month, which puts it down to 4.62 trucks per week. So we call it 5, which means there's 1 truck a day, an 18-wheeler that'll roll into the brewery. And then for other trucks, they're the same trucks that deliver to Jimmy's and Apps and all the restaurants and bars in town. Everybody sees the beer trucks logoed. And those trucks, those smaller trucks, is 7 per week. So you're talking about 1.2 trucks a day. So truck traffic is not a huge disturbance for our business and how we operate and what we do.
Well, before you go on, if you don't mind, the tractor trailers, how early in the morning, how late at night? Or is it gonna be midday?
They usually come in around, our can deliveries will usually show up around 7 a.m., 7:30. They'll roll in. Occasionally, they might come in the night before. It's happened once or twice, where they showed up early, and they have to go over to the Stop and Shop lot and find a spot to sit and wait until we unload them the next morning, because receiving is closed. So it's generally the 18-wheelers. The grain delivery is usually sometime between 8 and 10, sometimes 11 in the morning. So.
As long as it's not 3 in the morning, 4 in the morning.
No,
Concerns like that.
our hours of operation are pretty clear. We're open from, production facility is open from 6 a.m. to 4 p.m., 5 p.m. And then the tap room will open at noon and will be closed at 9, possibly 10 on a Friday. And so our hours of operation are much more limited than a typical bar would be. And it, like Doug said, also, the thought of not being able to get food trucks and food in the winter, because there's not gonna be food trucks, there's not gonna be any food trucks. There's no space to put a food truck there. The way it's designed and everything, we wanna have a kitchen on site. We wanna be able to serve food. It's gonna be pub food. You're not gonna come in and get a steak, potato, type of dinner type of thing. It's more of pub food, light fare. People come in, they have something light while they're having a beer, and then they go out to eat dinner at a restaurant. So.
Now, and talking about that, if you don't mind me, earlier, or the last time I think you were here and we were talking, you were talking of possible, almost like a kiosk type where the local businesses, restaurants and stuff could order food from there. Is that still a possibility, or is that something that may?
So we're in conversations with a couple people. I've had conversations with 2 restaurants in town about doing something there. One has expressed interest, one's not sure that they'd want to expand with another location in town. And then we're having conversation with another company that does this. I'm not gonna tell you, we're not restaurateurs, we're not in that business.
Right.
So we want somebody that can do it. The setup is gonna be, because of the lack of employable people today in this industry, where, we have the lowest unemployment rates and there's nobody to fill tons of jobs in the restaurant industry right now. So the setup would be where the people that come to the brewery sitting at a table could order food from an app, or they could walk up to the counter, order their food, pay for their food, get a little beeper thing and go back to their table, and when their food's ready, they go pick it up and go back to their table. I mean, if we can hire enough people, we'd prefer to have waiter or waitress service so that people take your order and they deliver the food to your table. But in light of what COVID has done to the industry, we don't know that that'll physically be possible. So we're designing it specifically to have the option to be able to do both.
Thank you.
Somebody brought up about parking on Kelsey. There's crosswalks with walk signals there. They were talking about people getting hit by cars and stuff like that, and I'm like, there's crosswalks right there. So You know, for us, we did design the building to Sure.
If you, I'm told by Sergeant Amato too, the police, fire, and building all reviewed this as well as engineering without objection. We have a lot of signals in this town that are outdated. And so if this project's approved, we're gonna update the signal. If we update the signal, we have to update the crosswalk. So it comes part and parcel, and, you know, that'll be through the grant process. So part of this project, you'll get an updated signal and updated crosswalk.
Thank you.
Part of, you know, people ask about the building. We've moved twice already, and so we moved just 10 years ago, but we've been out of space and bulging at the seams for the last 5 years. And we've done amazing things to stick tanks in places where you never thought you'd be able to fit a tank in the current space we're in. And we don't want to run into that same problem with investing this much money into a new space and then 10 years from now be out of space. So we've designed in the space for 6 240-barrel fermenters, which will be able to allow us, our plan is to grow from 20 to 40,000 barrels, and then, God willing, we have the ability in the same space with the same equipment, just bringing in 6 tanks, setting them in place, and we'd be able to double again from 40 up to 80,000 barrels. And somebody brought up the idea of us selling beer nationally and stuff like that. That is not our, that's not our MO. That's not what we want. When I started with the company, the owner asked me, he said, what would you envision? I said, well, the name of the brewery is New England Brewing. It'd be cool if your beer was available throughout New England. Our focus is Connecticut. We plan, right now, we plan to double in size and just keep that in Connecticut to start, to make sure that we can supply the Connecticut market with what it needs and its demand for the products that we have. Once we have that solidified, Jamal has been working on a sales and marketing plan for the company, and we have a plan in place that once we have solidified that in maybe 2 years in, that we can start seeding markets around Connecticut, the border, because beer tourism is a huge piece of the industry, and people travel to go to breweries, and they stay in hotels, and they go to restaurants, and they support other businesses other than just breweries. So the goal is to seed the market, to keep the name in tourism and bring more people in to the brewery. And you will find that once we come here, other breweries will probably come in and want to open up small places. I know of one brewery that was hoping to move here and do something with the city. And we hope that happens. So it's a rising tide raises all ships, and this is one of those, and we've seen it throughout the industry, and it's been amazing.
While you're on that, you were talking about expanding, so the design you have right now for the building, if you expand, that's kind of incorporated in?
It's all internal.
Already, okay.
It's 6 tanks
So it's not
through
as though
a
you're
door.
going to raise another level or anything like that?
Nope. It's 6 tanks through a door. We designed the height
Okay.
to fit those tanks in place, so that there would be no additional construction down the road, other than upkeep of the building and stuff like that.
Thank you.
You know, people express concerns about manufacturing and the materials we use and the waste and all of that stuff. There's 4 things that make beer. It's water, hops, barley, and yeast. The yeast we recapture off the tanks, and we use it over and over. The barley comes out, spent grain, goes into a spent grain silo, and it goes to a farm. We already have a farmer that is gonna come in and buy all of our spent grain and take it to feed all of his animals, and he'll come in with a truck, which was calculated into the truck survey, traffic, that it'll come in, it'll have a swing arm that'll come out, it'll fill the truck from the top, and then he'll drive away and bring it to his farm and feed his animals with it. So the waste is very minimal. There's some hop tube and stuff like that, but we've already, Greg, who's our Director of Brewing Operations, is here, and he's been working with DEEP and Water Conservation regarding this, and there's a plan for all of the solids that come out will come out and be caught into 2 tanks, and those 2 tanks will filter out, and then the water will come off the top, and the solids will get pumped out of those tanks, so none of those solids will go into the city system. Museum education appeals. You know, the view from the boardwalk, Doug said, open space inland wetlands, approved. We went down there, marked it all out, drew it out, showed them exactly what the thought process was to move the walkway. And it's not interfering with the green space. It's just shifting out a little bit so that the deck patio space can be configured. And the walkway is still there, so you can still walk across the front of Jimmy's. It'll have a slight turn to it. It'll have a turn, it'll come around, and then connect back over here. We're also keeping the current gravel driveway that's alongside the Savin Rock Community Center. That will remain there, and that will be an emergency vehicle access for fire trucks. We worked with the fire department to make sure what their dimensions of their trucks were, so that if you needed to get a fire truck onto that walkway, the truck could come out and could swing right or left and go down to the walkway. So
I do want to ask you a question because it was brought up and I already answered them, but for the public to understand, do you have any plans of dismantling the rock at all, or?
No.
Okay,
So
thank you.
it was one of,
That being said, though, we are demoing the existing building and parking lot when we build this.
That was my other question next.
so the person that was concerned about the city paying for that, I believe that's,
Out of my pocket.
That's your pocket.
yeah.
Good.
And there's probably a selfish reason for it. If you guys were to do it, you'd probably have to go out to bid, and it'd have to be this whole process, and to figure it out. And
Costs a lot more.
And it
because
costs a
you're
lot
closer
more
to
to do it that way, and so it's just easier for Doug to take care of it,
I
and
think
you
most
guys
of-
not have
I
to
think
worry
most of the
about it.
residents are happy that you guys are going to be demolished.
Three of us could probably
Not us.
lean on the building.
Right.
Increase the rent.
So, I mean, you know, so I don't think what we're asking for, you know, with the lease agreement and stuff you have in front of you, which I'll let Lee can discuss more in detail with you, but we really do believe that this could be a game changer for the city, and going there and what it could do for that whole area and just the city in general could be awesome. So.
Thank you. I mean, personally, I agree. Couple more questions before I open it up. The number of employees, I know numbers were being thrown out, 80, 100, whatever, but I know you had, or you mentioned something last time about employees shift by shift or
Yeah.
however.
So originally, when we first presented the plan, the scope of the project was bigger, and when we realized with the setbacks and everything there was, it was a 2-story. It had a 3,000 square foot event space that could host 250 people in a wedding, and you'd have this tap room, and they'd have a deck upstairs and a deck downstairs. And we sat back for a couple of reasons. A, COVID and costs increased to build the project. And two was, we're not in the eventing business. We're a brewery. And so we know beer, and we have a tap room, and that's what we do. So we're like, let's stick to that. We have people that come to our place now to have birthday parties and dog parties and a Milwaukee tool trade show, and we've had a bar mitzvah, which was unlike anything else I've ever seen. But why you'd have it at a brewery, but they paid to close our facility and so that they could have the whole facility, and so. But that's not our purview of our business, so we have now a room that's 1,500 square feet that can seat at max 80 people in an event space. So if you wanted to have a birthday party, 50th or something like that, there's a small space that would have access to outside space as well as the room where people could host a party. But so we've shrunk the scale of the project, and in doing that, and the lack of people that are hireable, right now, we're thinking, we have 32 employees currently. And in that, we have 3 people that are on the road doing sales, 4 with Keenan and Ryan, and doing events outside the brewery. And then we have the management team and we have the production team. We have 9 people currently in our taproom staff. We run with 1 or 2 people from open until 5 p.m. And then at 5 p.m., we have a couple more people come in. And so, but then when they're coming in, the whole production staff is leaving. So those 11 people plus the managers and stuff like that are leaving. So whoever's there from 6 a.m. until 4 p.m. is leaving, and then you have your night shift for the tap room coming in at 5 p.m. So the trade-off of parking spots helps with that kind of a flow. And then weekends is our busiest time, and our production staff and sales guys, nobody's there, so they're not there parking in spots, so it would just be taproom staff.
Which brings me to my next question with the
Or
parking.
it's still that same question.
Oh, same
So-
question, yeah.
Number of people for
I
employee.
probably envision us getting to, if we could get enough people, if we got to 65 or 70, that would be huge for us. I don't foresee that, unfortunately, because of lack of people. So our taproom staff now, if we doubled it from 9 and we went to 20, you know, you're talking about only adding 10, 15 new jobs right out of the gate. And then if people start coming out and we're finding that there are people available for jobs, then could that grow down the road? Yes.
Okay, now getting into this with the parking, this is probably why the pump station is involved with that, is that correctly? That's what that pump
Yeah, so,
station area is for?
We're trying to help development.
Yep.
We thought it would help development. We have a pump station there, and it would appear that they could improve that and beautify the pump station and provide for parking. We would also provide for Turks to be able to access there on fireworks night. And if there was a larger plan on Turks, if he was going to try to develop parking resources on a site, obviously we'd talk to him. We would anticipate, you know, I don't think that St. John of Vianney paved their parking just for church services. You know, they charged for parking for the Savin Rock Festival. There is actually a parking license fee in your city code. The city has sought licensure for parking from the police chief, as is the policy, and we're going to be seeking to enforce that, where people charge for parking and monetize their parking, that they at least apply for their fee. But the city's going to have an opportunity, if this exists, to either monetize parking or allow for private landowners to monetize their own parking. But with the existing site parking, overflow parking onto the pump station, and with the developer having the opportunity to buy non-resident beach stickers for employees, which is open to everyone who's a non-resident. Obviously, his resident employees could have beach stickers on their own. There's sufficient parking, but of course that will be decided by planning and zoning, and whatever requirements they put on, I think the developer is you know, going to try to meet the need. But there's a lot of existing space, and we haven't even touched on, you know, if we had to, I have talked with the school superintendent, if he wanted to monetize resources at the high school, but frankly, we're not there yet. That would be significant overflow parking if necessary, but that would be at a cost to the brewery, of course. In addition, we've made plans, again, this is dependent on whether or not it's successful, we've made plans to monetize parking in and around the area. So the council, in some future date, should this work out, could consider on-street parking in certain locations. But again, I think you have, you people know better than I do, you have existing parking lots that are underutilized, clearly, that could be monetized a lot quicker. And, the city is best, if we can, to leave private enterprise to systems that they deal better with. We already heard about parking and collection and nervousness on that. So if private entities can develop their own parking systems, I'm sure we will recommend that the city get out of the way and let them do that.
And in lease agreements, stuff like that, we don't talk, that would come later, correct?
What would come
Or
later?
no? Or is that something that we would discuss as well?
Well, the lease agreement is before you for approval to give the mayor authority to enter into the lease agreement. There was some mention on price. Let me just touch on that for a second. There was a negotiation. These aren't the terms that were proposed by the city. These aren't the terms that were proposed by the brewer. I think if you drive from the sewer plant along the water and end your trip at the strip mall, what you find is you have a Captain's Galley site that was leveled and has not been rebuilt. You have Chick Celentano's place that when he died was closed, has not been reopened. You have a Debonair Hotel that when closed has not been reopened. You have vacant land, has been vacant for years along the beach. And then you have an anchor tenant that is a dollar store at the strip mall. When you look at the sales prices, so real factual data, sales prices in the last year, you have two places you can look. One is Chick's and the other is the strip mall. And what you're finding is that sale prices are $500,000 an acre, not $4.9 million, and certainly not more than $4.9 million that was paid by Rock Street Brewery. I know it's hard for people to imagine. Those are the facts. That is what the going rates are. When we did this process, we did an RFP process. You, the city council, got to hear proposals. And so you know as well as I do that there isn't another proposal in the offing. There was a purchase in a hotel, which was a larger scale than certainly this operation, that was rejected. And let's go to the type of agreement that this is. So it's a ground lease. Interestingly enough, New Haven did a ground lease to build the FBI building. That was many years ago, and now they're going to recoup $2.5 million from the lease. So let's look at the numbers. If you sold the land, the parcel at 5 Rock Street, this is 6 Rock Street, the parcel next door, generates a little over $70,000 in property tax. This lease is going to generate over $106,000. We are going to present to you at your next meeting a pilot agreement concerning the taxation of the building. It is not set in stone and not in the statutes exactly how you would tax a building on municipal land. We want to make sure that the city captures, and the brewers are not opposed to the city capturing the tax. The abatement structure was listed on your lease as to what would be proposed. You are not approving the abatement structure. What you are approving is these terms. That's the terms the brewer has agreed to. You will be able to look at that pilot agreement. If you don't approve of the pilot agreement, the brewer would be able to ask for a tax abatement, as everyone can at any time. But the pilot agreement is what's generally utilized when government entities such as redevelopment authorities or municipalities develop government-owned land like this and have ground lease procedures. The pilot agreement allows you to guarantee what your income. Now, what does that pilot agreement say? It's looking to cap the value of the building at $2 million. If they get the pilot agreement, they're not even looking for an abatement on personal property tax. Personal property tax would be paid just like any other. An example, personal property tax at Chick's right now is about, assessed value is about $163,000. So they would be looking to cap at $2 million the value of their building. If you go online today and look at the Stony Creek Brewery, their building is valued, the assessed value of that building is 1.5 million. So we are choosing a target that we don't even think we're going to reach, okay? This is not choosing a generous target. This is not some sweetheart deal for the brewer. We actually selected targets that actually have some padding. The assessor might not even reach the numbers that are in the caps. But the brewer, in order to be successful, felt that they needed certain numbers, especially early going. If you look, they are looking for more relief in the initial stages than they are by year 5. But by year 5, the city's expected to recoup in that property tax $50,000. And by the end of 10 years, it's close to $100,000. So, you're getting a lease payment, you're getting tax payments, you're getting property tax payments. The sewer bill at that building will be paid for the first time since 1989. So that will help the Water and Sewer Authority. You could have the ability to monetize parking in the future. It is a long-term lease. You can look at that as a downside. You can also look at that as the upside in terms of income that you can count on going forward into the future. This building has not generated any income since the city has owned it. Any money it generated was put right back into its cost. And so there was careful deliberation given to the numbers. The numbers had to work for the brewery. The numbers had to work for the city. It is in no way a giveaway if you look at factual numbers. If you have delusional numbers that this is Greenwich and somehow property on the water is worth more, then I guess you come up with numbers, but they're not factually based. I did look at a waterfront development that's for sale that would be zoned for a spa in Long Island. And it's 100 acres, and it's for sale. This is Long Island, the tip of Long Island, just north of the Hamptons. This is for sale for $15 million on Long Island, 100 acres. So we believe it is a competitive price, but more important, I gave you the history of the building, and the city can do a deal where the entity does not succeed, and I don't think you want that. I think you want numbers that will allow the entity to succeed. So that's what we tried to provide.
Thank you. Anybody else? I've asked enough questions. Anybody else on the committee right now have any questions? I know Councilman Quagliano, you did.
Yeah, listen, I have about 20 questions, right? So, I think I have a good working understanding of the proposal from the P&Z side. I sat at the P&Z meeting, at their last meeting, reviewing it. I do have several questions about the actual lease agreement and the terms of the lease. Again, we got this on Friday. I would be comfortable if the chair would consider, you, the chair of the committee, consider scheduling a working meeting of the committee and invite the entire council to review with the city's attorney the draft lease. I don't think it's appropriate to negotiate over the railing. But I do think that I personally need more time and more explanation of the terms and how they were derived. I know that the Attorney Kiernan talked about different opportunities for revenue. I'd like to see all those opportunities and what the projection is. And I'd like to see altogether all of the potential opportunities for tax abatement. So we know at the end of the day what the bottom line is, right? So there's an opportunity that's in this lease for tax abatement for personal property, but there's also other opportunities for real estate tax abatement. So I am not prepared to cast a vote one way or another this evening. I would like to have a working meeting to review the terms of the contract. Thank you.
That's actually a fair assessment, since we just got. Anybody else on the committee have any questions?
I didn't mean to get it to you late. You did ask at the last meeting, when was the NEPCO thing going to be on? And I said this meeting. So we always get accused of not moving fast enough. But I did try to get it to you as quick as possible. I got you other information to the chair On Wednesday, the only thing you didn't have was the lease.
Yeah, and listen, again, it wasn't a slight on you, I appreciate the information, it's just the volume of information that we received in order to do our due diligence, and quite honestly, if we have some time, because the MARB doesn't meet till the 8th, I don't see any.
Yes, the MARB getting it for information purposes, there's nothing in the MARB that says they approve it, just so you know. But the MARB agenda deadline is the 1st, so if you wanted me to get that to the MARB, we would need a working document to send to them by September 1st. And in addition to that, if you're going in that direction, then I would want you to get the draft pilot agreement, which is what you're looking for, and ask that you have a vote simultaneous on both items so we don't delay the project further, if that's okay. And I will get you that by the end of I don't know, whenever you're going to schedule your meeting, I will get you that before that meeting. If that's what you're inclined to do.
They'll probably end up just doing it. So we'll just- Anybody else from the committee have any questions?
I just have a question. Can you bring up the
elevation?
first display, yeah.
That's the beach side.
That's, oh, okay, so I'm in the water looking at it?
Yes.
Yeah, in the grass.
On the grass.
I want to be in the water.
Right
So-
now with the heat and this.
Okay, so what's that one that you have in your hand also?
This is from Captain Thomas Boulevard.
Gotcha. So where are the silos going to be?
They are around the corner. I'll go back to the first one. They're right here.
I know, where is it, like on that, though?
Well,
I need a real
on
visual.
this, it's around the corner back, hidden by the building.
Better show it on the other one, the tap room side.
Okay. What's that? I'll keep going.
I just, visually, I just need to.
Yeah. You got it?
Yeah.
Okay, so they would be.
Right over here.
Actually, yeah, over on this side.
How tall are they? How tall are they?
The tanks?
Kind of. Yeah, I mean, like.
Silos.
Oh, the
like
silos?
silos, because that's where they're gonna.
30 feet?
So can you tell, like, put your finger where it would be? Okay.
Yeah, about there, because this point's like 34 feet.
Yep.
So,
Yeah, how many?
There's two at 30 feet that are dry grain silos, and then there's one that's 21 feet. That's a spent grain silo, that's shorter, that's in the front, closer to the road.
and then 20 feet is about the height of our eave. Right.
In looking at this, and the rock is on what side? Savin Rock itself is on
Right
that
over
side?
here.
On the side where the silos are.
So you can, yeah, on this one, if you put that down.
Yeah, you can see
You
where
can
the
see
rock.
it there.
Oh, gotcha. All right, thank you.
So the silos are back removed from the rock
Yeah.
when you walk in there.
And again, and the rock is not gonna be demolished, that's the calls I'm getting.
No,
No, they
no.
said demolished,
No.
right? I didn't think I heard that. Thank you. I am, thanks.
Thank you. Yeah, I have a couple questions. Where would the loading dock be?
They're right here.
All right, so can you go to that
We
other,
indented them.
can you go to the other photo?
Yep.
Show us more where,
Frontage.
Loading dock is right,
okay.
set back right here. So this is set back, this entryway, and this is in the same space, set back over here, recessed into the building, so that the trucks, when they come in, they can come in from Rock Street, come across, make the turn, come across the front and back straight in, and then they're back, and then they just drive straight out.
And the trailers are never left on site. They actually are backed in, loaded, and then they go.
And when you look at that illustration right there, and you look at the tap room versus manufacturing, the building's 50,000 square feet, correct?
It's 46.
Okay, and how much of that's manufacturing versus the tap room versus the
So
Savin Rock?
this whole space,
Yeah,
this first floor, so to speak, is 35,000 square feet, but of that, 1,776 square feet of that is the museum space.
Okay, so there's 1,700 square foot for the museum?
Yes. Yeah.
We have
Yeah.
a retail store right here.
Yeah, so there's also a small retail store there, and then the tap room, the kitchen is here, the event space is here, right across from the kitchen, and then we have the deck space out here. So this total square footage with the deck and the tap room and the kitchen and the event space is all in, this is about it's about 15,000 square feet of the 46.
Okay. And how many parking spaces were across the street that we were talking about?
At the pump station?
Yes.
24, I believe, is what was calculated.
24?
Yep.
Yes, that was, the engineer went out and did the measurement.
Lee, you said the PD and the fire department already approved it?
We met with the building official, Frank Lavin, the fire, police, and the city engineer. All have worked out any critical comments they had. Those comments have been removed because all their needs have been met in terms of what they want, including fire and turnaround times for truck, or turnaround distances for fire truck.
So we really don't, and we're gonna get into this another time, obviously, not over the curb like Councilman Quagliani said, but we don't know a number between the lease for the parking versus the lease for the square footage of the building, right? So that's gonna be talked about our next meeting?
So I took the square footage of the site and with $500,000 an acre from the two most recent sales along the water, and I figured out what should be the number. So the number you would get based on what's next to you, which is a larger site, you're generating $70,000 in taxes off of that site, a little more in property tax. So you don't want to have a deal where you could sell it and generate over time $70,000 a year was my thought. So you're going to be able to generate a lot more than that over time on the same lot and still have the asset.
And actually, I need to point out too, when you consider the same lot, actually, you have the walkway and we're leaving the grass area here with the gazebo, that the city still has the easement
Yes.
for use.
The easement actually, I don't want to take something out of the hat here, but the way the easement's constructed, we may be violating it already, because this easement is actually an easement to get to the beach. And we actually are discouraging people from crawling over this rocky ledge to get the beach. I don't think we want to be encouraged. There's actually fencing there. So that easement will still allow people to get to the beach, but I think that easement was more intended for real beach, where you see down here and up here. But yes, they're preserving a generous portion of the green space, and they're maintaining the walkway, which is part of the easement. And that's what the easement says, that we will provide a pedestrian promenade, they will provide a pedestrian promenade.
One more. So when you said that you'd like to go from 20 barrels, if I understood it right, to 40 to 80, what would that do to the truck traffic?
Other than,
If you're at 20 now, and we're gonna get to, you're projecting you can get to 60 or 80, is that gonna put us to 15 trucks a week?
no, if, at worst, it would double it from one tractor trailer a day to two. And then the bear trucks that pick up would be the same.
How many bear trucks do you expect a day?
Right now, we have,
2 right now.
yeah, so we currently have.
So that one actually might increase from 2 to.
So currently, the beer trucks, we have G&G distributors.
Yeah.
1 a day now, so.
I calculated them for 3 pickups per week. Currently, they do 2. G&G, I calculated at 3 pickups per week. Currently, they do 2. CO2 delivery is 1 truck per week. That would remain. So on the beer truck, on the smaller truck side, it would still be 7. It would still be 7 per week because I've already calculated an extra truck for it in the calculations for both. Same with grain deliveries.
Okay, thank you. Nothing else.
Anybody else on the council have any questions? Councilwoman O'Connor.
My question's simple, and you may have said it, but manufacturing is only Monday through Friday from 6 to 4? It's not, someone had just called me and they were concerned that manufacturing was 24/7 with 2 shifts of factory workers.
No, so we do, that would be 2 shifts for us from 6. So we have now someone that comes in that starts at 6 in the morning and they leave at 2. And then we have other brewers that come in at 8 and leave at 4.
Okay.
So worst case scenarios, it would be 5. With the new brew system that we're getting versus what we do now, we'll be able to do what we do now where we do triples. We'll do 3 brews a day, and we'll have someone that comes in at noon and works until 8. That would go away because the new brew system is so efficient that you can start the brew from your house before you leave through your phone, where it would be automated, and then they would come in, and so we can do 3 brews in the time that, in the same time that we do 2 now.
And that's only gonna be Monday through Friday, even if you double production of barrels?
Yeah, would that be fair to say, Greg?
Maybe 7 o'clock during the week, potentially.
If we get a double, production might stay open a little bit later.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
You all set, Councilman? Does anybody else have any questions? Yes, Chairman.
You said something before, the barley that you use, you give it to the farms?
Mm-hmm.
What do they do with it?
They feed their animals.
Oh, I wonder why my mug's funny, huh?
Victor has a question.
You all set?
Yeah,
Councilman Boris.
very crack a joke.
I have a quick question.
I just want to cover one thing before I forget, because it came up. The reason why you were given bus information is because, unlike other developments, this development is already on a bus line. Connecticut Transit created the bus line. I didn't create the bus line. I'm not trying to create a bus line. However, the bus line's in West Haven. We have a bus that stops at the train station. For some reason, it doesn't go in the train station and doesn't go anywhere near it goes way down the end of the beach. We have another bus line that comes on Elm and down Campbell Avenue that goes right in front of the brewery. If the demand were such, we might approach Connecticut Transit to actually have a bus from the train station, change the route slightly, so it's from the train station, it would drop you at Kelsey and then go to other points. But that might be a more direct route if people took the train to the city and wanted to go to the brewery.
And to add on to that, Lee pinged us for a couple, but.
Well, I generously offered that they would be allowed to advertise the fact that they are on a bus line and the fact that they have a brewery by paying us a fee on our bus shelters.
And build 2 bus shelters. And building 2 shelters.
Go ahead, sorry.
All right. I think what you guys are doing is awesome, but, so brewing uses a significant, one of my constituents asked me, so she says, brewing uses a significant amount of water. How will the wastewater discharge affect the sewage treatment plant, and will it put a burden on the system causing additional money for the city?
No, so that's to go back to what I stated before about the wastewater and how it'll be taken care of. We're already working with DEP and a water management company throughout the state that's been implemented on collection of any solids. So they would go into a tank, settle, any overflow would go to another tank, settle, and then the remaining water with all the solids settled out would drain out, and then the solids would get pumped out by a truck. We do that now.
So our civil engineer working with Public Works has confirmed that it's no strain on the system whatsoever. What's coming in. Actually, because at one point, I believe the site had 2 restaurants on the site, and restaurants produce a lot of water coming out. So that was one big benefit to this location, is that it allows us to use the existing pipe sizes.
Thank you. And the cleaning, so what are you using to clean these tanks? What,
Greg, could you?
It's a heavy-duty alkaline cleaner.
is it called Sparkle or something like that?
called
You know the name of it? Is it like a Sparkle?
It's through a company called Chem Station, it has a long number, but
And
it's
it-
made specifically for the job.
And how is that on the environment? You know, when it goes down the drain, is it gonna affect
Yeah,
how?
that part actually Moody tends to like. It's the BODs, the biological oxygen man that they don't want. That's all the solids that we're talking about.
Okay.
That we pump out, because that is actually acidic.
Right.
The alkaline product isn't so much an issue, that's why you use alkaline cleaners.
Right,
because
right.
They don't affect the system.
So, but that'll be filtered out through our sewer system with no problem affecting the water or nothing like that,
Yeah,
right?
what happens is it's used once and it's recollected in the system, and it's called sort of a weaker solution, and we use that for lesser jobs until it's basically watered down to a point where there's almost nothing left on the city.
Thank you. Thank you.
Anyone else?
So here's my thing, for what it's worth, and I'll get right to the point of what Councilman Quagliani said. It's a lot to digest. The packet we got is huge. I'm not blaming Lee, I'm not blaming anything. It is a lot to process. We've had a lot of input, and I'm just speaking on me personally and the constituents I represent. I felt like I'm cramming for an exam, and if I were to take the exam right now, I'd be lucky enough to pass the exam, because there's so much information. And I am not, I don't know how the other council members feel, I am not in any mental shape ready to cast a vote on this right now when it's 10 of 10. I know, so I'm just putting that out there, and this is, it's been 9 months since I said this. It's been 9 months. Measure twice, cut once, and this is a big measuring decision, and that's all I'm gonna say.
Thank you, Councilman Johnson.
Yeah, we can't argue with that at all.
Anyone else have anything at this point? With that, Stace, I need your help.
Yep, you gonna
Second-
hold it? So we need,
Second motion.
Councilwoman O'Connor
I take back my second.
The motion.
and Councilwoman Hamilton.
Okay. At this point, and I hope you understand, we are going to hold this. I will be requesting a special meeting, executive session meeting, August 31st at
No,
5.
August 29th.
August 31st.
29th.
31st.
Committee meetings are on Wednesdays.
Oh, so it's 29th?
No, it's the 31st.
31st. I know it's 2 AM, but I'm getting punchy, but
So it's 31st?
Wednesday, the 31st.
Wednesday, the 31st at 5:30.
Is that something that we come to, or is
No.
this a closed meeting?
That would be
Okay,
just,
good.
yeah.
Okay.
Look, gentlemen, I thank you. Great presentation. As others said, would you, yeah, it would have been
5:30,
great,
the 31st
but
is
I thought you did a great
special
job
meeting,
personally.
executive
I'm not gonna
session.
speak for anybody else. I hope this all works out in the end, and I hope you understand why we have to.
We do. We do.
So,
Is the working group, are you gonna design the notice to, if you choose to vote on that day? Because if you, as I said, if you don't vote that day, the deadline for the agenda for Marv is September 1st.
yeah, I would probably say that at that point, we would be doing that, but I want to talk to.
So we would have to schedule that.
I just wanna make sure she gets the notice right. If she
Yeah,
just did
I-
executive session, you can't.
If
can't
we
change
just
it at
list it
the
as
special
executive session, it can't be changed. We'd have to put it on the agenda as the actual communication and maybe the executive session
Yeah.
first. Come out of executive session and go
I mean,
into.
you don't have to vote, but if you don't put it on,
I mean,
you don't remove that option.
I'm reaching out to you there, Ron, you're the more experienced.
I'd ask
So you're saying-
the attorney to help draft it. I mean,
Yes,
the
we-
goal is to have a committee meeting, invite the rest of the council, have an executive session discussion with our council regarding the lease terms of the contract, and then potential action, if necessary, after that executive session.
Right.
Right.
As long as that's all, then you have the option.
Yeah, so it would actually be, it would be in the Public Lands Committee, and we would have to bring it out into the committee reports after, so. yeah.
We're doing it that day then, or do I have to do it now? No.
No, I mean, if you want to get it done you'd have to do it that day. The executive session would have to be first. Then the two
Oh, then we
committees.
just bring it out into.
You'd have to bring it out, or if it's your prerogative, you can always hold it at that point too, so.
Yeah, okay.
All right, I'll get the
We'll
notice.
talk, yeah, it's
Yeah,
2
I'll
AM.
help- I'll draft.
Well, we've got other business on. Thank you again, gentlemen.
Thank you, John.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank
Thank you
you.
very much.
All right,
D,
communication. Communication D from July 22nd, 2022, agenda from Lee Tiernan Corporation Counsel regarding discussion and potential approval of the sale of 610 Campbell Avenue rear. This is incorrect. It's supposed to be $25,000.
Well,
for
July.
it's right.
Oh, so that's from the July 25th? Okay.
When you-
Okay, I see. I got you now. Thank you. I'd like to bring this out favorably. I have a motion.
Second.
Any discussion on this?
Right. It's been amended to
It's
25,000.
been amended. Right, am I reading that now? Or
No.
after with our,
We read it with in the,
Right.
right.
so,
But you
all in
might-
favor?
You might want to make a motion, or make a note that the communication is amended to say 25,000.
Right now?
Yes,
All right, so nobody voted yet. I
right.
was only kidding. So we're gonna make, there's a motion, but the price has been amended. The communication has been amended to 25,000, not 18. So do we,
Motion to approve the sale, lease, or transfer of 610 Campbell Avenue rear for $25,000.
Second.
all in favor? Any opposed? Motion passes.
As is.
And
H is
I
withdrawn.
have H.
Withdrawn.
We have before us communication H from June 13, 2022 agenda, but we have a letter requesting it be removed. So
Withdrawn.
we're removing that.
Withdrawn.
I'm sorry?
Withdrawn.
Withdrawn, I'm sorry. That was regarding Jaffrey Street, 204 Jaffrey Street. And with that, I believe
Your Public Lands Committee is closed.
our public land now
158.
is closed at, again, Tuesday, August 23rd, to 1:59
158.
a.m.
159?
1:59 a.m.
You got it.
Thank you.
Chairman, we're on unfinished business.
Unfinished business.
There's a lot of it.
Updates.
Mr. Chairman,
We got poor Abdul.
can I make a point of order, please? Listen, I think it's extremely a lot to ask for these department heads to come sit here for 2 days until they got a chance for an opportunity to speak. From 7 o'clock, it's 2 a.m. in the morning. So if we're going to continue to have this be how we conduct business, and I'm all for updates, those updates should be first on the agenda before public comment, because at the end of the day, the public, I'm sure, wants to hear the updates as well. So and I don't anticipate our time, I hope it recedes a little bit, but I just don't think this is the proper location to make department heads sit here after they worked all day until this hour and have to work tomorrow. So I just ask for your consideration for next agenda, if we have updates, to do it first as opposed to where it is now on the agenda. Thank you.
Duly noted.
There's nobody left. The only one left is Abdul.
So I would bring Abdullah first, since he's here. He's been here all night, Abdul.
They all left. I don't blame them.
Yeah, he's here. Bring him.
Abdullah's still there, so he can come.
Abdul, you want to come up and give us an update?
Is he awake? Don't blame me if you're not, buddy.
Phase 1 of Beach Street.
Abdul Qadir, city engineer.
Phase 1.
Phase 1 of Beach Street.
On Beach Street.
Yeah,
Yes,
the-
phase 1. I'd like to know what the question is so I can answer.
That's all I got here on the thing is Phase 1 on Beach Street. I guess they want to know if that's the section that has a dip in the road, and people have been asking about it, and the council people have been asking about it. I know last time you sent information, the engineer sent information. Do you have anything to back that up, if that dip was supposed to be in there, or?
It's designed that way. The road is supposed to have, it has a crest and valley for drainage purposes. So the only issue that we have is in one spot, we have a 30-inch force main that crosses the road. It is on pile. The rest of the road has settled between 2 to 3 inches, but that particular one spot has not settled. So if you look at it, it looks like there is a wave there, but it's minor. It doesn't affect the drainage. The whole purpose of the slope is to have a proper drainage. So water doesn't pond there, so it's not affecting anything.
Anybody else want to ask a question?
Is this going to happen in Phase 2 and Phase 3? Is that how we'll expect to see our road kind of like undulating like a little roller coaster?
As I mentioned, the roads are designed about 200 feet apart. We have a slope of 0.5% going downgrade, then upgrade. And then we make a curve there. And there are two spots that have low point and high points on the original design. Between those two low and high point, there's a force main that crosses section. That has not settled. On both sides, there is some settlement. When you look at it, it looks like there is a curve there, small curve. It's only one spot.
Okay, yeah, it is. It does look like there's many.
Yeah, but it doesn't affect the drainage. It's minor.
Okay, so you do expect it to look like that in Phase 2 and Phase 3 then? We'll get the same kind of,
Phase 2?
in 3, yeah.
Yeah, Phase 2 would have the same crest and valleys.
Okay, all right. Okay, so, I'm just curious, I know it wasn't on the agenda. Can you tell me, what's holding up the process for getting, Phase 2 and Phase 3 going? And is there some sort of like permit that's been held or?
Phase 2?
Phase 2, yes.
Yeah, right now it's on hold. We have applied for a permit from DEEP, and they're waiting for a report, survey report from botanists. 'Cause there is a, what they call it, is sand dropseed. It's an endangered species plant. It's a grass.
What was the species again? I didn't hear you.
It's called sand dropseed.
Sand dropseed.
It's a grass.
Okay.
And it's only grow in 5 spots in whole Connecticut state. West Haven is one of it.
On the road.
Like those
didn't know
piping
that.
clovers.
Yeah, I didn't even know that. Wow.
We have to do the survey. Right now, I have hired a botanist. It can only do a survey from 15th of August to 15th of September. That's the only time it flowers, then they can identify it. The rest of the year, it's not, they cannot identify.
And is it in the bird sanctuary area, I guess?
It's from Chicks, it's around Chicks area all the way to Oldfield Creek.
Oh, okay, all right. Okay. The other question I have is, a lot of the residents, especially down on the lower end of Second Avenue, would really like to meet with you to discuss what's going on with their properties on the proposed plan. So I know, I am the most affected property.
Yes.
I'm at the end, and several of my neighbors would like to meet with you, just to discuss what's gonna happen with you know, with the plans. If you have time, we'd really like to do that. Just each individual person, I think that, so it would be me, my neighbor, my other neighbors, and then my father-in-law, and then my other neighbors. Yeah, so it'd be like 5 people.
There are 3 houses on Second Avenue that we have to provide a new curb cuts. And it's going to be affected when we do the actual work. There will be a temporary disruption in that area.
Okay. Okay. So could we talk about that privately?
we'll make some arrangement when we do the work.
Okay, all right, good, thank you. I'm sorry to keep you here so late, I feel so bad, and it's 2 or 5 in the morning, and I can't even form a sentence.
Actually, your driveway is going to be a little bit lengthy now. We are making the road a little bit curved, so your driveway is going to be a little bit longer.
I know, I'm a little scared, because I'm gonna have to back up into oncoming traffic now. So that's gonna be, because I'll be backing up onto Beach Street, and Beach Street, cars they speed right down, going like 40, 50 miles an hour, so it's gonna be, that's one of my concerns, so.
Yeah, we'll address it somehow.
Okay.
Set?
Yes, thank you, Abdul.
Abdul, could you give us any information on the Lake Street problem?
Lake Avenue.
Lake Avenue.
Lake Ave, oh, it says Lake Street.
That's all right.
Lake Avenue?
We have actually applied for a grant from federal government to do the whole corridor study from beginning to the end. If we get the approval, then we're going to have different projects along the way to address the flooding issues and lake also. It's not a cheap solution. So right now, we don't have the funds to do work.
What would the cost be, what'd you say?
To address the Lake Street area is probably going to be more than $500,000.
Anybody else have any questions? Okay, Abdul, thank you for waiting.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry about it.
Sorry.
Lee, could you come up, please, at the podium? Give us information on the investigative committee.
Well, I just noticed it here, and as I said to Melly, I called Attorney Burns and told him to give her a call. Other than that, I haven't had any involvement.
I can give you an update if you want.
Yes, please.
Okay, so we have asked for 5 years of credit card receipts and 5 years of credit card statements, and the 22,000 vendors with tax IDs so far. We're waiting to, as soon as the new auditors do their review of the Cohn-Resnick report, we'll take what they have and see if Attorney Burns thinks there's anything to do with that, because we don't want to spend money 2 times. That's what I got.
How about the Havens?
So they did get their permits approved, which means they needed to send a check. The Simon Group wanted to send the check as opposed to the on-site. All the equipment's on-site, ready to go. They had to FedEx the check, so I didn't have the check today. I'll be looking for the check tomorrow. And pursuant to what various counselors have asked, we're, with Frank Lavin, we're monitoring and hopefully get information exactly when they do demolition. So the current permits start with the old Knicks, and 9 properties work its way up, and then we presume they'll, they're expected to then apply for 9 more, and 9 more, and 9 more, until they complete the project.
I have a quick question for Lee. Lee, do we know how much of the grant money was provided to the Simon Group?
So I have a bill that I received from accounting today that's under 1.3 million, but I got to double check that to make sure we have the exact figures.
Can you send that to me? Can you email that to me?
If it's accurate, yes. I'm not going to email it to you if it's not accurate. So I'm going to double check it. And if the Havens is not going to go forward with the project, or if they don't give me a response pursuant to Connecticut Journal statutes, I'm just going to lien their property and foreclose. So it's a pretty simple process to get the money back if we have to. I actually don't anticipate that, though. We had a $2 million environmental grant where we got sued, and the city got sued for $2 million, and the Havens did step up and worked it out, and the city did not pay $2 million. So we anticipate they're going to do the same thing, because they're not going to want $1 million plus lien on their property if they're trying to market it.
Right.
And then the lien becomes a tax, so if they don't take any action, I would be in the market to sell the lien as a tax lien at your next tax sale. So it could be your next tax sale is a little bigger than, you've had in the past. Or you could foreclose sooner, but selling the tax lien is easier, and you get $1.09 on the dollar, so we'd probably get more money that way.
And do we know how much the blight fees would be on the property?
We're ready to do blight. We have held off because they did finally finish their demolition permits, but they're all written up. And you basically do $100 a day per property.
Yeah.
So I think it's 36. So $3,600 a day until they got in compliance.
Thank you.
Can I ask Lee a question about liens? I have a house on Washington that I think has an AB lien. That's what the blight officer emailed me. Do you know what
AB lien?
Maybe it was it's,
Huh.
the house is falling down.
That's weird. I mean, so, I'd have to have more information. There's an A list that we sell for liens, and there's a B list. And usually no one picks up the B list.
Okay.
So we try to prioritize liens. What you don't want, they're only taking there are really good liens and they're less good. You want them taking a bulk of liens, but there have been liens on this B, and we even have a C list that we usually can't get anybody to take.
Okay.
So I don't know what an AB, what my fear is what you're talking about is a B property.
They're paying their taxes, but the house is falling down.
Yeah.
It's boarded up, basically, no windows.
Oh, you think their tax bill's current?
Oh, I know it's current. She
Oh.
knows it's current.
Well, yeah, all right, so that's a blight issue. Give me that address again.
It's 87-89 Washington.
All right, so I'll look into that.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Hamilton. Lee, get back up there.
Where are we with the city flag policy?
So, I can present, yeah, that's right. I owe you guys a memorandum. I thought I sent that. I drafted a memorandum that I will provide to you. I apologize. I thought I already had sent that. So there is a Supreme Court case out of Boston, United States Supreme Court case that went to the flag issue. And basically what that issue said was, if you don't have a flag policy, then basically your pole, if you let just anybody use it and you don't have a policy, you end up getting stuck with it being an element of free speech, just like standing on a stump in the park. And so in Boston, what happened was they had 4 flag poles at Government Center, and so you have the United States flag, you have the Commonwealth of Massachusetts flag, you have the City of Boston flag, and then you have this other pole. And if you did an event in the plaza of City Hall in Boston, they would generally let you put your flag up. And they generally didn't discriminate as to which flag. And a Christian group came in, and the city said, well, we're nervous about it because it's a violation of church and state. And the Supreme Court said, nonsense, you don't really even have a flag policy. So what the memo basically says is, if we want to hang flags in the future, we should have a flag policy of some sort. And it doesn't have to be anything complicated, but it needs to be a policy of some sort. Otherwise, we run the risk of, when we put a flag up, if someone wants a flag up, if you read the Boston case, we might be stuck with putting that flag up, and it might not be something that people want. What's interesting about the Boston case is that the court suggests, in strong terms, that your flag policy can be very restrictive as long as it's approved by the city council and in writing, and people know about it. So you can decide, yes, we want this flag and we don't want that flag, and the United States Supreme Court seems to be okay with that. But we don't have a current policy. We do put flags up, and we can keep going like that, we haven't been sued. But if someone wants to do a commercial deal about flags, I think you need that memo before you go forward with any future flag deals, because I think we're running some risks at this point. I mean, you had an objection to a flag proposal, so I have to anticipate that we're going to get more objections and we're going to run into a space that is not safe for flags. But I'll get you that memo tomorrow. I'll send it out to the chair and the clerk, and they can distribute it to the other council members.
Councilman
Oh,
Quagley.
today, I'm sorry, I'll get it out today. My mistake.
Withdrawn?
Are we still on unfinished business?
You want to go on? There's nobody else here. We'll have to hold the others.
Yeah. We can hold the
Other
others.
people are not here, so we'll hold the others, the other questions. Which expire left.
He stuck it out as long as he could.
Economic
So-
Development Commission wants what? Response to the AR penalty.
Yeah, there's no one else here to really
All right.
speak on anything else, so we
Committee
can go
reports.
into the committee reports.
Committee reports.
I have one other thing. I'm sorry, I do. I just want to kind of correct, at our last meeting that we had for redistricting, someone from the public said that the redistricting map was not in the packet, but it was in the packet and it was online. I just want that for the record. Thank you. That's all.
Okay, now we'll go to committee reports. Clerk will read the
I'm gonna read
communication C.
communication C. And we have Communication C from the tax collector regarding overpayment refunds for the month of August 2022, which will be filed with tonight's minutes.
Thank you, Stacy. We're going to Finance Committee and Councilwoman Sarah Capelli. It's all yours.
Okay. To the Honorable City Council of West Haven, your Committee on Finance, to whom was referred to the matter of solid waste co-collection pilot program grant, $1.3 million. Reports that the committee met on the 22nd day of August 2022 to consider said matter. It is the unanimous opinion of the committee that the following motion be presented. Resolved, the City of West Haven, the City Council of the City of West Haven hereby approves the solid waste co-collection pilot program grant of $1.3 million. Whereas trash disposal capacity in the Northeast is shrinking quickly, with landfills closing and waste-to-energy facilities reaching or exceeding the end of their useful lives. And whereas trash in Connecticut is disposed of at 5 waste-to-energy facilities, all are more than 30 years old, with the largest such facility facing closure. And whereas it is highly unlikely that additional waste disposal capacity will be created in Connecticut or surrounding states. Since 1990, the number of landfills in the United States has declined by 80%, from 6,000 to 1,200. And whereas, as a result of the rapidly declining waste disposal capacity, the cost to dispose of trash is increasing, with the City of West Haven projected cost over the next 5 years exceeding $130 per ton. And whereas the majority of the material disposed of as trash in the city, the region, the state, and the United States is easily reduced, recyclable, reusable, or compostable. Thank you. And whereas continued disposal of these valuable materials as trash will waste taxpayer dollars by burning recyclables and food waste in the incinerators or burying them in landfills. And with the near future prospect of taxpayers paying to ship them.
Do you want me to read them all? They're long.
Do you mind?
I don't.
Oh, thank you.
I will do that for you.
appreciate that. Thank you so much.
So where did you leave off on?
I left off on,
Are you at the very last whereas at the
whereas,
bottom of the
yes,
page?
I am. I can't even see straight. Thank you.
You're welcome. Whereas continued disposal of these valuable materials as trash will waste taxpayer dollars by burning recyclable and food waste in incinerator or burying them in landfills with the near future prospect of taxpayers paying to ship them from far from Connecticut for destruction when the city's current waste disposal facility closes. And whereas diversion of these materials from the trash would have many benefits, including reducing the cost residents and taxpayers pay to dispose of trash, reducing pollution, including climate change causing gases such as methane and carbon dioxide, and would support the creation of new jobs in materials recycling and reuse and composting. And whereas in 2020, the city's recycling rate was at, does it say 2.1% or 21%? Is that 21? I can't see it. 21%?
21%.
Whereas, according to the Environmental Protection Agency, 42% of greenhouse gases are related to materials management decisions, and improving recycling, composting, and materials reuse will allow the city to substantially reduce greenhouse gas emissions. And whereas municipalities are mandated in state statute, Connecticut General Statute 22A-220, to provide for the safe and sanitary disposal of all solid wastes which are generated within its boundaries. And whereas in an effort to assist municipalities to achieve waste reduction and recycling goals and combat the escalation trash disposal costs, the State Department of Energy and Environmental Protection has issued the Sustainable Materials Management SMM grant program pursuant to PA Public Act 21-2, Section 308, which Public Act authorizes $5 million in total, most of which is available to assist municipalities through the SMM grant program. And whereas the proposed SMM project will be a year-long pilot program, which is projected to reduce waste by up to 40%, increase recycling, and offer curbside collection of food waste for residents. And whereas it is vital that the city take steps to reduce trash and increase recycling, composting, and material reuse to save money, to improve the environment, create new jobs in sustainable business, and reduce the negative impact of our decisions on environmental justice communities throughout the region. And whereas the SMM grant-funded project will distribute a certain number of free trash bags and food waste bags to customers, and these will be used and disposed in the regular trash carts, and additional bags will be available locally for a nominal charge during the pilot project periods. And whereas trash and food waste will be sorted by a state-approved facility, and the food waste portion will be delivered to a state-designated destination and the food waste processing facility. Now therefore be it resolved, in anticipation of receiving a Sustainable Materials Management grant from the Department of Energy and Environmental Protection, the City Council approves the acceptance of the DEEP grant to fund this pilot program and alter the waste collection and processing procedures to take advantage of the I'm thinking it's SMM grant, it says SSM. Grant, and new innovative processes to reduce waste and management residential organics in a more sustainable manner. The grant-funded pilot project will last 1 year and will involve continuous evaluation and assessment. Further resolved that this resolution provides the foundation upon which the city shall develop future solid waste priorities, legislation, policies, plans, budgets, and actions. And further resolved that once funds are formally appropriated, Nancy R. Rossi, as mayor of the city of West Haven, is authorized and directed to execute and deliver any and all documents related to this resolution on behalf of the city of West Haven, and to do and perform all acts and things which she deems necessary or appropriate to carry out the terms of such documents, including but not limited to executing and delivering all agreements and documents contemplated by such documents.
Was she read? Or
And, yeah.
can I have a second?
We have a second.
Any discussion? Yes?
Ladies first, go ahead.
So I just want to say, for the record, that I personally am for this. I'm 100% for this. Unfortunately, because it wasn't brought out the right way, it wasn't transparent enough. I went through 36 hours of questions, phone calls, Facebook tags, messengers, emails, texts, and people were very angry. They were so angry, they wanted to know why we weren't transparent. So they didn't want it. I gave my promise. I wasn't going to vote for it. So tonight I'm not voting for it. Although personally, I will participate in this program, and I think it's a great program. I hope that people will change their mind as time goes on. That's all.
Councilman Garza kind of took half my spiel, but long story short, I'm for it. I would never turn away free money to do anything. I think at the end of the day, you know, Deep did a great presentation. Some of the people that called me with concerns got their concerns worried away, if you will, that were in this room. But at the end of the day, this is personally, I think we as a city council are gonna have to come up with other ways, along with the administration, to help really educate our constituents, because at the end of the day, we up here deal with the complaints the majority of the time, and it's gonna be up to us to educate, because I would assume Deep doesn't wanna come down here every other week and give a presentation and go through that. So I too, with how things were handled, I will be voting no, but I'm in full support of it. We need to, as Councilman Bruno has said to me many times, Johnstone, the train is coming for the financial wreck, and we have to have a plan in place. So just want to clarify that. Thank you, Chairman. No further comment.
Anybody else?
I too, walk in my district for 3 days. A lot of people are in the same boat. They feel that there was a lack of communication. I think it's a good program. I would participate also. But the people feel that they was not informed correctly, so I would have to go what their vote is, which is against it. Thank you.
Thank you. Now I'll say something. There wasn't lack of communication. The DEP went to, like I said before, to the Public Works Director, said they wanted to take the council 4 at a time to teach them this here system, and then go from there to tell the taxpayers. So when we come along, we had the answers, we knew what we were talking about. They wanted to educate us first. There was no backdoor private meetings like somebody already put out there on Facebook and told the taxpayers this. It was totally wrong. This is what the DEP asked for. When I put out the text out for everybody, the email, to have groups to go speak to them, I got 4 people to go. There was nothing backdoor. They wanted to bring it to us first. Then they were going to handle that $1.3 million is going to be part of them educating the taxpayers out there. They're going to handle that. We're not doing hardly anything. We, as council people, are going to tell our people, like our neighbors and all that, and the people we belong to, what's coming up, to give them an idea. If somebody calls me and asks me, at least I know what I'm talking about. When I went to that meeting, I didn't even know when we get junk mail was recyclable. I was throwing it in my trash for years. So I got a bit of an education. So nothing was no backdoor stuff. I just want to make that clear. That's all I got to say. I'll take a roll call vote, please.
Could I say something
yes.
first, please? Was this meeting publicly noticed?
This meeting?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Deep was on the agenda, correct? For a presentation, correct? So if the public really wanted to know, they would have been out there or watching on TV, am I correct? So I don't see how the public wasn't educated tonight. So I'm pretty confused on why you guys are for it, but you say the public wasn't notified. When this meeting was publicly noticed, it was on YouTube, and they could have came to the meeting and heard what Deep was presenting to the city of West Haven. So I'm just confused. I'm all for this program, and I'm gonna vote yes for it. And because I was educated tonight too, because I was invited to one of those meetings, but I couldn't make it because of my job. But I'm just confused, if this meeting was publicly noticed and the residents wanted to know about this program, they would have been here or they would have been watching it on YouTube or wherever that gets filmed to. So that's all I wanted to say, because I'm pretty sure that that this was publicly noticed and people could have been educated tonight if they so felt like they needed to be. Thank you.
Anybody else? Councilman?
Yeah, so my only comment is again, kind of what I said in committee, but, you know, so we don't get a do-over here. So if the rollout was the rollout, could it have been better? We could always do better. But we can't say to DEEP, oh, you know, we'll come back in another month and we're gonna roll it out better, and could you give us the $1.3 million? So to vote no tonight is to turn back $1.3 million that was coming to the state of Connecticut, I'm sorry, to the city of West Haven from the state of Connecticut and DEEP to help us begin to get a handle on our waste. And if we don't have that grant, we have to do it ourselves, either sooner or later, as we all are aware that'll continue to go up in the budget. So again, we're on the hamster wheel, right? We don't accept the grant, we don't get the education. We need to accept the grant in order for the public to get more education. So to me, again, voting no is foregoing $1.3 million to the city of West Haven and allowing another community to take advantage of it. So that's it.
Thank you. Anyone else? Roll call vote, please.
Councilman Donovan?
Absolutely, yes.
Councilwoman O'Connor?
Yes.
Councilman Quagliani?
Yes.
Councilwoman Garthwaite?
No.
Councilwoman Acrobali?
Yes.
Councilman Galignano?
Yes.
Councilwoman Hamilton?
Yes.
Councilwoman Tucker?
Yes.
Councilman Boris?
No.
Councilman Bruno?
Yes.
Councilman Johnstone?
No.
And Chairman Massaro?
Yes.
3-8-3.
Motion passes.
Sarah, would you like me to read the next one for you? Yes, okay. Everyone's tired. Councilwoman Acrobali is bringing forth Communication B to the Honorable City Council of the City of West Haven. Your Committee on Finance, to whom was referred the matter of the animal shelter donations, reports that the committee met on the 22nd day of August 2022 to consider said matter. It is the unanimous opinion of the committee that the following motion be presented. Resolved that the West Haven Police Department has received the following donations totaling $2,048.20 for the animal shelter per Connecticut General Statutes 7-148C, 3A and B, and General Order 98-04. We are forwarding these donations for approval. The City Council of the City of West Haven hereby approves the animal shelter donations to be deposited into the animal shelter donations account number 101000000-28285. West Haven High School, $1,500. Evelyn Pichelle, $100. Deborah Pichelle, $50. Florence Palmero, $25. Patricia L. Minor, $25. Paula Goodmaster, $25. Angela M. Russo, $100. Gail Esposito, $20. Ralph Meritoli, $25. Angela Russo, $100. Barbara Brown, $10. Stop and Shop, $1. And Front Stream SPV LLC, $67.20.
Since you read in the record about the West Haven PD donation to the animal shelter, do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Abstained? Motion passes.
I'm just gonna move right along here. Councilman Acrobali is bringing forth communication D to the Honorable City Council of the City of West Haven, your Committee on Finance, to whom was referred the matter of the animal shelter donations. Reports that the committee met on the 22nd day of August 2022 to consider said matter. It is the unanimous opinion of the committee that the following motion be presented. Resolved that the West Haven Police Department has received the following donations totaling $576 for the animal shelter per Connecticut General Statute 7-148C, 3, A and B, and General Order 98-04. We're forwarding these donations for your approval. The City Council of the City of West Haven hereby approves the animal shelter donations to be deposited into the animal shelter donations account 101000000-28285. The following: Angela Russa, $100; Ann B. McCarthy, $100; Russell D. Jennings, $25; Carol B. Woolsey, $100; and Stop and Shop, $251.
As you read in the record, West Haven PD getting $576 animal shelter. Do I hear a second? Any questions? All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Abstain? Motion passes.
Okay. Hang on. Yeah, I'm gonna keep reading. I need a minute to catch up with my writing.
You're gonna read this whole thing?
Yeah, I can.
You have to?
No, not that whole thing. Okay, so Councilwoman Acrobali is bringing forth communication. I may need my glasses for this one. Smaller print. Communication E to the Honorable City Council of the City of West Haven, your Committee on Finance, to whom was referred the matter of the DECD/OPM Urban Grant Act Grant Downtown Cultural and Historic Restoration for $2 million. Reports that the committee met on the 22nd day of August 2022 to consider said matter. It is the unanimous opinion of the committee that the following motion be presented. Resolved that the City Council of the City of West Haven hereby approves the DECD OPM Urban Act Grant Downtown Cultural and Historic Restoration Grant of $2 million, whereas the City of West Haven has been awarded certain Urban Act funds, whereas the City Council of the City of West Haven has fiscal responsibility for the appropriation of capital funds, and under Section 4 of the City Charter, entitled Supplemental Appropriation, whereas the mayor and her administration have executive duties for administering capital funds, whereas pursuant to Connecticut General Statutes 4-66C, the Connecticut Department of Economic and Community Development is authorized to extend financial assistance for economic development projects, and whereas it is desirable and in the public's interest that the City of West Haven make an application to the state for $2 million in order to undertake the downtown cultural and historic restoration and to execute an assistance agreement. Now therefore be it resolved, one, that the City of West Haven is cognizant of the conditions and prerequisites for the state financial assistance imposed by Connecticut General Statutes 4-66C. Two, that the filing of an application for state financial assistance by the City of West Haven in an amount not to exceed $2 million is hereby approved, and that Nancy R. Rossi, Mayor, is directed to execute and file such application with the Connecticut Department of Economic and Community Development to provide such additional information, to execute such other documents as may be required, to execute an assistance agreement with the state of Connecticut for state financial assistance if such agreement is offered, to execute any amendments, decisions, and revisions thereto, and to act as the authorized representative of the City of West Haven. Further resolved, that once the grant funds are committed by contract with the state, Nancy R. Rossi, as mayor of the City of West Haven, is authorized and directed to execute and deliver any and all documents related to this resolution on behalf of the City of West Haven, and to do and perform all acts and things which she deems to be necessary or appropriate to carry out the terms of such documents, including but not limited to executing and delivering all agreements and documents contemplated by such documents.
Thank you, Stacy. Stacy just read in the record for regarding accepting the DECD OPM Urban Act for downtown agriculture and historical restoration of $2 million. Do I have a second? Second. Any questions? Yes.
Wanted.
I didn't hear what you said.
Are we going to amend that resolution with what Councilman Quagliani had stated?
Yes, I think we should. The $1.5 million we're going to hold until we find out what's going on.
Do you want me to make that amendment? Or do
Yeah,
you want
just at what point do we want to put that in there?
Well, again, I want to, as I mentioned in committee, I want to accept all the funds, but I want to make sure that the $1 million for the West Haven Arts and Cultural Center, that money is not expended until a plan is approved by this council.
You want me to add that as number 3?
Yeah, you can just add it to the end, subject to,
Well, can I put it as number 3?
yeah,
Before the
subject to
further
approval
resolves?
of the plan by city council. Or no funds are to be expended, subject to the approval of the plan by city council.
Do you want me to, is the amendment just for the Arts Center or the whole grant?
No, just the Arts Center.
That was a number 3. And so we have Councilman Quagliani making the motion, and who is making the second?
Second it.
Really?
Councilwoman Garthwaite, as amended. Okay, and then we have Communication F, which,
We gotta finish the vote. on
oh,
this.
I'm so sorry, I'm moving right along too fast.
A second on the amendment change.
Garthwaite.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions?
Yep, abstain.
Abstain? Steve abstains. Motion passes.
All right, so Councilwoman Ackerbally is bringing forth Communication F to the Honorable City Council of the City of West Haven, your Committee on Finance, to whom was referred the matter of the DECD OPM Urban Act Grant Pump Stations and Accessible Beach Bathrooms, $2 million. Reports that the committee met on the 22nd day of August 2022 to consider said matter. Is the unanimous opinion of the committee that the following motion be presented. Resolved, the City Council of the City of West Haven hereby approves the DECD OPM Urban Act Grant Pump Station and Accessible Beach Bathroom, $2 million, whereas the City of West Haven has been awarded certain Urban Act funds, whereas the City Council of the City of West Haven has fiscal responsibility for the appropriation of capital funds under Section 4 of the City Charter entitled Supplemental Appropriation, whereas the mayor and her administration have executive duties for administering capital funds, whereas pursuant to Connecticut General Statutes 4-66C, the Connecticut Department of Economic and Community Development is authorized and to extend financial assistance for economic development projects, and whereas it is desirable and in the public's best interest that the City of West Haven make an application to the state for $2 million in order to undertake the West Haven Pump Station Resilience and Accessible Beachfront Bathroom Installation Project and to execute an assistance agreement. Now therefore be it resolved, 1, that the City of West Haven is cognizant of the conditions and prerequisites for the state financial assistance imposed by Connecticut General Statutes 4-66C, and 2, that the filing of an application for state financial assistance by the City of West Haven in an amount not to exceed $2 million is hereby approved, and that Nancy R. Rossi, Mayor, is directed to execute and file such application with the Connecticut Department of Economic and Community Development to provide such additional information to execute such documents as may be required, to execute an assistance agreement with the State of Connecticut financial assistance if such an agreement is offered, to execute any amendments, decisions, and revisions thereto, and to act as the authorized representative of the City of West Haven. Further resolved that once the grant funds are committed by contract with the state, Nancy R. Rossi, as mayor of the City of West Haven, is authorized and directed to execute and deliver any and all documents related to this resolution on behalf of the City of West Haven, and to do and perform all acts, things which she deems to be necessary or appropriate to carry out the terms of such documents, including but not limited to executing and delivering all agreements and documents as contemplated by such documents.
As you just read in the record resolution for $2 million for the West Haven Pump Station Resilience and the beachfront bathroom installation project. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Any questions? All in favor?
Aye.
Any abstentions?
Any opposed?
Motion passes.
Anybody opposed? Nobody,
All
right?
opposed? Nobody opposed.
All right, and on behalf of Councilwoman Ackerbally, we have Communication H, To the Honorable City Council of the City of West Haven, your Committee on Finance, to whom was referred the matter of solar power and services agreement on the 355 Main Street City Hall complex, reports that the committee met on the 22nd day of August 2022 to consider said matter. It is the unanimous opinion of the committee that the following motion be presented. Resolved that the City of West Haven, the City Council of the City of West Haven hereby approves the solar power and services agreement on 355 Main Street City Hall complex. Whereas the City of West Haven desires to purchase solar-generated electricity for certain public buildings. Whereas the City of West Haven conducted a competitive public bidding process for the installation of solar equipment and carport structures for solar electric installations on public buildings. Whereas Greenski's Solar was the winning bidder for this process. Whereas Greenski's Solar has successfully secured utility company approval, rebates, and tariff agreements for these projects. Whereas the City Council of the City of West Haven is required to approve all contracts longer than 3 years in duration per section 42-15 of the Code of the City of West Haven. Whereas the mayor and her administration have executive duties for administering contractual relationships. Resolved that the City Council of the City of West Haven hereby approves the execution of contracts between the City of West Haven and Greenski Solar for the following project address: 1, 355 Main Street City Hall Complex. Further resolved that Nancy R. Rossi, as mayor of the City of West Haven, is authorized and directed to execute and deliver any and all documents related to this resolution on behalf of the City of West Haven, and to do and perform all acts and things she deems necessary or appropriate to carry out the terms of such documents, including but not limited to executing and delivering all agreements and documents contemplated by such documents.
Stacy's read about the solar power for 355 Main Street. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Any questions? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion passes.
Okay, and then also on behalf of Councilwoman Acker-Bally, we have communication I to the Honorable City of West Haven, City Council of the City of West Haven, your Committee on Finance, to whom was referred the matter of solar power and services agreement on the West Haven Police Department, 200 Sawmill Road. Reports that the committee met on the 22nd day of August 2022 to consider said matter. It is the unanimous opinion of the committee that the following motion be presented. Resolved that the City Council of the City of West Haven hereby approves the solar power and services agreement on the West Haven Police Department, 200 Sawmill Road. Whereas the City of West Haven desires to purchase solar-generated electricity on certain public buildings, whereas the City of West Haven conducted a competitive public bidding process for the installation of solar equipment and carport structures for solar electric installations on public buildings, whereas Greenski Solar was the winning bidder for this process, whereas Greenski Solar has successfully secured utility company approval, rebates, and tariffs agreements for these projects, whereas the City Council of the City of West Haven is required to approve all contracts longer than the 3-year duration in per section 42-15 of the Code of the City of West Haven. Whereas the mayor and her administration have executive duties for administering contractual relationships, resolved that the City of West Haven, City Council of the City of West Haven hereby approves the execution of contracts between the City of West Haven and Greenski Solar for the following project address: 200 Sawmill Road Police Department Complex. Further resolved that Nancy R. Rossi, as mayor of the City of West Haven, is authorized and directed to execute and deliver any and all documents related to this resolution on behalf of the City of West Haven, and to do and perform all acts and things which she deems to be necessary or appropriate to carry out the terms of such documents, including but not limited to executing and delivering all agreements and documents as contemplated by such documents.
Stacy just read the solar power for 200 Sawmill Road, the police department. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Any questions? All in favor?
Aye.
Any abstentions? Any opposed? Motion passes.
And I know that Councilwoman Acker-Bally is holding communication J.
Yes, thank you very much, Stacy.
Very good. Thank you, Stacy. Thank you, Sarah.
Thank you.
I'd do the same for you
Public
too,
lands.
dear, if you want.
Communication J is being held. I don't know, do I mention H about the public
Yeah,
hearing?
yes.
Okay.
Chairman has to schedule that.
Yep. I'm requesting Communication H, Lee Tiernan from,
It's H.
okay, regarding the potential sale, lease, or transfer of 25 Herman Street to hold a public hearing on Monday, September 12th, 2022 at 6:55 PM.
Which one are you doing?
We're doing H.
H.
So you just need to schedule it.
The first stage, that's.
Yeah, September 12th to 6:55.
Yep. With the council will be noticing that public hearing.
Right.
Right,
Yep.
Chairman?
Yep.
Yep.
I did J is being held.
Mhm.
Do I mention when? It's just being held?
It's just being held, that you guys did make a.
We made that, okay.
Yeah,
earlier,
we
just
made
making
notice
sure.
of it in the audit report.
All right. Communication D from July 25th, 2022 agenda. To the Honorable City Council of the City of West Haven, your Committee on Public Lands, to whom was referred the matter of the potential sale, lease, or transfer of 610 Campbell Avenue rear, reports that the committee met on the 22nd day of August 2022 to consider said matter. It is the unanimous opinion of the committee that the following motion be presented. Whereas the City Council should consider for approval the following matter of the Public Lands Committee, the sale of 610 Campbell Avenue rear to Marie Impazzi under the terms outlined to the City Council, wherein Marie Impazzi offers $25,000 to purchase said property. This resolution supersedes any and all previous resolutions pertaining to the sale of this property. Be it resolved that the City Council of the City of West Haven, that Nancy R. Rossi, Mayor of the City of West Haven, has the approval of the City Council, subject to the review of the Corporation Council, to agree to the terms of the contract presented to the City Council.
You already just read it in the record for the property on 610 Campbell Avenue to be sold for $25,000. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Any questions? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes.
Yeah.
Do I do the second communication H, or no? We already did that.
Just tell them
Just tell them that's been withdrawn.
It's just been,
Withdrawn.
so communication H from June 13, 2022 agenda has been withdrawn.
Thank you, Councilman Donovan. Adoption of ordinances and previous is presented.
There are none.
Council liaison reports,
I hope there are none.
new business.
About 10 things on that.
Real quick. I would like the clerk to please send a letter to Corporation Council, Park Rec, and Public Works, that there be no games scheduled or played at Quigley Stadium until the required nets are in place. This would be for safety reasons of the surrounding houses that have been affected.
Will do.
Thank you.
Baseball game?
Any kind of games. I don't know what kind of softball, I don't know what they play there.
Soccer. You mean baseball?
I mean, anything that's gonna hurt somebody if another ball goes over there. So, games that, I don't know how to just games.
I don't think they play soccer at Quigley Stadium.
No, she means baseball.
What did I say?
Games. I think you said baseball.
Baseball, it's baseball and safe, so.
No games.
Football season's coming.
All set?
City Council requested an update on the committee meeting minutes. Councilwoman Bridget Hosky asked for this on June 27, 2022. Everything was updated on July 11th, 2022, and the CDA Advisory Board was last updated on April 22nd, 2021, and was updated on July 11th, 2022. So it looks like everything was updated on the website. And that's all I have.
Set? Executive session is going to be held next meeting, September 12th. Motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Thank you.